having a fantastic day. Of course, this is the 1138 event going over entire weekend, and I hope you're having a fabulous time. Of course, we are supporting First, fantastic enterprise that is also supported by us, and obviously Lucasfilm and Disney. And hopefully, we can raise some money today and get on with it today. This, of course, is the fantastic second quiz we are doing today. Second quiz we're doing this weekend. Did one on Friday. And we've got what we call the group leaders. So all of these people, incredibly influential. You couldn't get more influential than this group of people, even if you're in the House of Lords. Not that I'm trying to butter them up, but we are. So don't panic as they all walk off and leave now. We will see what happens later. So I'm just quickly going to introduce them because we are on the time and we've got to get through it. Anybody at home would like to play along with this quiz, I would love it if you put some comments down, join along, please put the answers in. They've promised, apparently anyway, not to look at Facebook or any of the other things to cheat, because I'm sure they're incredibly honest. Definitely not looking at a phone, are you, Bill? But we'll find out and we'll take it from there.
I'm the cheeky one. Just keep that in mind.
Cheeky, that's fine. Oh, they've all got phones. How wicked of these people. So I'm going to introduce them. And again, if you would like to ask any questions at all about any of the fantastic groups we've got, and we've got Pete as well from Lucasfilm, who's been a delightful young man. He's helped us out. And also one of the people who's let us do this fantastic whole event as well. So thank you very much, Pete. Anyway, we got William, who is looking after the Rebel Legion for today. We have Chris. I'm going to have to get my notes because I'm so stupid I can't remember. Chris, who is from the Galactic Academy, and he's looking after the Galactic Academy. I was calling him as James, but he's actually called Tom, and he is from the Mandalorian Mercs. but I think we should call him James anyway because I'm so forgetful. It'd be easier for me, wouldn't it? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Mr. Mandalore. Soon appearing in obviously a Disney special, perhaps. Then we have Kay, who's Silver Killed, Ingerly, who's from 501st Legion, Albin Johnson, who obviously shouldn't be here because he's got nothing to do with any of these groups whatsoever, but he's just going to hang around in the background. And as we said, Pete Vermeer, who is from Lucasfilm. So I take you, do you know everybody here? Are you all friends?
Oh, yeah.
We hope.
Yep.
Ish.
That's be good. All nodding with me. Sometime. That's enough as well. So that'll be fine.
Most of the time.
Okay. So we had a challenge. Now, this is a good challenge and a very, very nice challenge. If anybody watched earlier, we had D. Bradley Baker on, I think, on our last lovely interview. He's a fantastic man. He put a challenge down. If 100 people donate $66, which isn't that much when you really look at it, he will match those 100 people with $66, which how much was that? It's like $6,000, is it? Was it more? Mm-hmm. It's a lot of money, but he said he'll do that. He's a very nice man. He must be. I mean, that's a lot of money. So if anybody would like to donate $66 and help Bradley out, it would make a massive difference to the amount of money we are raising today. And I would be so impressed with anybody who helps out doing that. It would be absolutely brilliant. So all you need to do, hit that donate button, help us out, and be excellent. So I'm going to jump into the first round because I don't want to run out of time. And then we'll do a little bit of talking with these fabulous people later. Otherwise, we won't be able to get through the quiz. We'll all be in trouble because there's a diversity thing afterwards with Dino, which is also very good. So we're going to do a photo round here. Unlike the thing I've told everybody just a minute ago, I want you to join in with me. Now, this is called You Shouldn't Really Be Here. I'm going to show you 6 photographs of Star Wars characters that are not in Star Wars. They should not be there, but somebody put them in. They were apparently allowed to. That's what we were told anyway. We'll find out with Pete if they're going to get sued in a minute. But I'm sure we'll be let off, especially the last picture. I think we'll get away with it. So all I want you to do is tell me what you think the show is. So I'm going to run through these. Obviously, the guys here are not going to give us the answer, so we can go back to it again in a minute. So hopefully that makes a bit of sense, and you'll get the idea. So this is photo number 1. E.T. apparently beats into it. They've gone down on the budget. Don't get me wrong. But which film do you think E.T. is in? It's sorry. Oh God, no! I said it, haven't I?
Yeah, I was going to say that. I already wrote down the answer, but
we're off to a great.
It's been a long weekend. I'm sorry, I couldn't help it. So if you think it might be E.T., you might be correct. If you'd like to tell me what you think the character is, that'd be fine as well. Right. Let me try not to ruin the next one. Okay. Right. Okay. Right. This isn't E.T. I might be quiet now for a bit longer. Which movie are we looking at that contains these stormtroopers? This is question number 2. Everybody can have the first point for free because I'm rubbish. So that's number 2.
Okay, hold on. I'm waiting for it to load here, Mr. Slow Guy.
Oh, can you not see it?
Not yet. I'm still staring at Yoda.
Okay. Can everybody else see it?
Yep.
Okay. All right. I'm sorry, Pete. You're gonna have to wing it. Okay. Right. So.
Oh, I got it. I got it.
You got it now. Okay. Right. Number 3. If you look very carefully, the Millennium Falcon is parked. It's on the right-hand side, and it's having a good time. But what is the film this is from with the Millennium Falcon in? Yeah. You probably have watched it. Number 4. If you're going to have Darth Vader, you should probably have a Muppet in it as well. I mean, that's the standard rules. But which film are these two currently in? And it's not a Muppet movie, not Darth Vader meets Muppets or anything like that. So that's number 4. Number 5, not technically a photograph at all or anything to do with Star Wars, but it has an interesting scroll. Which movie has this opening text scroll in? I'll give you a minute to read it if you want to. Probably won't help, to be honest. But you can have a go. So that is number 5. And if you get this right, you are a genius. Or you watch old movies. Either way, we'll find out. Right. Okay. And the last picture is a little different. Now, you might recognize this young man. He's having a bad day. Someone has pushed in front of his ride. The question is, which film does George Lucas get snubbed by an actor and they jump on his ride, which he is waiting to have a go on? And that is the end of that round. Okay. Hopefully that came up okay. Good. Very good. Right. Okay. How was that round? Was that a bit confusing for you, apart from the fact I gave away the first answer quite easily?
Perfect.
Or was that okay?
Wait. Good.
I understand.
That's our freebie. That's our free bingo.
Center square.
You've got to have a point.
Center square. There you go.
You can't go home with nothing. We're not the Eurovision Song Contest for the English. There we go. There you go. The good thing is that people at home actually are getting the answers right. Chris Brown has got one right. Well done, Chris. Darryl King has got it on the money. So has Matthew and everybody else. Well done. So let's have a go. I'll go back to the images and I'm sure we'll do, pretty good. Yeah, we'll try the first one. Yeah,
I got dibs.
Because, just in case you're not sure, always do the first one. So let's ask Albin, what do you think this one is, Albin?
Now, I'll be honest with you. I didn't understand the premise of the story. I thought you superimposed characters into other movies. Mm-hmm. And that central part where E.T.'s mask is, I thought, oh, this is Twister. That's hilarious. That's him looking through the eyes. So,
that's really Bill Paxton on the corner, isn't it? Freaking out.
Oh, boy.
Yes. So Helen Hunt, Bill Paxton, Yoda.
Exactly. Quite right. 1 point. Well done. Okay. Number 2. Let's ask Pete. What do you reckon, Pete?
I'm glad you asked this one because it's the only other one I got other than E.T. This is Wreck-It Ralph.
It is, yes. I'll give you a point. It's actually Wreck-It Ralph 2, but Faradoos. But I'll let you off. That's fine. We're friends. Yeah, it's not like we're playing for money or anything. So, yes, quite right. Wreck-It Ralph 2 breaks the internet. There is an appearance from Anthony Daniels as well. I don't know if you mentioned that when he had his interview, but he's in there too. Right. Number 3. Let's ask William.
Okay, I'm hoping it's the Lego movie.
It's not the Lego movie.
That was my guess.
Does anybody else know?
Spaceballs.
It's Spaceballs.
Right before the special. The special's coming up. Yeah. The special's coming up, man.
Oh my gosh, I can tell it now. Oh my god.
You gotta get the when you go there.
So if anybody didn't know, the Millennium Falcon is in Spaceballs. I'm going to ask Pete about this a bit later, but I mean, obviously IML actually helped make it. So I guess they quite enjoyed putting little things into it to make it a bit more fun. But
everyone says yes to Mel Brooks.
I would, you? Yeah, please. Exactly. And if you want to know if you're famous, you got to have a homage by a Mel Brooks movie. Otherwise, you haven't made it. So that's pretty good to know. Right. What about this one? Let's ask Tom, formerly known as James.
I have no clue. This one I was scratching my head on. I really have no idea.
Anybody else know?
No.
Night at the Museum or something?
It is. It's Night at the Museum 2.
Night at the Museum, yeah.
Oh, it is Night at the
Museum.
Museum.
Another sequel.
Wow. Yeah. Nothing but
I didn't know they
sequels
made a
to get the good
second
stuff
one.
in. But there you go. So if you knew that, you got a point. Somebody at home did know that. But don't worry if you don't. So I only found out last year, and I watched the movie about 3 times.
Wow.
So, what about this? I think this is quite difficult. So let's ask Kay.
What me?
But we haven't asked you yet, have we? Right.
I have no idea. I have no clue.
Does
Absolutely
anybody
zero
know?
clue.
It's got William Shatner in it. This is
Oh,
probably
that's why I
helping.
don't know.
It's Airplane 2.
Dude, I was going, I got
Airplane
it right.
2.
I
Yep.
got it right.
I was going to say,
There you go.
Well, I said airplane. It was not the original, but I couldn't remember.
Wow,
which
that's
one.
fine. If you said airplane, I think you
We're
can
all-
have a point for that.
we're all
as
Because
well.
I was
failing on
going to
the
laugh, and I was
sequence
like, "Oh my god, it
It
is."
must be one of the others. Okay. And the last one there. So obviously, it's not really a parody on Star Wars, but it is a nice cameo for George, who's quite annoyed. Who basically tells him he can't have the ride and steals his ride? Anybody know? You can do the movie or the name of the actor. I'll be happy with either. We'll go for who we missed out today. Ingerly, let's pick on her.
Yeah, of course you picked me. I have
Of course.
no idea.
Oh,
Yes.
poor. What a shame.
Yeah.
Okay.
I have a
We really
guess.
don't care, do we?
I have no idea either. Don't
I have a
feel bad.
guess.
I was like,
Oh,
I have a
it's
guess.
on.
Is it? Are you want to ask someone else? Go ahead.
"No, go
No,
ahead."
no. You can
Go ahead.
guess. Go for Alvin.
First of all, I've only met George Lucas once, and that's the expression he had when he talked to me. So I think that means he's annoyed with me. 2, Last Action Hero.
No, I'm afraid it's not. But it is actually a pretty good. It's Eddie Murphy is the man who steals his ride in Beverly Hills Cop
Oh.
3.
Oh,
Oh, wow.
Nope.
So he
never
goes
saw
to a
it.
theme
Gosh,
park
did
and he
not
jumps in
know
his
that.
ride and he's like, "What? Yeah!" And he's like, "Get out of here!" And he's no, I take the
That's
ride.
funny. Wow.
So poor old George has been evilly snubbed by Eddie Murphy. Pete, I got a question for you,
Yes.
if you're allowed to answer it. I think he does like it. How did Spaceballs go down with Lucasfilm when Mel
I think
Brooks
it was-
sent the script through?
I believe it was all arranged. I'm not an expert on this, but I'm sure, even though it is satire, so it is protected in a certain way. But I think it went down fine. I mean, it was 1988, I believe, so it was we were 11 years after, or 5 years after the trilogy. This, in my opinion, this could only elevate the amount of attention that the Star Wars films got again, because we were kind of revisiting in a kind of a sideways way. So I think it's been pretty well embraced. I haven't talked to George about it or anything, but I keep hearing little things about a possible sequel someday. That would be amazing. But
I think that'd be fun. I don't know if anybody remembers, but when Force Awakens came out, did you see that somebody made fake Spaceball 2 posters and put them all over New York,
The quest,
all over the things?
The quest for
Before there was a real
merchandise.
film coming out.
That's a very New York thing to do.
yeah.
I think it's fun. It's the problem is it didn't come out. Everybody was hoping to see the sequel. And it's like we aren't making one. But never mind. But yeah, it was a cool thing. If anybody was interested, and this is actually from the last show, Dominic Pace mentioned something about Hook. George Lucas has a cameo in that, making out with Carrie Fisher. Did anybody know that?
Nope.
Obviously not. I should have put that in as well. There's a scene where he floats up into the sky, the couple embracing, and it is George Lucas and it's Carrie Fisher kissing.
Oh
So
dear.
there you go. I only found that out
The
today.
more you know.
Oh, wow.
Right.
And that's
I'm-
half the battle. Oh,
It
sorry,
is half the
wrong-
battle, isn't it?
wrong-
There
George.
Sorry, wrong
Um,
franchise.
What do we got here? Look at Family Guy at Blue Harvest when Seth MacFarlane interviews George Lucas. I'm not sure what that's about, but it's very interesting as well. Anyway, that's the end of the first round. I don't know if anyone could do a better round than that, really. I'm
I've got some. I think I can get you guys.
okay, right. I'll accept that challenge.
Okay.
So these are questions
Hang on a
that
minute.
I came up.
I haven't done the points yet for the first
Okay.
round. Hang on. Sorry, I'm getting excited, but Pete. Right. So sorry, Pete. William, how many points did you get out the last round?
3.
3. Albin,
Sad.
2. Would do, wouldn't you? All right, Chris.
Wow.
3.
Well done, Chris. Tom.
3.
3. Kate.
2.
2. Never mind.
Sorry.
Ingley?
Me.
I got 4. Because
Cheater.
you said that Airplane and Airplane 2 was okay. I wrote
Yeah. We'll live with that. Okay. And how many did you get, Pete?
If we're counting ET, I got 3.
Okay, you get 3. Okay.
Well,
right,
I did count ET with my 3, so
I hope so. Otherwise, I have no points. Right.
Yeah.
I'm going to shut my face now. Right. Okay. Back to Pete. Right.
So I came up with these questions actually for a round of trivia with Lucasfilm and ILM employees. So some of these are a little more advanced, but some of them are kind of easy. So I tried to kind of balance it out. How many do I get here? About 6, 5, 6?
You can do as many as you want, really. I don't care. Right.
Okay. All right. First question.
Hang on, can I ask, Robin, are you going to be part in answering now then?
I hope so. I don't know the
Huh?
answers.
Good.
I haven't got a clue. Right. Bang out. Come on.
Okay. Free warning. Now, these are Lucasfilm franchise questions, not just Star Wars. So you got to put your Lucasfilm caps on. All right. Okay. First question. What was the first Lucasfilm prequel? How much time should I give everyone?
That'll do.
That'll do? All right.
Yep.
All right. Related question. What was the first Lucasfilm sequel? All right. What was the name of the band fronted by Leia Thompson's character in Howard the Duck?
Oh God!
All
I
right, this
actually
one.
watched that movie in the theater, by the way. That's probably my age.
Okay, this one. You'll be embarrassed if you don't know it, but I'm sure most people don't know it. What does the W in George W. Lucas stand for? What name did the ILM facility in San Rafael go by to hide its identity? It didn't go by ILM. It called itself something else so that fans like us wouldn't go, pouncing. They have a certain name. It's actually still on the door that is hung up in one of our hallways right now. What Northern California town was used for the majority of shooting American Graffiti? Happens to be the town I'm in right now. What was the name of the in-house coffee shop at the Lucasfilm campus in San Francisco?
Oh,
Begins with a J.
yeah. Okay. Come on.
Center Square.
All right, I've got more, but I don't want to take up too much time. So you want to just round it up there?
Yeah, I think that's enough. Yeah, was that 7 questions?
Yeah, that sounds like 7.
Yeah, I think that's pretty good because we got we're already halfway in, aren't we? So
Yeah.
that might be a thing. Okay, right. Sounds good. I think I know 2 of them. So
Yeah. Wow. That
and I'm not sure.
I might be
We'll find out.
lucky.
yeah.
Me too.
We're
I don't
worried
like-
now.
I know
I'm not
2
going to
of
have to
them.
work for George Lucas for a while. If these are the sort of questions he wants to know.
All right. So should I point to certain people to answer these?
Yeah, why not? Yeah, it'd be fine.
All right, let's start with you, Robin. First
dear. Okay.
Lucasfilm prequel.
I think it would probably be Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom.
Correct.
Yeah.
Very
I knew
good.
that one.
That was good.
Most people don't, a lot of people don't know that. It actually came before Raiders of the Lost Ark. All right. Let's see. I'm just going to go in order here. Bill, you're next. The first Lucasfilm sequel.
God, I'm going to screw this up. I put Empire Strikes Back because I had no clue, which is wrong, obviously.
You're a year off. Actually, more American Graffiti, 1979.
Oh,
I
I
knew
did
that.
not even know. I didn't even know that was a sequel.
Yeah, it's one of those forgotten films, but worth a watch.
No, that's good. Yeah.
All right, Alvin. Name of the band fronted by Leia Thompson and Howard the Duck.
I came up with a goofy name. I don't know, but I'll just for the spirit of it, I'll call it Animal Quackers. There you go. Yeah, I don't know.
Oh my God.
That's a really
Yeah.
good pun. That's really good.
Yeah,
I forgot I was supposed to ask other people if they know what the answer is. Anyone know what it is?
No, I said the Smashing Bongos, but I don't think it's that.
No,
Oh,
it's
getting close.
that's Cherry Bomb, right?
There you go.
Oh.
There you go.
Oh my
Cherry
God.
bomb. All right, Chris. The W in George W. Lucas, GWL. What does it stand for?
I
I
actually
don't
know this
know, but
one.
I'm gonna guess Wallace.
Nope.
I think I know.
You got the first 3 letters right. All right. Kay, did you say you know?
I think so. Is it Washington?
Nope. But again, you got
Damn
the
it.
first 2 letters right.
Damn it. Dang it.
Walton.
Walton.
Walton
Ah,
Lucas.
I knew it was something.
I said Wallace as well, so never mind.
All right, Tom. I know you've walked around the San Francisco campus and seen that old door that's hanging on our wall. It's got the old ILM's original or incognito name written on it. You know what they called themselves in San Rafael before they moved?
I cannot remember. No, I can't
I
remember.
remember the door. I don't remember.
I remember the door. Yeah, there's so many things we remember from that weekend.
Yeah.
It's like that's
okay. Again, these questions were for ex-ILMers and Lucasfilmers.
I was too busy memorizing the color Pete's eyes. Sorry. Door.
I thought you were longingly looking into my eyes and you were looking at Pete.
Yours too. Yeah.
Anybody know the answer?
If it was me, I probably would have put like waste disposal unit on the door, but I don't think it probably would have been that.
No, but a good guess. Kerner Optical. Kerner Optical. We still actually refer to the campus as Kerner, even though we don't really have a presence there. There is still a special effects facility there.
Oh.
All right, Northern America. Oh, okay. So this is for I can't remember. Did I ask that to Tom? Right. This is Kay's turn. Kay. Northern California town used for the majority of shooting American Graffiti, and it's where I live now. Because I just love the movie so much.
I have no idea. No, I don't know.
Anyone?
I don't know California at all.
I said Minnesota, but I actually don't know anywhere in America at
San
all.
Bernardino.
It can be San Rafael.
You're close, Tom. A little northern.
That's
little
what I
north.
thought it was, but
Petaluma.
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 At Pasadena. Yep.
It's where
I'm gonna
Rancho
pretend I knew
Obi-Wan
where that
is. I
was.
should have said that. Do you guys know
That
where Rancho
would have
Obi-Wan
gotten it.
that would have gotten it.
is?
That's all right.
All right. Let's see. Ingeli, name of the coffee shop that was on the Lucasfilm campus, which we sadly lost a few months ago.
Oh,
I have absolutely no idea.
Oh, sure.
I can't even see what it says. Bugger.
Oh, I see
Anyone
it.
know?
Is it Java Hut? Is that what that's what your shirt says?
Java the Hutt. You got it.
how are you
That's
going to
actually
So obvious. I
survive?
should have known that.
How are you going to survive without the coffee shop?
I
I've never
know.
been to the campus.
Oh, well,
It was
come on
awesome.
down.
I
Yeah.
So because I actually don't know what happened to the campus. Is it that you guys left, or is it burnt down, or
No. Well, we've been.
Or you're
we've
not
been
there
working
anymore?
We've been
All
working
right.
with it.
That's a shame. Okay, very good. Well, yeah, very good round. Unfortunately, I only got 2 right. So
Yeah.
we will add these points to it. I suppose because Pete was challenging me, I will do the reverse, and Pete can have 4 because I got 4 wrong. That would probably be the fairest.
I knew
way to do it.
there was money assigned to these points. I would have made the questions easier. So
Don't worry about that, man. That's cool. So let's see what. So how many of that particular incredibly difficult round, I would say anyway, did William get right? 2. Okay. Alvin?
2.
2. Chris?
1.
Oh, okay, never mind. Tom?
1.
1. Kay?
2.
2. And Ingely?
2.
2. Okay, pretty good. So actually, Pete did very well. So
Oh, feels
he's
so
got
bad.
4.
Yeah. All right.
All of us.
sorry, I should have made them. Okay.
No, but that's cool. I mean,
No, actually, it's fun.
Yeah,
That
yeah,
was
fun.
fun. That was
Yeah, it's
awesome.
cool. It's
I
good.
love
And
not
you know,
knowing the answers to anything. It's my favorite. It's my favorite activity.
yeah, it's just like going out normally, isn't it? Or going to work.
Exactly.
No change from
My
that. at all.
go-to move.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
So that's cool. So let's hop on to the next round because we've only got 25 minutes left of 34. So that should be fine. I think we've got enough time to squeeze in another round, which I'll just whip off here. So luckily for me, I actually did 5 rounds because I did sort of know Pete was probably going to do a round, but I wasn't really sure what you actually do the questions for. So I've got a few other rounds. I'm not sure if this would be good for you or not, because I've got a THX round, which is probably going to upset everyone. So let's leave that till later. So I'm going to do the leaders round, which is basically I've done a question roughly about each of your places, so it'll sort of be fair, but not really, because quizzes aren't really fair, are they, when they come to it? So this is all about the leaders question in a sense. So number one, this is an Imperial question. So if you know stuff about Imperial, you should know this. If you didn't, then you can't be in the group anymore. Okay, so what is the name? I mean it. It's true.
No pressure.
What is the name of the Imperial Star Destroyer, which is seen in the very first scene from the 1977 film New Hope? So it's not the Tantive 4. Very nice ship. It's the one that's firing on it. What is the name of that ship? Number 2. And it's a rebel question. What is Wedge's call sign in the original movie New Hope? So he has a different call sign in Return of the Jedi. In New Hope, his original call sign. What is it? I need a color and a number. So if you're not sure, make a guess. Number 3, bounty hunter question. This is good. You can get your points back. So you're going to do good on this. Right. In Empire Strikes Back on Darth Vader's ships, there is 6. I haven't got enough fingers. I have to do 5. 6 bounty hunters that appear. Yeah, thanks, Albin. There are 6 bounty hunters that appear. I will give you a point for every bounty hunter you can name that is standing on that ship. So if you are a big Empire Strikes Back fan, you're going to do well. If not, well, never mind. You're going to lose the game. So I'll give you a little bit of time for that. So 6 altogether. One of them is very famous. 2 of them are pretty hard to know. The other ones you'll probably know. And take it from there. I will also give you a bonus point, because I like bonus points. Who voiced... I can't give you a bonus point, because that'll give you one of the answers, just like the ET round. So I'm going to shut my face. Right, okay. So I'm not going to give you that. I'll ask you that later. Lightsaber question. Right. Which character is using a lightsaber in New Hope that is made from a Graphex flash gun handle? Right. I'll give you a multiple choice. It is either Luke's lightsaber, Obi-Wan's lightsaber, Darth Vader's lightsaber, or it's actually a myth. They never actually used a Graphex one at all. So one of them is correct and the others are all wrong. Okie dokie. Number 5. This is a computer game question. I think you'll know this though. Don't worry. Which game did the character Darth Revan first appear in? So the character Darth Revan, he appeared in a computer game before anything else. What was the name of the computer game? And number 6, which came out first? Was it the first Star Wars book, the first Star Wars film, or the first Star Wars radio serial? One of them came out a year before the other, but which one came out first? Interesting question, Mr. Bond. Right. So that's the end of that round. Was that easier than Pete's round or hard?
Easier.
That's all right. Even Pete agrees. Thanks very much. Okay, that's all right. Of course, Pete, I knew all of them. Don't worry about me. I'm going to do fine. Okay. People at home have done quite well, except they have all got Wedge's number wrong, but we can't have everything. Okay, so let's do the Imperial question for K. What's the name of the spaceship you see at the start of the movie? I know I'm picking on you because you don't know it.
You are. I'm really, really bad at trivia. I don't know. I have no
Welcome
idea.
to the show. Right. Okay. Let's ask Tom then.
Is it Avenger?
It's close, but it's wrong. It's the Devastator.
Okay.
Oh, I thought it was the Avenger.
Was it? Well, it says the Devastator on my paper.
I know. I'm really good at sequel trilogy trivia, but not the original.
It's Darth Vader ship, so could be wrong. People will probably complain online if I'm wrong, so don't worry. Tell me.
Don't worry.
I get that a lot. Number 2, I'll go Rebels. I'll go for Chris. What is Wedge's call sign in the first Star Wars movie?
I've got Red 3.
You are close. Albin, what do you reckon it is?
Red 2.
It is Red 2. That's right. And what's he called in Return of the Jedi? Anybody know? You don't get a point for this.
No one.
Rogue One or
Rogue 2 or what?
He's Red Leader.
Yeah, I
Red
was
leader.
yeah.
But you don't get a point for that anyway, so don't worry. Right, okay. A bounty hunter question. Let's go for Ingley, because I can pick on her for a little bit now. How many of the 6 bounty hunters can you get? If you give us one, everybody else can join in and nick some as well.
Yeah, well, I got 4 Lou. Should I go on?
Yeah, why not? Yeah, do a couple.
Yeah,
Do 'em
okay.
all.
I can't remember them all. I had Bosk. I had I can't remember.
That's fine. Okay.
Obvious.
Let's go to Albin. Give us one, Albin.
Zuckus.
Zirkus.
Yeah.
Give us one, William.
Dengar, also known as Payback.
To make it difficult, because Pete, do you know any of them?
Yeah, I know them all. IG-88.
Oh, very good, very good. Yes, that's right. I think we've got most of them. So Boba Fett, IG-88, Dengar, Bosk, Forlom, and Zuckus. You should have 6 points if you got them all right, depending on when you got them all right. I think Pete's got them all right, so he's going to be ahead in the lead.
Wow,
as a bonus point, who did the voice of Dengar in the animated Clone Wars series?
Oh, Simon Pegg.
It is Simon Pegg. Very good.
It
Well
is
done.
Simon Pegg, yeah.
You can have an extra point for that as well. Well done.
What?
It's a bounty hunter. I should know.
Awesome.
You should know. Well done. Did you get all of them right, Tom?
Yes.
Yeah, I thought you would. Well done. Okay, very good.
Excuse me, Tom. Mr. Bounty Hunter over there.
There's always one, isn't there? Okay, right. So, where are we now? The lightsaber question. Who uses a lightsaber with a graphics handle in the original movie? Let's ask Chris.
Obi-Wan.
Obi-Wan. It's not Obi-Wan. It's Luke. Luke has one. And Vader has another. He's got a different one.
Yeah, I was going to say two of them.
Micro flash.
I was going to say you said graphics one, right? So
yeah.
Just Luke.
Yeah, you could technically say Anakin if you want to be picky, I suppose, because it was his originally. But we're not going to go into that. We like
an MMP flash.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, an MMP. If you ever look them on eBay, they're very expensive these days.
They're
hard to get. They're hard to get because they've all been turned into lightsabers.
Yeah.
A lot of photo collectors are actually very angry about it because every time they're trying to track down a flash gun, it's a freaking lightsaber.
Yeah, and they're like, well, you can have the top bit. We don't want that.
You got the flash, you just can't have the bottom part.
Yeah, very good. Well done. Exactly, quite right. The computer game, Darth Revan. What computer game does he turn up in? I'm going to ask Pete.
I'm going to guess Knights of the Old Republic.
It is Knights of the Old Republic. Quite right. Yeah, and you know, I didn't know this until I read it up. But he was invented for the game as well, so he didn't turn up until then. So it's really quite interesting. And which came out first? The first Star Wars book, the first Star Wars film, or the first Star Wars radio serial? We haven't asked Kay, have we? So we'll ask her again.
You did, but I'm going
to ask you anyway.
Yes. Is it I want to say the movie, but I'm going to say radio.
It's the book. The book came
out
a year
I'm
before.
wrong all over the place. I told you I'm terrible at trivia.
Don't worry, that's okay. It happens. The book came out November 12th, 1976. Written on the front by George Lucas, but helped out by Alan D.
Foster.
Yeah, Foster. That's right. You're right, Alien. So, but it's a very good Ghost Rider to help him out with. To be honest with you, I would like the man who wrote Alien to help me out too. So that's very handy. Points. What we got? So let's go, William.
Let me do my thing here. 1, 2. I think all the bounty hunters.
7 carries.
Make a guess.
10. I think
Faster,
I got
more
10,
intense.
but
Come on.
Because I missed the Avenger. Because I got the first one I swore was the Avenger, but I actually looked it up. You're right. Devastator was for the win. I think I got 10.
Okay, 10 is good. Yeah, that's fine. Albin?
I got 9.
9. Chris?
All 6 bounty hunters and
6.
9.
6. Never mind. Tom?
With the bonus point, I got 10.
Got 10. Kate?
8.
8. 8 is good. Ingley?
8.
8. And lovely Peter?
I got 9. I missed Devastator.
That's not bad. That's cool. That's cool.
Which
I
one
feel
did
bad,
you miss,
Ben. I don't
Pete?
feel bad.
Yeah, it's all right. I mean, to be honest,
too.
Wait, I want to know which one. Wait, which one did Pete miss?
The first one. Devastator.
Okay, I don't feel bad about missing it anymore.
So, Pete, are your friends from ILM watching you now, expecting you to get 100%?
I hope not.
There'll be. We need to have a meeting with you after this with large books. Read this tonight. That's fine. How competitive? Number one, where exactly are you situated at the moment? Then are you in ILM or Lucasfilm or where in particular?
Well, Lucasfilm. When I'm in office, I've been going in just once a week lately, but mostly working from home.
Yeah, and obviously, I think it's probably easier to talk before the pandemic because obviously you were with your friends then. Are you quite competitive with trivia and Lucasfilm things? Or
so we have a trivia contest every year, which I used to play, but after one just devastating performance, I have chickened out for every subsequent contest because we're in teams, and I was just dragging on my team. So I said, I'm not doing this again.
Oh,
so we're basically getting Pete prepared for a comeback.
Yeah,
that's it. Yeah,
it could be like Rocky, couldn't it? You know, can you get your little earpiece?
Yeah,
all night. Yeah, let's do it, Pete.
And cue the music of Eye of the Tiger, right?
That's right.
Yeah,
exactly.
Definitely.
Yes,
it's definitely what we need.
Careful, you get the SCA'd.
Right, I'm going to go on to the next round. This is a photo round. I am going to apologize massively for this because I am not a good geography person, and for some reason, I don't know why, I decided to do a geography round. So I'm apologizing to everybody, including everybody playing the game, that I'm a horrible person. I'm going to show you 6 photographs of things in Star Wars. I would like to know where in the Earth world they are. You will get a point for being generally right. So if you give me the country, you will get a point for that. If you give me the exact specifics of where it is in the country, I'll give you another point. So you get 2 points depending on where you do. So again, apologize if you don't like geography. I don't know why I made this round. I'm quite stupid. But for some reason, I just thought, I haven't done geography before. Maybe I should whack it in now and really upset all my friends. So this should be the easiest one, I hope. This is the top. I'm going to say this is the top of Luke's house, not the underground bit. Where in the world would you find this? So you will get a point for the country. And if you can be really specific, and some of these are quite difficult, you will get another point as well on top of that as well. So this is the top of Luke's house when he's looking at the twin suns. There is another place where they do shoot the bottom part of it, I think. But it's pretty much in the same-ish place. Okay, number 2. This is in Rogue One. It's a particular place. It is not used massively in the movie, but there was a big thing about it when they did use the place. So again, if you can give me the country that it's in, and also if you want the bonus point, the specific location for that. And if you're a bit general, I will probably give you the point anyway for that one as well. So that is a Rogue One question. Number 3. If you like the prequels, you got to love this place. So again, the rough idea, obviously I know the top picture's slightly enhanced, but where did they do the filming for this particular one? And again, the location as well. You'll get a bonus point for that too. Okay, number 4. If Ingley doesn't get this, she's not going to be hanging around here for much longer. So, which country was
Ingley's
this done?
Backyard.
And if you can name either the glacier or the town, I'll be either happy with either of those marks. I have tried to pronounce it over the weekend. I'm not doing that well. Okay, so number 5, Last Jedi question. Luke's hometown, hanging out there, but where in the world would you find this? And what is the specific name of the place that it is in? And one last question. If you like Wookiees, this is where they used to hang out in. The bottom picture is obviously where it was really shot without the enhancements. Also in a Bond movie, if you like Bond movies too. But where would you find it? Where in the world did you find it? And that's the end of those rounds. And hopefully that'll be okay. Again, everybody at home is doing quite well. Most people are getting it right. Jesse's playing along. He's actually got one of the questions right. Well done, Jesse. So Ingley, put your phone down. Don't get them PM you. None of that.
I actually have donated money right now.
Thank you very much.
I accepted the challenge of $66. I hope everyone else does as well.
I have seen on the feed other people have been donating $66, and I will repeat this again because it's a very lovely thing. So D. Bradley Baker put a challenge out just before our show went on. Oh dear, we've only got 10 minutes left as well. if 100 people donate $66, I mean, you can donate more. Don't get me wrong. If you donate $88, you'll still be in the ruling. He will match that amount of money. So if 100 people donate that, which is, I think, $6,600, he will put in $6,600 of his own money. So that's pretty cool. And if you want to help him out and you want to help us out, we would love you to do that. There's the donation button up here, or up there, or over there, or maybe over there. I'm not really sure. There's definitely a donation button somewhere. I think there's a link at the top of the thing, which I think the 501st Legion has whacked one on there as well. 10-minute warning, they say. So whack it on there, help us out, and then we can take all this money off D, and I'm sure he'll be more than happy to lose the money because he's probably got lots of money. We really need to get that off him, don't we? So let's go back to the quiz, and we'll see how we are doing. I don't think we've had any questions from our lovely guests, but that's fine. They've been lovely enough without asking them, so that will be doing. I'll do it after this thing. So let's go back to the pictures, and we'll start with William. William, where do you think this is?
I'm hoping I got this right. Tunisia?
Tunisia, very good. If you want to be specific, where do you think it would be?
If you had asked me 20 years ago, I probably would have remembered, but I do not.
It is on the outskirts of Tozir or Tizir.
Yeah, that's it.
In Shot El Jirid. If I pronounce that wrong, that'll be a miracle. If you got anything like that correct, otherwise, if you just said Tunisia, you get a point.
Just said Tunisia.
Okay. You get 2. So very good. Okay, let's go to Albin.
I knew I was going to get this one. I wanted to just say Pinewood Studios, but I seem to recall, and this is old man brain where Alzheimer's kicks in. I want to say it's somewhere in the continental, or not the continental, our hemisphere. I'm going to just say Mexico City and be crazy. I don't know.
That Albin is absolutely incorrect, I'm afraid.
Yeah.
You couldn't
Can
be
we
more.
just take multiple choice answers from everybody?
It is in the UK. It is the London Underground at Canary Wharf.
Oh, nice.
Went in at night.
I got that right. Well, not specifically, but I did say London.
So if you look at the top picture on the right, that is the security wall that the trains go into, and they intentionally used an area and did it overnight, and then they had to revert it back. So they do it very quickly. So
I was
London Underground
to Hogwarts, but now there
you go. Right. Okay. Let's go to Kay. What you got?
Spain.
Spain is correct. Well done.
Plaza de España.
Oh, that's very good. 2 points to Kay. Well done. Okay. We're definitely not going to ask Ingley this question. Let's ask Tom.
Norway.
Norway, and specifically?
The frozen wastes. Yeah, right. I'm just French Westfall, Norway.
Yeah, if you said Finns or Ingley, can you say the actual area of the glacier? Because I can't pronounce it. Harding Dog Need a Kuit. Is that right?
Almost.
I don't know the name, but it's insane in the town next door, at least.
Yeah. I'm going to try again. So it's Hardon Niga Kudent, probably. Yeah. Hopefully, if you're Norwegian, I haven't been rude. Okay, right. Pete, where was the shop?
This is Skellig Michael, Ireland.
Very good. 2 points. Well done, Peter. And what about the last one? Who we missed out? Did we talk to Tom? Chris. Let's ask Chris.
I have no idea where this is.
Never mind. Okay. It is Thailand, and it's Phuket or Penang Bay. So if you said any of them, you would have got that right as well. So great place.
I dated myself in this round.
So pretty good. Yeah, I know I'm a terrible man.
I thought I would.
I think you did pretty well. Okay, so I don't think we've got enough time for the last round, but we've done 4, so that's fine. And we're going to have to go in a minute anyway. So we'll get the points down, and then we can have a quick chat before we have to hop it. So, William, how many did you get right out of that? You would have 12 altogether max.
4.
4 is cool. Albin?
3.
3. Chris?
4.
4. Tom?
3.
3. Kay?
I got 8 points with my doubles.
Kay!
Very
good. Well done. Are you a geography teacher?
I'm really not. No, I was, I don't know.
Wow, that blew me away.
You got that?
I'm a location nerd. I don't know. That's my
That is like Rocky at the end of the match, isn't it? Right. Okay. Ingerly, how many did you get?
Yeah. So if I count the actual specific locations, I got 8.
Oh,
High five.
okay.
Wow,
There you
good
go.
for you.
See, the ladies have the knowledge.
Yeah.
But
we're
how about,
winners
sorry,
there.
Peter might have the knowledge as well. How many did you get?
7.
7. Not bad.
Sure.
Not bad at all.
All right, I'm good. I'm good.
Wrong.
That's cool. I think we can
That's
all
all
live
I
with that. So
I
I'm
won
going to
trivia
top up
as far as
the
I'm concerned.
scores. Do you know what? I think everyone did pretty well, and that's good because
You're very kind.
I'm not normally. So this is a special occasion. Don't trust me wrong. So, because we've obviously only got 5 minutes, I'm going to give people the scores and these. So, there is hardly any difference between them. Chris, unfortunately, didn't do maybe as well as he could have done. But, maybe he couldn't hear me. I've got an English accent. Sometimes they say the Americans don't understand anything I say. So, he got 14 points, probably by default. So, very good, though. Nicely done. In the runners for that, we then have Ingley and Albin. You both got 16 points. Nicely done. Then we are popping up with Tom and William with the big fat 17.
H&H.
And not that I've intentionally rigged it to try and suck up to Lucasfilm, but Pete seems to have won with 23 points.
Oh my God.
Points on top of everybody out. Very good.
Thank
So,
goodness.
Did Kay get?
Otherwise, it looked terrible.
How much did Gabe get?
you're just sifting him the answers through the
Bottom.
machine so he knows.
We don't want to hear that.
No, we don't want to hear
No,
that.
we don't want to hear
Not
that. I'm
true.
at the bottom.
No, really, really good, though. Love it. So that's really, really good. So thank you so
got
much for that.
8 in that last round. I don't even want to hear it.
I'll be
That's
fine.
amazing.
50 years of Lucasfilm. We've got 4 minutes to go through it. I probably the easiest thing, which was what was everybody's first impression of Star Wars? I mean, depending how old you are. Can you remember the first time you sort of saw something Star Warsy, or you saw the first film? Well, I'm going to ask Pete because obviously he's not been around as much as anybody else. So tell us about your first impression.
Well, I'll give my age away. I was 8 when it first came out. My first exposure was actually on the playground. People started trading the Topps cards. And that was kind of the first time I'd ever even heard of Star Wars. Was I kept seeing these cards everybody was trading around. Finally, I didn't get to see it till about July 4th. So for the Independence Day 77, finally got out to see it. And obviously it changed my life. Here I am. I've been collecting ever since. Started working Lucasfilm back in 2003. So it's been quite a ride.
That's been quite right. I must say, for your age, you look incredibly young. So, I think you're about 10 years older than me. I feel very old now.
Now we know you're sucking up.
I know. So, but very good. And obviously, Pete is going to have to get back into the game of the Lucasfilm Challenge, I think.
Yes.
You do that as well.
Clearly.
We got a couple more minutes to do that again. So we've talked to Albin enough. He's always hanging around. Kay, we haven't seen you much. So how about you? How was your first sort of thing into Star Wars? How did you?
Oh, geez. Well, my mother was actually the one who was really into it. I am much younger than I think most people in here. So the first movie I actually saw was Empire Strikes Back, because that's my mother's favorite. And she had gotten the 3 video collection for Christmas. My dad gave it to her because he thought that she would really love it. And she's really quiet about being a nerd. So, she didn't let me know how much she was into it. But when I was a child, we watched through that movie more times than I care to count. So that was kind of my whole first introduction. And then I fell out of it for a really long time because it just wasn't, the friends I kept just weren't into it. And then when Force Awakens came back, I was like, oh, I think I'll get into that. And then I got way too into it. And here I am.
Nothing wrong with that. Believe it or not, the people here, Whip's sort of into it as well. Don't know if you noticed. That's cool. I'm only going to have to ask, unfortunately, one of my lovely people. I'm going to ask Chris because unfortunately he didn't do it as well. How did you get into Star Wars? And do you feel like not getting into Star Wars now after you've just lost?
I think I had the opposite experience. All of my friends were into it. So, I remember seeing Return of the Jedi first, and the lightsaber battle between Vader and Luke, like that. I absolutely fell in love with lightsabers after that. And it was all sci-fi and Star Wars from there on.
I don't blame you. It's a magical show, and I think it's why we all do it. It's fantastic costumes. I mean, like you said, Rebels, Mandalorians, we've all got a very big thing in common. Is that, you know, we all do very similar things. We embrace it. Most of us, I think, have been in more than a few of one of the clubs. And if anybody's watching, obviously, please look up the Mandalorian Mercs, Galactic Academy, Saber Guild, maybe the 500th verse if you're bothered, Rebel Legion as well. Maybe you could join Lucasfilm if you felt like it. They're a little harder to get into, but, you know, you could try. And it'd be a lovely thing to do. So it really should be an all-inclusive thing for everybody. Obviously, Alban as well does Walking Wounded, which again, it's fantastic thing to look into. So please do that if you can. We are going to have to go now because we've just hit the bell. Again, please give us a hand. Help us that target. $166 would be amazing. Whack on the thing, wherever it is, that way, and help us out. A few people have already done that. We need to get up to that topic if we can, and it would make a massive thing. And we need to get that money off D. Bradley Baker as quickly as possible. So make it, and we need to do it, I think, by the end of the day as well. That is it for us. Thank you very much for everybody joining in. I hope you've enjoyed the quiz, and we are going to go now. So
Okay, I think this is it. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Legion's Diversity Panel. So this is a diverse galaxy, representation and inclusion in Star Wars. My name is Dino Ignacio. I'm the Legion's Diversity Officer. And first, I've got a bunch of intros to go through before we get into the questions and answers. So I want to just quickly talk about the 501st. The 501st Legion is an all-volunteer organization that seeks to promote interests in Star Wars through wearing and building quality costumes, to facilitate contributions to local community through charity work and volunteer work, which is amazing. On that, I want to just quickly talk about the charity that we're supporting today, which is FIRST. FIRST is an organization that helps young minds grow into STEM, which means like science and technology. And they've got an amazing robotics program that trains young kids to like really get into technology. Their mission is to inspire diverse people to participate in team-based STEM programs. So it's an amazing thing. I urge all of you to donate if you haven't already. If you've enjoyed any of the programs in the last few days, it would be great if you find a way to donate. One quick, really cool bit of information that was just fed me right now is that D. Bradley Baker, who is one of the actors in Bad Batch, the guy who plays all our clone troopers, has said that if 100 people donate $66 each, he will donate $6,600 to match it. So please help us match that donation. It would be really great. On that, let me just quickly talk about diversity and inclusion before I introduce our guests. So diversity, inclusion, and representation have always been a core tenet of Star Wars. This panel is going to be a casual discussion with some of the amazing artists that have helped shape that galaxy. And just I know the word diversity, representation, and inclusion can easily be assumed to be the same things. I want to just give a little bit of a primer for people who are not familiar, right? Diversity is the act of bringing people from different backgrounds to the table. And representation is making sure they are seen. And inclusion is making sure they are heard. So all to say that diversity is a table stakes. It's where we start. It's the most awesome thing to get people at the table. But more important than that, are they seen as such, right? And that's representation. And then the next step, the most important step is, do their opinion matter? Because it's one thing having a diverse slate of people, but have they been heard is what we're working towards. And that's what this panel is all about. And so on that, I want to just lastly say the journey is not to get to 100% inclusion. There's no such thing. We've now reached it. Oh, yay, we've now reached inclusion. Inclusion is an ongoing process. And there's so many ways we can be inclusive. It's mental diversity. It's gender diversity. Wars franchise, and she has appeared in all 5 of the new Disney era Star Wars movies. We have Myrna Velasco, the high-flying Razor Torredoza, the bubbly high-flying Torredoza in Star Wars Resistance. She's voiced an amazing array of characters in animation and video games, including such as some characters in Elena of Avalor and Blizzard's Hearthstone. We have Paul Sun-Hyung Lee, who's Appa, my beloved Appa from Kim's Convenience. I love that show so much. And is also now Captain Carson Teva on The Mandalorian. He is also an active member of the 501st. I want to dig into that a little later on. We also have Corey D. Williams, who is a member of the 3D Nucleus Project and was a stunt actor from Star Wars Episode 6, where he played Klaatu. And it should be mentioned, he is the son of Lando. Right. And then on that, we open it up to some questions. So I want to just go around the room and ask you guys, tell us a little bit about your history. What was it like for you growing up? And what was your education like? Whoever wants to jump in.
I'll start. Oh my gosh. I had a really boring life growing up. No, it was great. I mean, growing up, I grew up in I'm in Canada. I'm based in Canada right now. I was born in Korea. 3 months after I was born, my family immigrated to Canada, and we lived in London, Ontario, small city just outside of Toronto. And then we lived in Toronto, and then we moved to Calgary, Alberta, during the oil boom. And I was pretty much raised in Calgary. And I had a good childhood. I was like there weren't very many Asian kids around, especially it has a very small Korean Canadian population in Calgary. So growing up, I grew up with a lot of Italian kids. I kind of wanted to be Italian when I was little. I didn't want to be Korean because I never saw myself or my family ever shown on TV. And TV was my best friend and my babysitter, because when I was growing up, my parents, as immigrant parents, had to work all the time. So my sister and I, we were latchkey kids. And we were on our own. So the TV was my babysitter, my best friend. I learned how to speak English by watching television and movies. I saw a bunch of stuff I really shouldn't have seen at my age. And, it's no wonder that I continued on and became an actor. Although at first I didn't realize I could be an actor, because growing up, my parents always said I could be 4 things in life, right? I could be a doctor, a lawyer, an engineer, or a failure. So out of those choices, it was like one of those things where immigrant parents, right? Like they want you to succeed. It's like, we pulled up stakes to get you someplace. So you better make the best of your opportunities. And yeah, so growing up and watching and not seeing Asian faces on the screens as main characters, as ones driving the narrative, they're always the outsider, the other, the ones who are made fun of, or they're like dirty, or they were servants, or the bad guys. It has an effect on you growing up. And for me, the effect was my family stories didn't matter. And because I didn't want that, I wanted to be part of the narrative. I wanted to fit in, basically. And so that's why for the longest time, I denied my own heritage, my parents' heritage. And I do regret it now, because the language skills aren't there. I really, really sort of did not appreciate all that my parents did and sacrificed for me until I became a parent myself. And so, yeah, I mean, but when you're a kid, you don't realize this. When you're a kid, you're just sort of surrounded by other people, and you just want to fit in. And just like all kids do, they don't want to stand out. They want to fit in. And that was me growing up. And I didn't realize really the disparity in terms of representation until I was much older. And I was actually trying to work in the industry. And that's when a lot of things started becoming apparent to me. And that's when I started to realize other things, like, you know, the Mickey Rooney playing Mr. that horrible character in Breakfast at Tiffany's, right? Yeah. You don't see that. Joel Grey, an Academy Award-winning actor, putting on yellowface to play a Korean character in Remo Williams' The Adventure Begins, which is like a great movie, but you know, you don't see these things in it until you get older, and then you kind of go, oh, okay, that was kind of dicey, right? So the whole idea of representation mattering, of diversity and inclusivity, I'm so glad that it's become something that we're far more attuned to and awake for, because I think there is strength in diversity. There is strength in inclusivity. There's strength in all this, because it can't just be one narrative all the time, because we've done that. And it's kind of boring. And there is a richness of storytellers and storytelling out there. And I'm glad that we're a part of this, and it's the leading edge of a wave. And I think instead of it being a trend, let's turn into a movement. And here I am, and I'm doing a diversity panel on Star Wars. I never ever thought in a million years.
Isn't that amazing?
I get this opportunity. So,
Paul, does anybody ever tell you look like Arnold from Happy Days?
I get that all the time. Funny enough, you know, Carl Weathers actually asked me when we were shooting Mandalorian. I never met him before, and he's OG. Like Hollywood royalty. And then Carl, we were sitting there across from lunch.
I know Carl, he's a cool guy. Yeah,
is he amazing? But I'd never met him, and I thought, you know, he's going to be the directing the episode. I'm going to sit down and chat with him about it, because, you know, we're going to be working together. And I went up to him, and he was sitting alone at the lunch table, and I said, do you mind if I sit down? And he looks at me, and he does the coolest thing. He kicks the chair out so that I can sit down on it, right? I'm like, all right. And I'm about to sit down, and he says, just as long as you don't expect a conversation. And I kind of half stopped. I'm like, oh, I've committed. I'm gonna just sit there. I'm just gonna eat my food. I'm not gonna be weird about it. I'm just gonna eat my food and leave. But he was looking at me, and he said, "Do you? Where are you from?" So I from Canada. It's another country. And he looks at me, and he's very thoughtful. He's a very thoughtful, and his gaze is penetrating. And he said, "You remind me of a friend of mine. Do you know Pat Morita?" Yeah. And that was just like, for me, it was like, oh my God, that's because I adored, like, he was talking about one of the positive sort of Asian role models.
Yeah.
Me growing up, right?
Yeah.
So anytime anybody says that, I take that as
beloved. I mean,
awesome.
you know,
Right.
everyone loved him.
Yeah. So I'll take that. I'll take that 80 like on Sundays.
Marina, how about yourself? How was your youth, and how did you what's your history?
Well, my youth was okay. So I grew up here in LA. Thank you, Paul, for such an entertaining bio. I'm like, wait, we're not done here, you know. So where did I grow up? I grew up in LA. I am Mexican American. My parents are also immigrants. They immigrated from Mexico, though it's kind of this funny thing where, like, I'm a history snob. So my family has generationally been in California for hundreds of years. And I take this as a personal affront that there was a time period in America where Mexicans were shipped back to Mexico, or Latin Americans who didn't have to be from Mexico were shipped to Mexico because we just looked or sounded Mexican. So that kind of happened to my family for a while, and I have a big chip on my shoulder about it, which I guess makes good for animated racers. But I grew up in Santa Clarita because I think this is a generational chip, if you will. My dad moved to California specifically because he wanted his children to be Californian. I was like, I don't know what that means, but okay. What I understood it to mean growing up was that like he wanted us to be suburban American. And so I sound like this. Which is just, was a really hard place to put me because I grew up always wanting to be an actor as well. Like, we were talking earlier that like I wanted to be an archaeologist, like Indiana Jones. I wanted to be a veterinarian that can speak to animals. I wanted to be a magical witch, and like you can't. You're 15 years old, Myrna. You have to make a decision. Magical witch. But then I ran into theater, and because I grew up in a really suburban area, that was like the thing to do because I didn't have a ton of great role models in television as a Mexican American, and my family was very attuned. My mother specifically was very attuned to the idea that like her kids could be taken down a wrong path very easily just because even their teachers perceive them to be a certain way. We could be cholos. We could be, just bad influences on the other kids kind of thing. And it was like, that's not true at all. I love Hello Kitty and My Little Pony. What are you talking about? So I was very sensitive, and my mom was like, well, you should do theater so that you don't end up in a gang. And it turns out it worked out really well. And that I am a weird ham. But I didn't have a ton of really positive Mexican role models. So a lot of my role models were British people because that made me feel assimilated, and I wanted to go to college for theater, which on a gardener's salary, my dad was like, rethink the idea, my love. So I didn't, and I was lucky and just kind of diluted enough to be like, I live in LA, you're not going to make me pay rent for a while, right, Mom? And she was like, just go to school somewhere and we'll call it even. So I took a bunch of classes and a lot of private tutoring here in LA after not getting into all of the top schools in New York, because that's what happens. Just kind of found my people in voiceover, and found people that thought my unusual talents for mimicry and mockery are useful for voiceover.
That's awesome.
That's why I'm here.
Thank you for sharing that. How about you, Samantha? Talk to us a little bit about how you got here and a little bit of your history.
Hi, so I was born in London. My family originated from Barbados. So my mum was an immigrant. She moved here at a very young age from Barbados to London, which was incredibly difficult and horrible for her at the time. My grandmother had come over before that, which was often the way with immigrants from the West Indies to the UK. They would come over and get a job, build a life, and then bring their family over bit by bit. I'm sure that's the same for many immigrants all over the world. We can trace our ancestors. Well, the generations that were in Barbados were primarily slaves in the slave trade, and were taken, I discovered through DNA testing, from West Africa. So we've been on a bit of a journey from West Africa to Barbados and then here to the UK. So my mum is Black, my dad's Greek, so I have a very unique look. But being brought up by my mum as a single parent, predominantly Black culture, Black food, Black music, my whole, I identify as Black, which doesn't necessarily match how I look outwardly, which has been difficult at times. especially amongst certain people when they don't realize what they're saying in front of me, when they assume that I'm something that I'm not. So I've heard some not very nice things be said in front of me. But yeah, I've been here. I moved from London to study acting, just up north of London, and yeah, basically that's it. That's me.
I love your accent. This is such a beautiful panel of people here. I mean, this is such great. I mean, you know, this is really great. I mean, and I'm so happy that you invited me to be a part of this. And, you know, it's just such a cool thing. Everybody bringing their own perspectives to this whole situation. This discussion is really super cool. It's a special thing.
It is. I'm super. I'm very nervous, but I'm super proud of what we've got going on here. I think it's really important. I think it's a watershed moment.
Yeah. On that, Corey, I would love to hear. I know so much about you already, but I want everybody else to know more about you. If you could share a little bit about your background, that would be great.
Well, I guess I could talk about things that people might not know about, which is, there was West Indian immigrants in my family as well. My great-grandparents were both West Indian immigrants on my grandmother's side of the family, my father's mother. My mother is biracial, so she had her mother was Caucasian and her father's Black. So, I come from a hugely diverse family. I mean, we're all just, my grandfather, whose name was December Williams, which is where the D in my name comes from, my father's name. My father's name is actually William December Williams, which, some people may or may not know. But so I always say that I'm the original D because on my birth certificate, it says Corey D. Williams, and I'm the only one in my family that actually has that name on their birth certificate.
Can I just interrupt you real quickly? On episode 9, I worked with your dad on episode 9, which was a huge honor. But a bunch of my friends were part of your dad's group of pilots, and they were known as the December pilots. And none of them were. And that's so nice. That was a tribute to your dad and to your grandfather. Well, I had no clue that research. But that's so nice to hear that story. It makes sense now.
I was like that close to being there with you guys. It just didn't work out. Timing wise and scheduling and all that just didn't work out. But I was really close to joining the family once again. But yeah, I mean, my father married a Japanese woman. So, his wife right now is Japanese. And so I was exposed to that culture. So I was exposed to a lot of cultures growing up. I'm originally from New York City, from Manhattan, from Harlem. So, I grew up in a predominantly Black neighborhood. But the thing was, my parents didn't have a lot of money. My dad was a hardworking actor trying to make it in the business, in the industry. So he wasn't famous when I was growing up. He was just a guy, and I remember going to the park and doing, when my dad would do plays in the park, and I would go with him. We would all ride in a VW van, and then they would do these plays, set up a stage and do these plays, and then things would happen. And then he went from that to Broadway, and then other things happened later in his career, like Brian's song. I was, probably 12 or so years old when he started to his career started to pick up. So I was exposed to a lot of different things, a lot of different levels in my life. I consider an advantage to me because I know what everything is like pretty much. But my parents sent me to a private school because the schools in my neighborhood, you learn how to run or you learn how to fight, they sent me to Greenwich Village, actually, to a really cool school called Downtown Community School. It was very diverse culturally. All kinds of kids went there. So it was a wonderful experience growing up. I hardly ever saw myself as being that different. I just thought that, I never looked at anybody any differently. So it was like I didn't start experiencing that kind of stuff until later. And I got much older, but when we were kids, everybody was just cool. We were just, barely noticed the difference between each other. We just, everybody, like I said, my family is so culturally diverse that, everybody was always accepted, included. My grandmother's brother was gay, and he was a fantastic vocal coach and pianist, and my grandmother sang opera, so she exposed me to that kind of music. And then, I would sneak into James Brown records, and she would, find a way to sort of like put them somewhere where they would get melted, and then I'd buy another copy, I wanted to be Jimi Hendrix at one point. So she bought me a guitar out of a catalog, and then I learned to play guitar, but I got discouraged really quickly when I found that I couldn't be Jimi Hendrix overnight. Right? I thought, I'll get a guitar, I'll pick it up, and I'll be Jimi Hendrix. No, it doesn't work that way. You might look like him, but you're not him. So it was fortunate in a lot of ways. My father opened doors for a lot of people that followed him. I don't know that he always gets the credit for how many doors he really actually opened, but I think part of who he is he never saw himself as, and he will tell you, he never saw himself as being a Black actor. He just saw himself as being an actor. And so a lot of the roles that he portrayed could have been portrayed by anyone, but the characters happen to be Black.
That's a great jumping off point. Thank you. Thank you for all the intros. I want to take us to the heart of this conversation, which is that we are now at that stage where Star Wars has opened up and created opportunities for more diversity in all types of it. And we see it now in the characters and in the relationships that they have and the mental states that they carry. Talk a little bit to the audience and myself about like what that means, like all this representation that we're starting to see in Star Wars. Again, thanks to like Billy D being one of the first of diversity in the series, and then what has that meant to you and the role that you portray, and that not to put pressure, but that burden you carry as now the people that carry that torch for the next generation.
Well, my father would he often said, Lando Calrissian is like an Armenian name, he could have been anyone. But, I'm sure it was, they knew what they were doing putting him in the films. I mean, he definitely had a solid audience, and definitely an African-American following, a Black following that he could bring to the genre that may have been missing previously. I mean, I always loved I loved the first Star Wars movie. I was a Star Wars geek from the start. So, and, everybody was an alien in that film. So nobody, there was almost nobody to really like identify with or not identify with. I mean, it was just somewhere else, another universe far, far away from another galaxy, So yeah, I mean, it was, and I was really excited when he told me that he was going to be in it. I didn't believe him really at first. I was like, what? They're doing what? They're putting you in something, like, how are they going to fit you? Because he had been doing these romantic roles and different things like that. I'm like going, how is that going to work in a Star Wars movie? And, the character of Lando Calrissian is there's so much of him in that character. Like, it's hard for me to watch it and separate him from the character sometimes. It's sort of an exaggerated version of who he really is, So, and I think they actually wrote it that way. I mean, it wasn't like they had this character and they wanted to cast somebody and they picked him. They wrote him into that movie, basically.
I mean, that's kind of like the beauty of those scripts, though, right? That you don't. I love Star Wars too, because like you don't. Everybody's an alien. Like, what do you mean I can't play Han Solo? You don't know what his alien life form you don't know what that's about. Like I'm the alien Han Solo. And that was how I kind of grew up with Star Wars, is like this non-specific world where you get to decide, because like in my family, there were like I still have 9 million cousins. And everybody wanted to play our Star Wars pretend game at grandma's house. Like, that's what we did. We all showed up, we ate frijoles, and we then went outside and played Star Wars. Like, that's who we are. And as well as with like friends and neighborhood kids. But yeah, like there was only Leia, but like if you've got 10 kids, 6 of them are girls, that's not how it's going to work here, guys. So it was a free for all, and like it's beautiful that like to hear that the scripts let your father be who he is as Lando, and that Lando is him, and it's interchangeable, because it's like, yeah, because we could all do that, and that's kind of the beauty of Star Wars, is that like anybody can interject themselves and be themselves within this universe, and because it's a galaxy far, far away. So like, why not bring your own culture to it? Why not bring your own swagger to it? Why not? It gives me a space to be myself. And there's a lot of like, just to my character Torredoza, you mentioned, Dino, like she's bubbly, and I'm like super awkward and bubbly. But it's like the realization that like a fighter pilot can also be kind of chipper and weird, and that the personality is not indicative of whether or not a job will be done well or not. And to not underestimate any personality or any type of person, because you have this created idea of like who would be this character, and it's like, well, you're thinking about yourself.
my friends in the 501st always trying to get me to dress up like Lando Calrissian, and I tell them, look, that's too obvious, so we had this discussion and said, who I want to be Han Solo,
Do it, yeah. It's a girl who beat out a lot of her boy cousins and a lot of her boyfriends to be girl Han. I will say, it is worth playing.
Paul, as Corey mentioned, sorry, Samantha, please go ahead.
I was just going to say, going on back on exactly that point about you being Han Solo, Manna. For me, obviously, this is a kind of a different issue, because I'm, under a helmet. So a lot of what I kind of feel like I represent are behind the scenes sort of representation. So, the first female stormtrooper, and being a woman of color as well. So there's the gender diversity as well. So when the first show that I did, Convention, a dad, he brought his daughter to meet me. And she was very young. She was about 5 or 6. And she was playing Star Wars with her older brother and his friends. And they were giving out characters. And her brother said, I'm Han Solo. And his friend said, I'm Luke Skywalker. And then this little girl said, I'm a stormtrooper. And her brother's friend said, you can't be a stormtrooper, you're a girl. And she said, yes, I can, because Samantha Alley's a stormtrooper and she's a girl.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I cried a lot. And it gives me goosebumps just telling that story. She didn't just know my name off, by the way, that's weird. She actually watched the Blu-ray DVD with her dad for The Force Awakens, where they interviewed me and my name, and he explained the whole situation to her, and she remembered me. And I don't know if there's a better illustration of why representation is so important than that. This little girl was told by her brother and his friend, through no fault of their own. They watched Star Wars and they hear the stormtroopers' voices at that time, and they heard men's voices, and they assumed they were all men. And what you do with representation is you lift the lid off of that, the limitation. You take the lid off, you take the ceiling away, and you say, yes, you can do that. You could be a stormtrooper. If you're a girl, you can be anything you want to be. And Dino, I've met Dino and his beautiful daughter, and I've had conversations with little girls, and they've said, I want to be this, I want to be, and it's about taking away those ceilings and saying, yes, you may be of color and you may be a girl, but it doesn't matter. And I think this is testament to my mum, but I've never ever felt like there's anything I couldn't do. And I know at times that's like, really? But I just feel that in me, and I think, yeah, I know, right?
No, my father used to tell me my father used to tell me, he said, Corey, there's no such thing as you can't. And I thought he was full of crap, I was like, what are you talking about?
But I genuinely believe if you want to do something, there's obviously there's like monetary and other things that can stop you. But most of the time, if you really dream something, you can achieve it. I never dreamt I would be sitting where I'm sitting now, but I am. And I just think it is so important. I think going back to human basic psychology, we look for people like ourselves in every situation. You go to a party, you look for people like you without even realizing you want to see people like you. You want to feel like you belong, and that's why it's so important to have people that are like us on screen, and in the 501st, in the cosplay community everywhere. Just so that you feel like you can identify with people that you're around. And it's so important to do that.
On that, I want to turn the spotlight on Paul real quick. And maybe you can share a little bit of the work you did on Kim's Convenience, and also like how you transitioned to The Mandalorian. And in my mind, like seeing both shows and loving both shows, seeing how people of color, Asian people can have like these like shows devoted to their culture and this honest look at humor with that sort of like background. And it's like we're no longer just the character on the side, but rather it is the focus. And then seeing on The Mandalorian, me feeling like, oh, I can show this to my daughter and show her that, no, there are Asians in the rebellion. And this is the world that, even though the culture might not be the same, we are seen in these shows. And I want to just get your take on that journey you took.
Yeah, I mean, I honestly, when I started off my journey as an actor, I found a lot of doors that were closed to me simply because of the way I looked. And the narrative wasn't framed for an Asian character, even if I spoke unaccented English. On a character breakdown sheets, I wasn't allowed to audition for certain parts just because, in Canada, it was, the breakdown, if it says open to all ethnicities, they're looking for non-white. But if it doesn't have that describer beside it, it's basically the default is a white, a Caucasian actor on it. That's the way it was before. And so a lot of doors were closed to me because they didn't consider me relatable for audiences. And that's why they wouldn't cast that way. And so that became a little bit frustrating, but I knew, in my mind, like all my friends they were going off, auditioning for like guest spots or lead roles or supporting stuff. And because there was nothing written specifically for Asian characters, there wasn't a lot for me to audition for. Lots of doctors, lots of lawyers, lots of engineers. So my parents would have been very happy. And so with Kim's getting made, I mean, it started off as a play, first of all. And this play struck a chord because of the fact that it was just so relatable, even though it was specifically about a Korean family. And that translated onto the television screens. And basically, it really opened up a lot of doors because this was the first of its kind, this kind of show in Canada, where it was a situational comedy with an all Asian lead cast. And it was specifically about a Korean Canadian family that was running a convenience store or corner store in Toronto, in a bit of a rough neighborhood in Toronto. And what it did show is it showed the dynamics of family were similar. It doesn't matter where you came from, what culture you're from, and people related to that. And it was done in such a respectful manner, in an authentic manner. And it was done without caricature. It was done without pandering. It wasn't this after school special where everything was, great. this was a real family with real problems, but who loved each other. And I think that resonated. And never in a million years did I ever think I was going to be a lead in a television series, let alone being number one on a call sheet. So for me, this was like a huge opportunity to sort of lead by example and to really enjoy and be grateful for this opportunity to do that. And I knew I wasn't going to let my own sort of laziness or anything get in the way, because I didn't know if I was ever going to get this opportunity again. So there was a drive to be, I mean, and this is always it for BIPOC artists. You always have to work 5 times harder than everybody else. You always have to, because you get such few chances or opportunities to succeed, and you have even less opportunities to fail is another big thing. Yeah. You always have to, like, you got to hit home runs all the time, and it sucks and it isn't fair, but that's the way it was. It's getting better now, but that's the way it was. And I was determined not to let any factor that I can control be a detriment to what was happening with the show. And so I worked my ass off for it. And luckily enough, you know, the show really exploded. I mean, it was great in Canada, #1 sort of rated comedy in Canada, but it wasn't until we hit Netflix international, US Netflix, that it really started to explode and really sort of become as popular as it is. And that's what led to The Mandalorian, because it turns out that Deborah Chow is an old friend of mine from way back in the day. We were both working at this little theater company that was going bankrupt in Toronto. That's how we met. And I didn't see her for like 25 years till she jumped in front of me at an event in LA and said, "Hey, do you remember me?" I was like, "Yes." And I found out she was working on The Mandalorian. And then she told me, she drops another bombshell saying that Dave Filoni knows Kim's Convenience and is a fan of the show and wants to write something for you, right?
Wow.
Like, come on.
That's awesome.
My leg, right? So, and that was a thing. That was that sort of it's like this sequence of events had to start 25 years before.
Yeah.
For everything to sort of get to that point where Deb goes, "Oh, I know him," and get to talk to Dave and introduce us and get the ball rolling on all that. And it's just like, if Dave as well and Jon Favreau and the Star Wars universe, you know, weren't more, I mean, if they weren't open to diversity and representation, they never would have reached out either. But they saw that it was important. They saw the good it could do. And for me, that's all the best parts of Star Wars, really, is reaching out to the fans. It's a celebration of every, like, you look at the diversity of the fan base alone, right? It just makes sense too, to be inclusive on the screens. And so that was, for me, I felt like Cinderella, you know, at the ball, because I already got this one thing, and then I get to do and live out a lifelong dream to be in Star Wars. I got to tell you, as an Asian performer, I mean, there weren't very many up until Rogue One, and then you saw Chiwetel and Baze Malbus and stuff. There weren't that many prime examples, and so you and me being in Canada, you kind of go, well, I'd love to be in Star Wars, but I don't know what my opportunities will be like. And then to have that happen is, I mean, I'm grateful every day. Like, I still can't believe it, right?
I was so excited when they put Donnie Yen in there. He was like one of my favorite martial artists, man. I was like, oh wow. It's like he's like to me, he's like the modern day version of Bruce Lee. I mean, he's just such a tremendous martial artist, but a fabulous actor too. And I was like, that is so cool that they're putting him in there.
Yeah. And you know, in that film specifically, Corey, that Diego Luna and him, they both were able to keep their accents. Which is amazing.
Right.
Which is like beautiful to me, because that bigger galaxy is diverse, right? No one, not everyone can sound American with a Californian English, right?
When the first time I saw when I saw Enter the Dragon, which was the first Bruce Lee movie that you actually heard Bruce Lee's voice. You know, up until that point, there was some Caucasian guy with a deep, you know, it didn't match, you know.
Mirna, I want to take a question to you real quick. Like, as someone who's done a bunch of voice work, you've done stuff like that was more, you know, what's the animation show again? I'm forgetting the name, but my daughter used to love it.
Elena of Avalor.
Elena of Avalor, which was more
First
like
Latin
Latin American in its texture, and then you go to Resistance, which is like you are indeed someone from space. Like, how do you determine what voice do you bring to the character, given that there's some that are more ethnically appropriate? I guess what I'm asking is, when is it representation, and when is it space appropriation? Like, how do you dance that line, right?
Right. Yeah, I have very serious conversations with like friends and family about this because it is a really important aspect that I don't think voice actors or actors were really thinking about for a long time. Case in point, Bruce Lee was dubbed by an American to sound like me, I guess. But like, I have this is my natural voice's affectation because I grew up in the California school systems, and I was told that, like, at a very young age, I was incredibly bilingual, and I was told by school officials to not speak Spanish at home anymore because it was interrupting the way I was learning English, which was untrue. It just made me sound different. And I think that, like, the most important part of walking into my Resistance audition was when I asked, and this remains kind of like a mean thing that I do now. I'm not that nice. But I asked Justin Ringe, who was executive producing Resistance from the get-go, I asked him, like, okay, so you were looking specifically for Latinx, Latina voices. Do you want her to have a specific voice, or do you want me to just talk like this? And he said, yeah, let's do like a little Latina accent, see what that sounds like. And I waited, and he was like, whenever you're ready. And I kept waiting, and I was like, okay, but I can't start until you tell me what kind of Latina, because it's not just Mexican American, it's not Mexican from DC, it's not, like, there's also Guatemalan, there's Cuban, there's Dominican, who do you want? And then, like, we need to then discuss if that's appropriate for me to do, because I could, like, there are blurry lines as to, like, what voice, what affectation, what dialect can you really represent without offending someone? And we have really deep conversations about that in the booth, as well as just as an actor, because I do understand that there were plenty of white guys that lost jobs because they couldn't voice teenage Mexican girls anymore, I guess. But what truth are you bringing to that story? And
wow.
And to me, like, yes, I can speak about impoverished kids who grew up, in Tijuana, or I can speak for or with the affectation and the confidence of knowing what it feels like to live in an inner city, and where my voice changes from that. And based off of what city are we talking? Gotham, or are we talking New York? Like, one I get to play with, the other one has this historical background around it already. So I don't think a lot of people were really thinking about all of the different ways a regional and a local culture affects the way we speak. Whereas I was lucky and had been thinking about this for so long while trying to deal with the same pressures in Hollywood of, like, there are so few opportunities to fail, and I failed at all of them. Until I didn't. Because I asked Justin Ringe, which was a risk. He could have been like, get out, which a lot of directors and a lot of producers did say, oh, I don't think you're taking this seriously enough, get out. And I was like, no, I'm actually taking it more seriously than you. It's just, you weren't thinking about the world the way I see it. And that's really the point, is that none of us when we create stories, we're thinking about the way that we saw this specific experience. But when you open it up for a collaborative medium like film, like television, like animation, like plays, like YouTube, you're going to then get people with different perspectives. And isn't that the point? Isn't that the point of why we do this? And
I just want to say that I think a lot of the ignorance comes from the fact that we don't really know people, you know, like we have to become friends with other kinds of people to really understand what their culture is about and really get a grip on what it's really like. You know, in high school, my girlfriend was Mexican, but I could not drop her off at her house because her parents did not like the idea that she would be going out with a Black man. So I would have to drop her off at the corner and she would walk home. And when I picked her up, I would have to pick her up at some other location other than the house she lived at. So, you know, there was all this sort of tension going on. But people, and it really just stemmed from the fact that they didn't even have any Black friends. They didn't even know what Black people were about or anything. I mean, you know, it's just, I think a lot of people just need to branch out, get to know some people, learn something about other people.
Yeah, which is, I think, the power of cinema and TV, right? In places where branching out and finding friends of different diversity is harder, I at least know that I can turn on Disney Plus and catch an episode of Star Wars and see all of you and show that to my daughter. And wherever it's hard to get that, and there are other places where diversity is harder to get to, that sort of like bridges the gap a little bit. It won't get you there, but it will start you there. The next question I want to ask, and I'll start with Samantha on this one maybe, is what would be a dream project for you? And it doesn't necessarily have to be Star Wars, but what's missing in the world that you think Samantha and all of you can bring? Like, what's a dream project?
Gosh, that's a big question. I think there's first of all, I would love to take the Stormtrooper helmet off.
Yes.
I got close in 9, the helmet came off. I did film a scene. I auditioned for JJ and I did record a scene and I had lines, so I didn't speak. Unfortunately, the storyline was changed, so that got cut. But we're getting closer. So I would like to, you know, have a fully fledged acting role. I am a trained actress and that's what I want to do, and I'm a good actress. But in terms of telling stories, I think there's so much going on in my mind. I've just been watching the BAFTAs here in the UK. We have a show, Britain's Got Talent. I think you have American's Got Talent. And just after the George Floyd incident, one of the presenters who actually won the show a few years back, him and his dance troupe did a dance piece based on Black Lives Matter. And the Ofcom, the TV regulators, got a record number of complaints from people who said that it was inappropriate for them to do that, which was awful. They got death threats and stuff. They just won a BAFTA tonight for doing that dance.
Yes.
Literally right before I came onto this panel, I was in tears and I was like, don't cry, you're going on live. It's changing the narrative, and yeah, the number of complaints was a record number of complaints, but they have just won a BAFTA for that. Yes. And it's about showing people that what they think is wrong and that there is more good than bad, and it's just slowly chipping away. And I think there was also awards for Small Axe, which told the story of the racial tensions in Britain, the Steve McQueen project. And so I think all of these stories just need to be told. I got involved with the 501st for Black History Month in the US, and I got a lot of trolls comments about that. And I stand by what I do and what I say. It's about education. And I think the only way, just like Corey says, about talking to people and meeting people. Corey, when I was young, one of my first boyfriends, he broke up with me and I asked him why, and he said it's because you're not white and my parents don't like it. And we're not talking about 1950s here. This is not that long ago. And so it is about breaking down all of this prejudice and stigma and education and stories. And so in answer to your question, I would love very much to just to have anything that speaks of these issues, to really get my teeth into a part like that, especially someone like me who, as I said, racially ambiguous, maybe people would think. And my upbringing and what it means to be not necessarily black. I had at school, there was the black girls who didn't want me, and then there was the white girls who didn't want me, and it was like, well, where do I fit in? It was hard. And so I would love to get my teeth into a project that speaks on this, that breaks down the narratives and that tells the stories that need to be told, so that we can continue the great work I think we all agree that Star Wars has done and is doing. I think we're all in agreement here that they have from the day one. Princess Leia, huge feminist icon in 1977. Hello? So Star Wars always has done great work and is still continuing to do so. And we're all of us sitting here now are testament of that. And so I would like to carry on outside of Star Wars and tell those sorts of stories that need to be told.
Thank you. Where anybody else wanna? That's a mic drop right there.
Not at all.
Oh my God.
Good night.
Yeah. I know what she's doing.
We're coming up to.
I have to just say, Myrna, your stories about what you said to the producer about, and I know it seems like you're being clever and making a point or whatever, but if it isn't for people like you, nothing will change. And so I just applaud your bravery and tenacity to keep doing that, even when they told you to get out. So well done, and thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. I knew this panel would go very quickly because of all the amazing things you guys are going to say. And sure enough,
need another hour.
Yes, we are at like the end of the hour, and I feel like we're just getting started, and which is a true testament to what it is.
I'm gonna have to call all you guys after this now.
Wait, can we do dinner? We can do dinner, right?
Please, I would love that. This means so much to me that you guys were part of this. Again, I'm the Legion Diversity Officer, and this is the kind of conversations I want us to grow into. I think that we didn't need to get into it, but I'm always trying to find ways for the 501st to recognize more inclusion. And, this is something, as any other organization is, we're growing into. And having all of you, our heroes, speak to this right now means so much to me and to everybody else. I want to use the last few minutes for you guys to just share any projects that you're working on right now that I could help broadcast through this feed.
I'm actually really quite proud of Madagascar, A Little Wild on it's on Amazon Prime, right? Is that what it's on? I've been doing some work with them at DreamWorks, and I'm actually not sure if I'm allowed to say what characters I'm playing there, but it's a really great children's show. If you want to learn American Sign Language, you want to learn Spanish, or just a little bit about the Bronx Zoo, that's like a super heartwarming way to do it.
Definitely check it out.
I'll go. Sorry. Kim's Convenience just dropped on US Netflix June 2nd and Netflix International. It is our final season, unfortunately, but there's still a lot of joy in it. I think it was one of our strongest seasons. We had 5 fantastic years in the sun, so I will never, ever complain about that. And all the doors it opened and the opportunities it gave me, like being on a Star Wars show. So I will always, always love Kim's Convenience and treasure my time on there forever. That being said as well, I've got a YouTube channel. Check it out, Bitter Asian Dude Inc. It's a geeky show where I do unboxings, I do Star Wars reviews and toy reviews and comparisons and whatnot. Check it out. It's there to just celebrate nerd and geek culture. So
definitely check it out. Corey and Sam. Oh.
I have a bunch of exciting stuff that I can't tell you about. Sorry.
Awesome.
But I'm not allowed to say anything.
It's gonna be huge.
Yeah, it may or may not be in a galaxy far, far away, but either way, there's a bunch of stuff. I can't talk about any of it. But yeah, if you guys follow me on social media, I will announce as and when I can, and hopefully getting out to conventions soon so I can meet everyone, and getting over to the States as well. So hopefully meet you guys.
Mine is a music project, which most people don't know. I've been a musician all my life, as well as a fitness trainer. But I never really tried to get into acting. I was always a musician. Music was, around me all my life. So it's called the 3D Nucleus Project, which is, I want to show you this logo, which is really kind of cool. It's a cartoon caricature of me wearing Lando's skiff guard outfit. And the headphones are made out of the helmet that Lando wore. And I actually doubled my father in that scene. So it's called the 3D Nucleus Project. You go to 3D like my name, nucleus.com. And there's links to all of we're on Instagram, YouTube, everything. We just put out an EP. We just released an EP, which is on iTunes and also on Spotify. And it's modern funk. That's what we do. So we're bringing funk into the future. Funk is a genre that's sort of been floating around, and it was lost for a while, and now it's back, and we're just trying to do something new and exciting with that genre of music.
Awesome. We'll definitely check it out. I have no way of posting links right now, but what I'll promise to do is when we repost this same interview on YouTube, once it's chopped into a certain segment, I'll make sure all your links are there, and I'll help broadcast those. Thank you again, everyone. And then to the audience out there, if you enjoyed this conversation at all, or any of the conversations you saw through these last 3 days, please donate to FIRST. It means a lot to us. None of these people in front or behind the camera are paid. This is all volunteer work for the love of charity for STEM. So please donate to FIRST. And thank you very much on that.
Thank you, Dina.
Take care.
Thank you. It was nice meeting you all. Stay.
Hi there, and welcome back to 1138. This is Jason Maston of Star Garrison, and if you are just now joining us, we're celebrating 50 years of Lucasfilm, as well as raising donations for FIRST, a wonderful international organization that inspires young people to be science and technology leaders. Now, if you were watching earlier today, super talented voice actor D. Bradley Baker issued a challenge for 100 donations of $66 each. If we can meet that goal, D will personally match donations of $6,600. Now, we've already hit over 20% of that goal, and I am confident that our viewers will rise to the challenge. Now, to donate, click on the available link, or you can scan the nifty QR code on your screen and donate towards Challenge 66. Now, I am joined here today by my lovely co-host, Aaron Atwood of the Timberline Garrison, and our very special guest, Bobby Moynihan. Now, Bobby is an alumni of Saturday Night Live, having been a cast member for 8 seasons, and most recently lent his voice talents to the Star Wars universe in Star Wars Resistance, the final season of the Clone Wars, and recently on The Bad Batch. Now, before we get started, I feel Bobby deserves a proper announcement. So if I can. Live from Studio 1138, this is Sunday Afternoon with Bobby Moynihan.
That was pretty great.
All right. Bobby, how are you? Thank you for joining us today.
My heart stopped because when I hear that, I feel like I have to go on live TV.
Yep.
Well,
we are live.
Gives me PTSD. I'm well. How are you guys? Thank you for having me.
Well, thank you so much for joining us today. We're so excited to speak with you tonight and hear a little bit about your Star Wars story and your journey, and talk a little bit about Matt the Radar Technician.
Oh, Matt, the radar technician, my favorite. I have some treats to show you about Matt. Yeah.
Oh, yes. We're going to ask the important questions today. And of course, like I said, we're celebrating 50 years of Lucasfilm. And of course, a big part of that is Star Wars. It's kind of the reason why a lot of us here in the 501st Legion are here today. And if I can share just a bit of a memory of my first experience with Star Wars. So I'm just a couple years younger than yourself. So the very first time I saw Return of the Jedi was in 1983 in the theater, but I was only 4 years old. So it's a very fuzzy memory, but I can remember the scene between Luke and Leia, when he's trying to explain that they're brother and sister, and like, oh shoot, am I allowed to say that? I mean, it's been nearly 40 years. It's not a spoiler anymore.
Spoilers.
Wait, what?
So it wasn't until a few years later that I caught the movies on reruns. It was on cable. I want to say HBO. And so that's when I really became Star Wars obsessive myself. So when did you first get acclimated to the movies? What was your first experience? Was it in a theater? Was it a rerun like myself? Or were you one of the lucky ones that actually had a VCR back in the 80s?
I remember I have like a lot, like it's bizarre. All of my early memories that I can remember involve Star Wars in some way, meaning like I think like when I truly try and like when I go like, oh, and I have that, like when someone says, what's your first Star Wars thought? I'll literally write it down, and they keep getting older. And this one is the oldest one I can think of is truly finding the Kenner R2-D2 at Woolworths. Like, do you remember the store Woolworths? I don't know if they still have them.
Woolworths.
But I remember, I remember seeing it and like that. Like I remember like that kind of being the like that kind of moment. But I also I remember as far as the movies and watching stuff, I definitely remember watching the Ewok adventures, like the little blonde girl.
Love those.
Who I am still convinced is young Captain Phasma.
I will support that theory.
I think it should be canon. I think we should work towards it, guys.
Disney Plus now.
Yeah, I remember watching Hardware Wars, that like parody of Star Wars at the library, and just being like, "Well, this is the funniest thing ever made." Yeah. Like, and just thinking that at the time. And I think one of my first movies. I think my first movie in the theater might have been Return of the Jedi. Awesome. I think it was Annie, but I remember I ran down the aisle in the middle of it and I knocked a tooth out and we had to leave. So it's technically not my first movie.
Now, we all have our favorite movies, and for me and in our generation, it's always been Empire Strikes Back. But for me, it's not just my favorite Star Wars movie, it's just my favorite movie, period. I mean, it had everything that a great movie should have. It has comedy, drama, action, romance, suspense.
John Katzenberger.
So I can kick it over to Erin so she could share what her favorite movie is, and then we can come
Oh gosh, that's the easiest question ever. Favorite Star Wars movie is whichever one I'm watching at that particular moment. How can you have just one?
That's a pretty
a political answer.
It's a pretty easy get out of the answer.
Yeah. I have been watching a lot of Solo lately. Solo.
Oh yeah. Story. Oh, the greatest! I love Solo. I like Star Wars. I like the first. I like New Hope. Like, I mean, Empire's absolutely fantastic, obviously, But like if I sit down and watch, I don't know why, like I always start at the beginning of New Hope from the beginning. But like maybe that's just me.
And A New Hope is definitely hands down. I mean, it broke the mold. I mean, you have that opening shot, and then I mean, ILM's basically birthed from it.
Yeah, it's weird too now, like with the way we consume entertainment too, especially now that I have a 4-year-old. Like I very rarely sit down and go like, oh yes, time to completely enjoy a 2.5-hour film. Like that doesn't happen anymore. So like Mandalorian is like that. Like I mean, like possibly like more Star Wars than Star Wars itself, if that makes sense. Like, you know, like I hate to say this is crazy because I'm in it, but like, do you know DuckTales, the new DuckTales reboot?
Yes.
Yep.
Like, I love the original DuckTales. I think it's absolutely fantastic, and I got extremely lucky enough to put. I was Louie in the new one, and I'm extremely lucky to be a part of it. But like, the new DuckTales is like more DuckTales-y than the original DuckTales.
Like they turned it up to 11.
It's like they took DuckTales and just went like, oh, you like DuckTales? Well, here's a little bit more. And like that's what Mandalorian is to me. It's like, oh, you like Star Wars? Well, like here it is, but with five more Star Wars. And you just go like, oh, this is different and amazing and wonderful. And like I love seeing where it's going. I can't wait to see all the New Republic stuff and where it's all headed.
So you mentioned you have a little 4-year-old, she's a daughter, correct?
Yes.
How have you started introducing her to Star Wars?
I mean, it would be impossible not to if she lived in this home. She has a Darth Vader costume. She has a princess. She knows all about all of them. She has many Jabba the Hutt plushes.
You're raising her in the Force. That's good to hear.
Yeah, she's definitely aware. I am trying to keep it unspoiled for her about Darth Vader, but it is impossible with Toy Story. I also love the idea that like my daughter will someday be like, oh, Darth Vader is Luke's father. Oh my God, they stole that from Toy Story. Like I'm waiting for that. Because Zurg is Buzz Lightyear's dad. They do the same thing.
You can always do the hatchet viewing order, where you start with The New Hope, Empire, and then the reveal, and then go back to 1, 2, and 3. It's like
1, 2, 3.
I think I would definitely show her Star Wars: A New Hope first. If we were sitting down, that's where I would start. Maybe. Actually, no. I would start with the last 10 minutes of Rogue One into. I would ruin the last 10 minutes of Rogue One for her because no matter when you see it, it's fantastic. But that's a pretty good start. Is like Darth Vader going nuts. That's like how you should enter Star Wars. Is that scene at the end of Rogue One? Start there.
I mentioned my favorite overall Star Wars movie, but Rogue One is definitely my favorite of the new films. I mean, it just captured that classic swashbuckling and to me, the end of Jedi, the space battle there was just, I mean, it was absolutely amazing. But then Rogue One, just like you said, turned up to 11.
Yeah,
it just like really amped it up.
I wish that they would make a couple of Mandalorians and then just shut down for a little while for like 5 years and just give many creative people just time to make whatever they want, and then we just have a rush of Star Wars stuff for a very long time.
Well, speaking of creative people making Star Wars stuff, can we maybe transition over to talking a little bit about your time on Saturday Night Live and the creative element that you brought to making these fantastic Star Wars skits that are becoming quite iconic in a lot of different ways. I mean, Matt the Radar Technician has kind of taken on this life of its own.
And instant classic. That term is thrown around so much, but Undercover Boss Star Code Base, I mean, it literally is like, as soon as it hit, it like blew up the internet.
Yeah.
That was fun. That's maybe one of my favorite memories from that job too. Like, I also think in the SNL world, it was fascinating, minus the Star Wars of it, just the SNL world. It was kind of fascinating because it was Adam Driver was like the greatest. He 100% got it. He it is so beloved because of him, because of his performance in it. I fell in love with him that moment. He was the great, like he was absolutely wonderful. But like me, Mikey Day, and Taron Killam kind of had a run of these Star Wars ones, and when we got to that one, there was this weird like crossover, like which we didn't realize. I think it was Lauren. I think it was Lauren who was like, I guess we weren't expecting Undercover Boss to have so many fans. Like, you know, and it's just like, like you're like, oh yeah, like you forget like millions of people understand the concept of Undercover Boss, and like it really was just accessible to non-Star Wars fans also, I think, and it was really funny, and he was wonderful, and it's one of my favorite things I ever got to do, and to sit here now, years later, talking about like doing a Star Wars panel because I'm in Star Wars now. Like that's insane. I wasn't when we did that. And like, and to have Matt like in Star Wars, like, you know, like have him appear. There's a lot of like weird little things that have happened. He was there was like a comic book where they mentioned something about getting a radar technician, and then in a couple of the games, like it appeared like his costume, and then in Star Wars Resistance, they did like an amazing shout out to him, and me and Taron are the voices of the stormtroopers in that one, and like it's just gotten so crazy. One of my biggest memories from it is going to Comic-Con and turning a corner, and there was just like 25 people dressed as Matt, like 25 people, and they were all giving a thumbs up and taking a picture together. And I just went like, what am I looking at? And like, I was in the sketch. Like I was kind of like, guys, it's me. Like I was a little bit like, hey, I'm in it. I was like, can I get a picture? And not a single one of them knew who I was. They were like, sure, no sweat.
Oh no.
And they all just gave a thumbs up, and I just walked away, and I was like, well, that was the greatest.
Tim, you were a stormtrooper in the First Legion in that sketch.
Yeah, I remember putting that shout out. I remember thinking like, no one, you know, I did a lot of Easter eggy type things when I wrote stuff for SNL that I tried to get on, and that was one of them that just kind of like sailed through. Because the Star Wars stuff, I'm sure they were like, I don't get it, whatever. And like, so that one just sailed right through. I had no problem with that. It never changed. Yeah, I was like, oh, we have to make him 500 first. I wonder if they'll ever see it.
We saw it.
This.
Oh, it says 501st Legion.
Oh, he's so happy. It makes me so happy because that's why I did it. Like that's the fun part is like the minutia too of Star Wars is my favorite.
Now I do have a question on the production of that. So you have worn the shiny armor of an Imperial stormtrooper. Actually, it was a hybrid. It was like a First Order Imperial stormtrooper. Like First Order.
It was the rubies
Imperial.
Then
I think that was all the costumes rubies had that week. It was like that.
But you should know now how uncomfortable those costumes are. And
try going through a soda machine at 4 o'clock in the morning in one.
Oh my God! It's like when I saw that, I was like, ooh.
Gosh, I have. They put like the behind the scenes video. Yeah, it was terrifying. Like
they yanked you with that rope. Yeah.
I think I've told this story before, but like Adam was wonderful and we had to shoot him out. So we shot him very late, and like they were like, it was like 3:30 in the morning on Saturday, and they were like, we got to get him out of here. And he was like, no, I'm gonna finish. Like he was wonderful. And so at like 5 o'clock in the morning or something like that, like we have a show in a couple hours and we haven't slept and we're still shooting this thing. And they were like, just yank him. And I was like, hold on, just wait a minute. Like kind of said, just wait a second. Let's just double check. And there was no mat. The mat wasn't behind it. So if I had gone through it, I would have just gone right through the cardboard and hit the wall. Oh. And I was like, you see? It's like, slow down. Like, and then they put it back in and we did it and got that one shot and that was it. But
yeah.
Oh, it was
perfect. I think every 501st member watched that, seeing you as the stormtrooper get pulled back and just went, ooh, because we know. And
it wasn't awful. I don't remember it being painful. I just remember like, get it? We got it? They put the whole thing online somewhere.
It's all that great adrenaline. Well, we have a question from the audience. I don't have a name attached to it, but you're being asked if you could go back and play any Star Wars character in the entire series. Obviously, not one you've already played.
Wow.
Who would you like to play?
Oh, that's an amazing question. My first thought was Jabba instantly. But then I started thinking like, wait, if I have this chance, I'm not going to waste it. Like, what would I like Bib Fortuna would be a fun role to play. Like, that would be real fun. Like, oh God, how much time do I have to answer this question? Wow.
Well, we've got like 38 minutes, 40 minutes, something like that. So.
I'm gonna go with Jabba. Jabba was my first thought. If I am ever graced with the wonderfulness of being in live action Star Wars, I definitely want to be like an alien.
So you're thinking like the puppeteer, one of the puppeteers inside of a creature, or you actually want to be Jabba the Hutt?
I mean, anything. I'll be inside it. I'll do the voice. I'll dress in a little bikini. Well, now I have to find that. That got cut.
Oh gosh, the fan art is coming. Oh my goodness.
Oh, I will show you. Yeah, I'm a huge Jabba fan. I think that. I mean, like, I'm sure everyone says Han Solo, right? But
D. Bradley Baker actually sent the Tauntaun in his interview a couple hours ago. Someone asked a similar question, like the Tauntaun from Empire Strikes Back, that first shot, majestic Tauntaun on the ridge, love it.
That's a great answer. You want to know what? You know who I would probably get cast as, even right now? I would probably end up playing Wicket somehow. like I would probably play like an adorable, funny,
an adorable Ewok.
Yeah, some sort of comic relief. I was looking for these because I was looking for this because this got cut from SNL, but I guess I'm showing it here.
Oh gosh.
I played Leia.
Someone screenshot that for me and send it to me later.
I played Leia there. Yeah, that's going to be the rest of my life now. That was smart.
So there was a guy in Chicago that was dressed up as Snake.
Oh my gosh.
That's about
Lots of stuff that got cut.
I love it.
Yeah, I have so many, blessed with so many amazing Star Wars pictures from that SNL. Also, to go back quickly to the Matt stuff, that was the craziest thing in the world. Was like I'm a collector myself, but like now getting stuff like this.
Yeah, I wanted to ask you about custom Matt things that you have been gifted from fans. That is so awesome.
Yeah, I definitely don't seek it out at all.
No.
Not once. Yeah, these guys, the 3D Panda on Etsy made this, and I love it. I absolutely love it. It's my favorite. And another, I don't remember who made this, but somebody made this, and it made me extremely happy.
I think that may be my favorite right there.
I mean, it's just the likeness, the hair, everything about it. It's really fantastic.
If you know it doesn't have a six-pack underneath all of there,
right? I have the helmet he wore in. It's downstairs. He wore and signed it. He wrote to Tim, your friend Matt, on it. I have the Matt pin, like his pin that says Matt. We used in a different sketch. It was like a Marvel sketch, but we came out in the end. It was like Marvel, Star Wars, and I was Boba Fett, but I took the helmet off and I had long, luxurious hair. It was ridiculous. But there was a giant R2-D2, like a real R2-D2 that rolled, and I have that, and it's signed by JJ and Daisy and John Boyega and Adam when they were all there that week.
That's awesome.
And that was awesome. So you did Danny DeVito on that sketch.
Oh yeah, Danny DeVito.
You did that and George Lucas.
Oh yeah.
Oh, I love your George.
Thank you. That might be one of my favorite things I ever got on the show. Cut to Star Wars, my first Star Wars celebration ever. I was the happiest boy in the world. at the bar hotel, and I just see a boy comes up to me and says, my dad likes Diet Coke, not Coke Zero. And I realize instantly that it's Jet Lucas, and I'm just like, oh hi, oh no, but it was Jet Lucas, and he's wonderful. I talk to him all the time. I just sent him a Christmas gift. I sent him a little mat.
I think that's going to be up here soon, up here in Dallas, doing a little.
Yeah. Oh no way.
Yeah. So I definitely got to go and say hi. So
that's awesome.
So with all the stuff that you've been receiving, are you actually an avid collector yourself?
Say that one more time. Yes, very much so. Yeah.
Because you have the other classic sketch of the adult collectors. You see Aaron's room.
I was personally offended by that sketch. I felt
well, that's why I wrote it. It offended me too, and I wrote it. Also, that glass case with all the stuff in it, they just came to my house and got that because they were like.
I was going to ask you if that was actually your collection.
That was early on. That was very early on. Now it's gotten much worse. Now I have a room in my house that looks like the room behind you. I just can't get to it right now. Or else, trust me, I would have done it in that room. My garage, I have a full-size R2 and a full-size R5 in my garage right now.
Oh, awesome. That's great.
But
in your garage, because that's where you would park your droids.
Pretty much, I have a bunch of helmets in there too, but
that's awesome.
I wish I could show off. At the bottom of my staircase, I have all of the original Kenner figures, every single one of them.
That's what that right there. That's
amazing! I really love it. It's beautiful.
Aaron puts me to shame. I have my little office in here, so I actually have another case over there that you can't really see, but there's one member that eclipsed all of us. And we actually had him on the program earlier, Steve Sansweet.
Oh, sure.
Who runs Rancho Obi-Wan up in Petaluma. Now, have you ever had the chance to visit?
I was talking to him about going there before pandemic stuff, but I have not been able to get out there yet. I cannot wait.
Mind blowing.
I'm sure it looks like my second floor. Yeah, I can't wait.
Now, if you were to visit as your character from the sketch, how do you think you would react? I kind of imagine it'd be kind of like that scene from Scanners where the head just kind of explodes.
Yeah, I think it would be that. It would more just be I think I would end up being accidentally rude to Steve, where he would be like, "So do you?" And I would just and I would just want to be I'm looking. I think I would be like that, unfortunately.
Absorbing
it all. I would just be like, how much money can I give you to be alone in this room for the next 6 hours? I won't come out with anything, I swear. I just want to absorb it all.
So did you do any shopping at Celebration to add to your collection?
Yeah. I got a lot of those, Chrissy Zulo. She was an artist. She did the pins that year. It was 2019.
Oh, yes.
She's a fantastic artist. I really loved her pins. What else? Gosh, I don't remember from there. I just started going to Celebration that year, so I was still mind blown. I have my top Star Wars cards now, and I just go
oh, cool.
It's insane. Yeah, I've played now. Oh well, I don't know. Yeah, I gotta make sure. I played 6 or 7 Star Wars characters now, and it's crazy. It's absolutely insane.
Yeah, well, and speaking of roles, you started with Resistance. You voiced the character Orca, and then you actually were on the last season of the Clone Wars. Pintu Sonel, who kind of came in, was roughing up Ahsoka and the sisters, and then most recently you were on the Bad Batch.
Yeah, I was Orca on Resistance. I was a couple people on Resistance. I was this other goat guy, Yanni, and another. I was a stormtrooper on that one, which I'm weirdly proud of. That's my favorite one. Stormtrooper number 3, to be exact.
Stormtrooper number 3.
Yeah, reoccurring. I played Stormtrooper number 3 more than once, so I call Stormtrooper number 3 forever. Um, yeah. Then the next was, oh god, I gotta be careful. The next one was you just said it. Was Clone Wars. Yeah, that was amazing. That one I got bumped. There was like a fight scene where like I got like beat up by Ahsoka, and I was like, "This is awesome!" And it got cut a little bit, and my guy kind of just ran away, and I went like, but but that I love because I just found out recently, which blew my mind. They put out like a encyclopedia of Clone Wars characters, and I bought it just because I was gonna buy it, and I got it, and I was just looking at it, and then I was like, well, wait a minute, there's no way it's that current that it has my character in there, and I went, found it, and sure enough, it's Pintu Sanel, but the species of that character is Moyne, Moyn.
Oh, they named it after you. That's awesome.
And I went like, what? And that blew my mind. I just stood there for 5 minutes going, no way, that's the coolest. Because like that design was Ralph McQuarrie's, and like they didn't use it for a while, and like the whole backstory of it was fascinating.
And I love hearing stories like this because with the new productions, a lot of the actors being cast today grew up watching the movies and were fans themselves. So to be cast in a Star Wars Productions, like you said yourself, you cast several characters. I mean, how was that when you found out that you were cast as a Star Wars character?
It was a slow thing. It was like, I can honestly say it was the first and only time in my career that I ever sent an email to my agents and I said, hey, I'm a huge fan of this show, Star Wars Rebels, and this guy, Dave Filoni. He's got no clue who I am. I've only been on SNL, like I was on SNL for like a year, but like I think that way. I was just like, I just love this show. I was like, can you get me an audition? And they forwarded that to like the Lucasfilm people, and I got a letter back like from Dave Filoni saying like, hey man, like absolutely wonderful. Like if I see something that I think you'll be good for, I'll keep you posted. And a part came, and I was completely wrong for it. I was like, oh no, like I was like, this is not. I was hoping like I would immediately go like, oh, this is great, but I was wrong for it. It was more. It was Steven Stanton did it. The droid. I forget now. One of the droids in Rebels. He sounded like Alan Rickman, and I couldn't kind of do it. I shouldn't be a fancy boy like a British accent guy. But then he called me back for Resistance, and he was like, hey, I thought of you for this, and they brought me in. Like it was like a year and a half later, and also they didn't tell us it was Star Wars, and all the names were different, and all of the scenes that I got said Felix and Oscar instead of Orca and Flix, because it was just the Odd Couple.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
And they all said Felix and Oscar, and then when they named the characters, they named them Flix and Orca because of that. And when I got that, I cried. I cried insanely for a long time. I still can't believe it. But then it kept happening. With the video game, I'm in the Tales from Galaxy's Edge. I have my own cantina in that. I play Cecil Slack, the bartender, in that game. And like to throw on an Oculus and go hang out with an 8-foot tall version of yourself in your own cantina in the Star Wars thing, where you look out a window over Galaxy's Edge, like it doesn't make sense.
That's real. Yeah.
So we have another question from the audience. This is from Catherine Windsor, and this is a good follow-up. Since you've done so many characters and you've been in multiple different types of Star Wars stories, Catherine is wondering if you could write an episode or film for the Star Wars universe, what would the plot be?
Wow, that's a good one too. I mean, like, I wrote a sketch when they were doing all the like Rogue One and a Star Wars story, like that kind of stuff. We wrote a sketch where it never got on, where it was Porkins, a Star Wars story, and
I would watch that.
Yeah, me too. I tried to get that on. I would do I want to see the entire backstory of the Rancor Keeper. There's a lot of unanswered questions there. Gosh, but I mean, like, do you remember that Guillermo del Toro that he was saying he would make The Godfather, but with Jabba the Hutt, like the rise of his, like that's, I mean, like that's what I want to see. I love that world.
Oh wow, yeah, a Star Wars gangster film. That would be something to see.
Yeah,
that would be really cool.
Starring Jabba the Hutt with a little mustache and
a little plum bloom flower.
Make you an offer you
can't refuse. Yeah. So were there Star Wars skits that you, like, how many did you have to pitch to SNL before we finally got to see what we saw?
You know, that's funny. It's like, I never tried it because I didn't think it was like, it was not like, there was not a lot of big Star Wars fans at SNL, like, you know, like me and Taryn. And I think that helped when we got there. And Mikey was a big fan too. But I think it was like by accident. I think like the first one we got on was that one where Chris Pratt ended up like dressing as Princess Leia. And like, I think what really happened was like that sketch did really well on the internet, and Lauren enjoyed that. And a lot of people remembered the Star Wars part of it rather than the Marvel part of it. Yeah. And also, I never got feedback like that from the crew, who, like, from camera guys down to the set builders, like everybody, costume people hated us, but like everybody else was like, yo, we just got to build the Millennium Falcon cockpit and like sit in it and take pictures for the day, like write more Star Wars stuff. That was so fun. And it was like, it was a weird run there for a year where like it was my favorite time at SNL because I felt like I clicked in for a little minute. Like, oh, that's what I'm supposed to do here. I'm supposed to kind of be the nerd, like, you know, do like Games of Thrones sketches and Hobbit Office and things like that, where it was like, I tried to mix those worlds and kind of do that. And we got lucky. It was like Hobbit Office came out and a couple of those. So we got some goodwill to do stuff. And then I remember exactly the moment it stopped, which was we did that trailer for Force Awakens with James Franco, and the whole joke was they were very old. I was Leia, Taryn was a very old Harrison Ford, and James Franco was Luke, and that almost killed us because like it was a trap that you fall into at SNL where they're like, we got this, and then like there was a shot where he had a walker, and the walker was a lightsaber, so it was like that, like, and the guy, I don't know if I should say this on the internet, but who cares? The editor quit. He quit in the middle of like an hour before the show. He was like, I can't do it, like, because we were trying to do massive amounts of Star Wars special effects at Saturday Night Live in like 10 hours, and the guy quit, and it aired with like green screen, and like it was a mess, and like it was kind of, after that it was like maybe no more Star Wars for a little while.
You dial it back a little bit.
Yeah, we had because I think we got a little too cocky where it was like, no, this is really like, to make it look how the fans want it. Mm-hmm. Which is the level at SNL that they want. It was hard, you know. Mm-hmm. That Matt the Radar Technician sketch, that they built that room, that hallway, like in a day and a half, like not even, like in like 20 hours, they built that entire set. Like, it's bonkers.
That's nuts. Have you had any feedback from Lucasfilm on any of your sketches where they've written or made comments or like, hey, we really enjoyed this?
Not like that, but yes, yeah, they were aware. They were very nice with the first couple, and then the Matt the Radar Technician one, they gave us parts, like his costume, like he was wearing stuff that he wore in the movie.
I heard that it was his actual costume from the movie, which is cute. That's huge that they actually let that out.
It's I think to be honest, it might have been like the photo like the photo reel, like, the one that they send out for photo shoots.
Yes.
But it was amazing. It was fascinating to see up close and just go like, I have some pictures where it's just like he's standing there, and it's insane. The coolest moment from the Matt the Radar Technician sketch was, completely unironically, he did this. And it was not for anyone. He was just doing it because he was in character. Right before a shot, he was like, hold on. And he just went like over in a corner, and he just started hitting himself like he does in the movie.
Mm-hmm.
Like hitting himself in the stomach, and like Kylo Ren. And I was just like, oh my gosh. I was like, I hope that's how like he gets into character, because that was the coolest thing I've ever seen.
Oh, that's awesome.
Right?
Yeah. Did you get a chance with the costume? Did you have any time with Adam where you're like, can I just try on your helmet? Can I just try on the Kylo Ren helmet just to see if it fits?
That's so funny. No, I didn't, because that's so funny. No, I guess I should. No, I would be more like, you stay there, I'm gonna go get mine, and then I'll come back and we'll fight each other.
Oh, that's great. I probably would have tried to nick it from him and try it on.
Yeah, no, I think I was just too excited, and like he was just so kind and great, and he got it. Like he thought it was really funny, and that made me happy, and he played it really well.
That's awesome. It's probably a great feeling for you. I mean, as a lifelong Star Wars fan, you recognize how we sort of embrace these really off the wall characters. We have the ice cream maker man, we have pink shorts boom mic guy, we have Walalorian, where it's the tech from the Mandalorian. And now we have Matt the Radar Technician. You have your character that you created has become part of this subculture that we embrace in the fandom.
Isn't that awesome? Isn't it? Yeah, it's wonderful to be part of it in any way. Like doing this when I was talking about it, like seriously, like when I saw that species name, I just went like, whoa, like I was a kid and I love this stuff, and like it's so nice to have it give back as it always has, and to be able to give back in some capacity by doing these voices, even though it's really just a gift for me.
Now, going back to your voice acting roles, and you've done many years in sketch comedy. Is the approach to voice acting, even your scripted roles, is there a difference in how you approach those?
Yes, I mean, like it's changed now. I do so much voiceover, so much more voiceover now than regular acting, that when I go in to do regular acting, I have to be careful, because I'll go like, "Hey, how are you?" I'm way overdoing it, because I'm used to not caring and no one can see me because I'm in my closet recording things. But yeah, it's also like hearing somebody's name like D. Bradley Baker, where you just go like, oh no, like that guy's a voiceover artist. Like, I mean, like he's a genius. Like I was lucky enough to get on Saturday Night Live and be a fanboy and be let into that world. And like, it's luck. I'm an actor, so I can read lines, and that's wonderful. But like someone like that, there's no comparison. I wish I was half as talented as that guy.
Yeah, I can only imagine how tough that is. I mean, like I mentioned earlier, we had D. Bradley Baker on, who offered the Order 66 challenge, and he does basically every single clone on that series, and then the Bad Batch. It's like, how do you do that? How do you go from
and 25 million other voices? Steven Stanton too. There's a couple guys, like it's all so Vanessa Marshall, everyone, they're all so wonderful, and it's crazy to be a part of it, but it's a little, I feel a little bit doctored in.
We're just gonna drop you in right here.
I'm friends with Matt, the radar technician.
Now, this might be a bit of a rhetorical question here, but is there a chance that we could see you as a live action character on any future Star Wars properties?
I will give you an exclusive. I am playing. Yes, I'm playing Darth Vader from now on.
Yay! Heard it here first, folks.
I'm very happy.
There we are.
Weird choice.
Yeah.
But
I will do it nonetheless.
I mean, The Mandalorian has already set a precedent of casting comedic actors. You had Brian Posehn, even had Horatio Sands, who himself is on Saturday Night Live. So maybe one day we'll see you fighting beside Din Djarin.
He is. I've known Horatio for many years. He's a buddy of mine. He's absolutely wonderful. He's actually one of the main reasons why I got on the show.
Oh wow.
He was extremely wonderful and kind to me early on when I was a fan of his. And he took me on tour doing improv and stuff. But when I've known him for years, but when I saw him play that part, I was blown away. He is so good in that. It's so hard to do comedy in Star Wars because it's already so bizarre, and he just does it perfectly. And I don't know. I think he's really good in it. Having known him for a long time and knowing what he is capable of acting-wise, I went like, he knocked that out of the park, man. He's with Apollo Creed fighting stormtroopers. This is the best. I was like, this is amazing.
Yeah, it blew me away when I saw the name of the credits. Like, that was the Mithril? Oh my god! It's like the prosthetic to the makeup. It's like you can barely recognize him.
Yeah, that's my dream. I want to be wildly uncomfortable 9 hours in and heavy makeup, and someone goes, "So do you regret doing this?" And I go, "No." No, I don't.
Well, you can always just troop with the 501st, and you can just get that experience every weekend.
Yeah, that I could do.
All right, so with us celebrating 50 years of Lucasfilm, what are some of your favorite productions? I mean, we have Star Wars, we have Indiana Jones,
right?
Meaning other franchises, other IP.
Yeah, so looking at like the Lucasfilm history, their filmography, is there something else from their filmography? Because we are celebrating 50 years of Lucasfilm, and that includes I Am Them. You know, something that may have inspired you or that you just really enjoyed growing up. I've been crossing my fingers all weekend. Someone says Howard the Duck, and no one has said it.
Yeah, I mean, I was about to say. I mean, I definitely grew up with Howard the Duck. Like that was. I also grew up with Howard the Duck, and definitely remember when people were like, "That movie was terrible," and I was like, I remember kind of loving it. Maybe I was just in love with Leah Thompson, but I just remember it being wonderful and really enjoying it. But I'm a weirdo. Most of them, I remember Radioland Murders was fantastic, and isn't that the first CGI? It's the first CGI in any movie is the plane. There's a scene of a plane flying, and it's the first CGI that Lucasfilm did in a movie is in that.
Thank you for bringing up Radioland Murders. No one mentions that. It's Ben. I used to watch his old show on HBO. It's love that.
Yeah.
But I actually later tonight we're going to have an interview with Tim Rose, who did Howard the Duck.
No way. He's Akbar, right?
Yes, he was Admiral Akbar, Salacious Crumb. So that airs later on. So I had the pleasure. Yeah.
Salacious Crumb too. I didn't realize that.
Yeah, he's one of the Salacious Crumb actors.
Wow. I didn't realize that. I met him at Celebration, I think. One of them. I remember, or maybe it was something else. Maybe it was Puppeteer. I did the Muppet Show. I got to go on tour with the Muppets. I did a show in LA at the Hollywood Bowl, and then we did a bunch of shows.
That's awesome. And, that's a dream come true right there. Working with the Muppet.
Tell me about it. And but half the Puppeteers, you go I'm talking to him. I'm like, God, this guy is so familiar. He looks so familiar to me. Quinn, and he Nine Numb, and they're just yeah. And then there was another guy when we were in London. I was like, gosh, you look so familiar to me, and I couldn't place it. And then somebody was like, that's Dave Baxter, and I was like, oh, that's why I couldn't place it, is because I saw the documentary of the behind the scenes of Return of the Jedi where he's inside Jabba the Hutt. But he's 20 years old. And I recognized him from that because I've seen it 100 times, but he's in his 50s or something. And I just went whoa. Every time you talk to somebody in those Muppets thing, they have worked with Lucasfilm in some capacity. It's fascinating.
It's definitely rich history. And obviously, close second for me is the Indiana Jones movies. And then, Labyrinth was actually Lucasfilm and Jim Henson.
Yeah.
So that was a cool collaboration right there.
I was heavily into I got screwed. I was gonna say I was heavily into the Ninja Turtle movie, but I think I crossed over to Jim Henson rather than George Lucas in my brain.
It's okay. We can give props to Henson.
It was him. Yeah. I got my puppets crossed.
Hey, I wouldn't be surprised if there was ILM or Skywalker sound involved in that. So there's some
Yeah, I mean, we wouldn't have Yoda without Henson. So got to give props for props are deserved. So awesome. Jason, did you have any other questions for Bobby?
So yeah, actually, we only have a few minutes left here.
Yeah, we've got about 10 minutes left.
And I was a lifelong Saturday Night Live fan. So I first started in probably around 86, 87. And Nick at Night used to show like 30-minute episodes from the classic season from the 70s. And that's where I really got acclimated to like Dan Aykroyd, Steve Martin, Bill Murray. And then in first run, around that same time, I think that might have been the first seasons with Kevin Nealon, and you got Dana Carvey and Mike Myers Cousins, and Phil Hartman was a huge influence on me. So I know your childhood dream was, and you met that dream. So kudos to you to be a cast member of Saturday Night Live. When did you become a fan, and how did that influence you?
I don't remember becoming a fan. I remember the 25th anniversary special. Like I remember listening to like skits I had taped them off the TV like on audio cassette, and I would just listen to it on the bus going to school. Like I would just listen to old SNL sketches, but it wasn't even like the full sketch. It would be like a montage. Like so it was just weird bits, and like I remember that. Like then I remember like starting to try and stay up to watch it, and then like going to the Museum of Television and Radio to see old episodes, because that's what you had to do when I was a kid to like see old stuff. But that, like, I think that, yeah, and I just watched it religiously. I remember just watching it, like being the kid in college who people were going out, and I was like, all right, I'll be there at 1:15.
Of course, one of the favorite hosts on Saturday Night Live has been Tom Hanks. And he's hosted many times. And you actually did an episode with him. And one of my favorite non-Star Wars related sketches is David S. Pumpkins. And actually, later that year, I did an event here in Dallas, and it was around Halloween. I don't know if you can see this, but it's David S. Pumpkins, a couple of skeletons, and me as a stormtrooper. And just, we're just doing the thing. And they had a boombox with the song. It's like, it was just infectious, silly. But I mean, it's just one of the things when you're writing the sketch. Do you have any understanding or thought that, are people going to like this? Or is this going to
we thought people were going to hate it. It was the week before Trump got elected. It was a very weird, tense week. Tom Hanks was there. Everyone felt like Dad was home. Like it was. I remember it being an odd week, but I also just remember going like the whole purpose was we just started saying, well, it's a Halloween show. We want to get a sketch on that'll play every Halloween. When you're on SNL, you want to have like a Halloween sketch or a Christmas sketch. Like, it was like that. And we started talking about that and how there was no Santa Claus for Halloween. And then we just started, what if he was just garbage? But like, it started differently. It was like me and Mikey did you ever see that video of just a guy dancing and his buddy keeps pressing stop on the radio, and then like he'll press play and the guy will start dancing and he'll press stop, and then like the guy, and it's just this weird video of this guy dancing, and me and Mikey just thought it was hilarious, and we wanted to figure out a way to do that, so we sort of like just shoehorned all this garbage together and ended up with this weird David Pumpkin sketch where we started to go like, this makes no sense. Like, what if it's just about that? What if it's about David Pumpkins doesn't make any sense. Then we started liking that idea that he was famous in Canada. There was a line that got cut that was in the dress rehearsal where we explained that like he was kind of like Freddy Krueger, but in Canada. And like how he hasn't really made it over to the States yet. And like it made it worse. It made it worse to try and explain it. So we just went like, he's his own thing. Like, who are the skeletons? Part of it. Like it was just and I think it was just so bizarre. And also the first 4 sketches of that night on SNL were extremely like, are we all about to, what's about to happen? And then it was David Pumpkins. It was like the last time people could laugh at nonsense for a couple of years.
Now that suit really sold the sketch. Now, who picked out that suit? Did you just go into like a Party City and find it right off the rack?
Literally, we just said to the costume people, $5, don't spend more than $5, just go to Party City and get like a garbage costume. And Jody Mancuso, the hair designer, went like, what about this? And she just had like a Party City headband that had a hair attached to it for the skeletons. And she said, Tom Hanks, she was like, I'm just going to give him like a little orange puff right here. And I was just like, okay, that's insane. Like she did Matt, the radar technician's hair. I was just like, you got it. And
another instant classic. And then he even got his own animated special out of it.
Animated special. I have glow-in-the-dark Funko Pops of the skeletons and David Pumpkin. It's bonkers. I have the skeleton. I can't believe they made Halloween costumes, like SNL merchandise Halloween costumes. I went like
so
that.
$5 to $70.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
How does it feel to be writing these sketches and just doing everything that you're doing in your career that is becoming such a huge part of pop culture and internet culture?
I think that was something that SNL afforded. Like that was the power of SNL. And I realized that extremely quickly, which was like my 8th episode was Paul Rudd. And me and John Lutz wrote the Beyonce sketch, the sketch where we were the backup dancers for Beyonce with Justin Timberlake and Andy. And it was like, that's when I knew, because we had that idea on Tuesday and then not a week later, that Monday. So like Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, we didn't know if it was happening. And then Friday night it was happening. It happened Saturday. And then Monday it was in Entertainment Weekly with Beyonce. And I just remember being like, what just happened? Like that was like 2 days ago. Like that was the first time when I realized like, oh, this stuff is going to stick around for a while. And that was crazy.
All right.
Awesome.
We've only got about 5 minutes left. If any of our fans watching at home still have any questions, now it's the time to ask them. I want to ask Bobby, for your fans, where can we find you online?
Oh, don't even look. I'm on Twitter and Instagram, but my handle, that's what children call it, right, is Bibby Moynihan. I spelled my name wrong on purpose because I didn't want people to find me.
Awesome. And what are there any projects you're working on now that we can look forward to that you're allowed to talk about?
Sure. Check out Mr. Mayor on Peacock right now or NBC. Thanks. We start shooting again in September. Hopefully we're coming back soon. What else recently? Oh, check out The Bad Batch. I was just on that. Flora and Ulysses on Disney Plus. There's a couple of Star Wars references in there. I got a Matt the Radar Technician shout out in that. I'm wearing a Kylo Ren t-shirt in there. And I have a nice long ponytail.
Yeah. Flowing hair.
Yeah.
All right, Bobby. Well, I sincerely want to thank you for joining us here today. It's been a lot of fun. And also just to remind our viewers out there that we are still taking donations for First. And remember the Order 66 challenge. So please find the link, donate today, $66. We get 100 of that. D. Bradley Baker will match. All right. So to end this,
if you get 100 of that, I will match that too.
Double challenge.
There you go.
Bradley Baker, Bobby Moynihan will match $6,600.
Yes.
Get to work, people.
There we go. Awesome.
And all you collectors out there, remember, keep your figurines protected from fingerprints and dust. Put it in a case. Awesome.
Very nice.
Well, Bobby, thank you so much for joining us today on the 1138 celebrating 50 years of Lucasfilm. It's been an absolute pleasure to have you on. Thank you, Jason, for co-hosting today. And to everyone watching at home, we'll see you in the next hour.
Tunes. 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 Tunes.
Who's hosting this? I don't even know.
That'd be Jason.
That's what I assumed.
I am. I thought Bob was hosting.
I was not. I was invited to talk.
Well, shoot.
I could have.
So I got to put on my hosting hat here. Hi, welcome back to 1138. We're here talking with Bob Barker and Brian Young about the early films of Lucasfilm, being THX 1138 and American Graffiti. So thank you all for joining. I had to run over here really quick because I was just on with Bobby Moynihan, and we are still taking donations for first. And if you were on the last panel, Bobby Moynihan will match $6,600 if we get 100 people to match D. Bradley Baker's challenge of donating $66 each. So that's D. Bradley Baker and Bobby Moynihan both will match. So welcome. Thank you all for joining us here. And all right, so who wants to go first? You know, we're here to talk about the early films, and I did a recent rewatch of American Graffiti, so that's fresh in my mind. But THX 1138, there's a little thing. So I'm thinking Bob and Brian would probably be the brain trust here that will remember exactly what happened in that movie. It was a great art house film. It was a joint venture between Lucas and Francis Ford Coppola, and it was shot in San Francisco. So, all right, with that, I'll hand it over to Brian.
Yeah, THX 1138. It ended up coming out in the very early 70s and was the first film that really came out of the American zoetrope sort of grouping of movies, and it didn't necessarily do well, and it sort of soured Coppola's relationship with some folks down in Hollywood. But I think it's a terrific film. It stars Robert Duvall and Donald Pleasance, among others, and it's set in this post-apocalyptic nightmare of a future where everyone is sort of drugged into complacency, and it's got a very George Orwell sort of vibe to it. And I think that it's just a really rich film, sort of based on George Lucas's student film, which was called THX 1138 4EB, The Electronic Labyrinth. And watching the film, one of the reasons I was so excited to really want to do this panel was because I think if you watch THX and American Graffiti, you can see George Lucas learning how to make Star Wars. And with THX, I think one of the big things in THX is just the soundscape. Walter Murch, who in Star Wars actually kicked off the direction of the Umbara arc on the Clone Wars, was an old college pal of George Lucas's and really helped him build the soundscape. And I think it established what Lucas realized could be done with sound in movies, and really primed him for that partnership with Ben Burtt later. Yeah, it's one of my favorite films too. It is the gold standard of dystopian nightmares, and it gives us something we hadn't seen before. We've seen the 1984 type dystopian nightmare of an oppressive regime. We've seen the consumer abundance of Brave New World, and this is somewhere in between. And I tell you what, if you ever want to hear an exuberant, happy, joyous George Lucas movie commentary, it is the THX 1138 commentary. Because he's excited, because there's nothing bad of that experience of making that film that he had. And I was re-listening to it last night. I mean, I've seen the movie a bunch of times, but I haven't watched the commentary in years. And you hear where he's coming from. He's wanting to provoke emotions. He admits this is a strange little art house film. There's not a lot of dialogue. Look, Robert Duvall doesn't talk for half of the film, but he is carrying the action forward, and he's miming and pantomiming. He's doing all these things so it carries the movies on his shoulders. And I just don't think people knew what it was, and that's the problem. They thought they were getting Buck Rogers or another sci-fi fare, and they got a stark dystopian, which is pretty much in line with the dystopian nightmare sci-fi films of the early 70s, late 60s. It was perfect. It was that big tonal change. One of the things I really love about it is that you can track in Star Wars is how it really drops you in without any exposition. And it feels very much like, I'm not sure if it was in the commentary or if it was in the documentary Fog City Mavericks. He and Walter Murch talked about how they really wanted to make it feel as though this movie was an artifact of the future and drop you right into it. It feels like that, right? Like it's this relic of the future that isn't yet. Mm-hmm. And there's this urgency to the dialogue, even though you don't quite understand what anybody's saying. that feels very much like the opening scenes of Star Wars, right? Like there's this, you can tell that the important things are happening, even though you don't know what the hell anybody is saying. And
I think the term is in mes rea.
In media res.
In media res, yeah.
Well, but more than that though, because he's not just dropping us in the middle of a situation, he's doing it with the world building. He's letting us collect all the information about the world building without spoon feeding it to us. And creating this really wonderful sense with the visual storytelling that I don't think he gets enough credit for on any of his movies, right? Like there's sequences in this where it's just sort of people pushing buttons and then seeing shots of what those buttons might be doing. And it reminded me a lot, actually, in rewatching The Phantom Menace, the moment in the pod race where Anakin is putting the fires out in his pod engines and repairing them, right? He's just pushing a whole bunch of buttons that actually, you know, were just made up by the designers there and didn't actually do anything. But Lucas was able to shoot it and edit it in a way that made us feel like something was actually happening. And I think THX is really where he learned how to do that. And it goes right down to the, you know, the light up editing panels and bays that he was shooting in that we end up seeing like in the Death Star control room in A New Hope even. You know, it's part of that aesthetic and part of his method of storytelling that really he was able to hone on THX.
My background's in electrical engineering, and it's really cool to look at this because people don't realize the late 60s into the 70s was the transition from pneumatic controls to electronic digital controls. And in the commentary, Murch even says this, that they went to the telephone exchange for the San Francisco Bay Area, and they had all these people super excited that they were ripping out all the old switches and they were going to the dial tone system. And so if you got a chance to look at that process as them decommissioning all the ancient stuff that had been there for almost 50 years and going to this brand new world where instead of, you know, plugging a cable to connect you from here to there, you just dialed a number. It became a push button world in a way that had never been there before. But at the same time, George Lucas was terrified of that. He was both in love with it and he hated it. And that's where he learned all this. I mean, the scene where they're torturing THX and it's just two guys talking and they're taking the torture device through its range and they're like, wow, I didn't know it did that. And they're just having a normal conversation, but it's such a banality of what's happening to that human being. But no, it's that there brought a realism that he later brought to Star Wars that had not been probably in any science fiction film other than 2001: A Space Odyssey. When you hear the Rebel pilots fly, it is that simplex duplex, you know, shortwave radio communication that anyone that has a shortwave radio license can tell you, but they're using it in THX. He was able to use it and it felt real in a way than any other radio communication would sound. And that's not by accident. He was trying to subliminally show you all these things that would have this effect on you. I mean, you don't remember it, you don't know it, but your brain does. And that's the evil genius of Star Wars was developed here.
Now, Bobby, talk about the realism that you mentioned in THX. So there was this real push in the 70s with a lot of directors, Lucas, Coppola, even Scorsese and De Palma's, just having this like real grittiness to their productions. And THX, I feel, was way ahead of its time, that a lot of the movie-going public didn't really know what to make of it. Now, Tarantino gets credited for the birth of independent cinema, but to me, that was probably the first true independent film that was released in wide release.
The studio would not have put that or greenlighted that on their own, and that was that crop of filmmakers. The studio system was dying. The old studio heads were dying off. They were selling their studios to mega corporations. there was three film schools in America at the time. You had UCLA, you had USC, and you had one in New York. And even though they've been around for like 35 years, they never really had anyone that made a big impact. And then Coppola wins Best Screenplay for Patton. And then they greenlight his little family film called The Godfather. And that just shakes up and, changes everything. And he hates the studio system with a passion. He doesn't want to have anything to do with it. And that's why he moves north to the San Francisco Bay Area, and he takes the best luminaries of his generation. And
there's a documentary that George Lucas directed before THX that I would recommend everybody check out. It's called Filmmaker. And George Lucas, when he teamed up with Coppola, one of the first things they did together was George showed up to just shoot his documentary while Coppola directed a movie called The Rain People. And The Rain People is a really interesting film, and it's got some really interesting things in it. This is coincidentally, it also starred Robert Duvall, which is where he and Lucas had met to put them on the path to do THX together. But Filmmakers, I think it's an hour-long documentary, and it really goes through Coppola and Lucas and them sort of explaining in their own very young and in sometimes naive words that exact philosophy about the studio system dying and them being these new mavericks who are coming in to kind of take it over. And I would recommend everybody check it out. I mean, George Lucas shot it himself, edited it, cut it himself, and the sound, even moments in the sound design feel that same way, like you were talking about earlier. With how the sound kind of comes out that way. And you realize that there are things we're so used to seeing George Lucas Star Wars. When you pull back and actually look at his evolution as a filmmaker, you can see that there are things that Star Wars did that we take for granted that were so unique with George building that over his career up to that point.
I think the best jab at the studio system comes in THX at the end with the policeman chasing THX, and the chase stops when they exceed the budget.
Yeah.
Sorry, we can't follow you anymore. Come back. We're out of money for the budget.
Which, I mean, is very indicative of George's political beliefs about money and capitalism and things, where it's just like, we're gonna let whatever happen as long as there's money for it. But that chase is so terrifically shot. For those who don't know, it was filmed in the old the BART tunnels as they were being built in San Francisco, and there's a stunt in there that just takes my breath away every time I see it. And I know they talk about it on the commentary, right?
Yeah,
where
they panicked and ran out to help him, and the stuntman was furious because he said, "You violated stuntman rules. You're supposed to count to 10, finish the shot, and then come check on me, because if I die, this better be in the movie. You better not ruin the shot."
And it's breathtaking. So he does a jump over some debris and flies end over end on his bike and lands and hits the ground hard. Like, it's if there was an Academy Award for stunt work, even though no one liked anything else about THX, it would have won that award, because it was just a really great stunt. And you can see him almost hit the top of the BART tunnel. I don't think they'd let them get away with that stunt today. I think George would probably say, like, we'll do it in post.
He was sick. He was sick because that was his first movie, and he was terrified with what happened, because he's a human being. He's not there to hurt people.
Yeah.
He was trusting what they were saying. I have a bit of news here. Because I follow tech issues and stuff, and I thought when I saw this, I had to share this with you, Brian, because this is right up your alley. It's about Amazon.com and Jeff Bezos. Amazon is installing phone booth-sized boxes for exhausted employees to meditate, receive positive affirmations, and listen to calming sounds. And you can look that up. And I thought, blessings of the state, blessings of the masses.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. For those who aren't as familiar with THX, there are these booths with this sort of Renaissance artwork of Jesus's face that you walk into, or Robert Duvall walks into, and they sort of light up in this really odd fluorescent glow, and they sort of take your confession, but it's or your meditation or whatever, but it's this really weird pre-recording that doesn't actually respond to you. Like it's very awkward and bizarre in the movie in all the best ways. And it doesn't surprise me that Amazon would be heading that direction.
SEN played by Donald Pleasance. I only found this out this year. His speech when he's incarcerated are just Richard Nixon speeches excerpts.
It's also very George. Another thing I found out, actually, a really fascinating thing for me being a MASH nerd, I didn't realize that THX 1138 was the first film that David Ogden Stiers was credited on. He was voices in the control room and whatnot. He was obviously, for those of you who follow MASH, was Winchester. He was also Cogsworth in the Beauty and the Beast Disney film. But yeah, his start was actually George Lucas with THX providing voices for some of the controllers. It's interesting listening to the soundtrack though and picking out voices in the movie. Like I can very clearly hear Walter Murch at a number of times in the movie providing some of that commentary.
Whoa, I think I just ran over a Wookiee.
Yeah. There's so many little things like that. You know, Wookiees came from THX. You know, R2D2 famously kind of came from American Graffiti's Post.
Dialogue too. And yeah, one thing, there was a scene that was cut where they fall into a garbage compactor to fend off a mutant rat, which that was cut out of THX, but of course that situation was reused in A New Hope. So yeah, a lot came out of that movie. And then not only that, I mean, you know, Lucas loves to throw in Easter eggs to his previous production. So of course in American Graffiti, the hot rod, the license plate says THX 138. Of course, that was the name of the sound design company that used to be under Lucasfilm, THX. And of course, it's the name of our event, 1138. So, you know, a lot can be said for his first production.
I think the theme that I like most about his films, and he says, well, and he's the first to admit, yes, obviously you can tell that I stuck with this theme through my first three films, is of the person breaking free of the mold or the strictures of society to go blaze his own path. In fact, that's the reason why most of A New Hope, the early scenes that are deleted and cut with Luke, is because, you know, the other guys making the film said, George, you're remaking American Graffiti in outer space. You know, think about what you're doing. And he looked at it and went, oh yeah, I guess I am. Well, I really like American Graffiti. But go ahead.
Well, I was going to say, it's interesting. One thing, I never really, like being a huge Star Wars fan, like I am, and like a student of Star Wars, there was an interview with Francis Ford Coppola once, and Coppola has this sort of venom in his voice for Star Wars, and he feels like Star Wars robbed us of all of the films that George would never make. And I used to get very upset at Coppola for being like, well, why are you trying to like tell George he shouldn't be working on Star Wars? It's the greatest thing that's ever made. Like, why would you be upset about this? And watching THX and American Graffiti again in preparation of this panel and some other stuff I'm doing, I feel like I understood really for the first time, like if you look at THX and sort of really the fascinating, interesting promise that it had, and then you look at American Graffiti, and then you look at Star Wars, and then you go, oh, he's stuck with nothing but Star Wars for the rest of his life. It does kind of feel like I wish he would have been making other movies personally as a director, not just as a producer. I mean, we did get Indiana Jones, and we got, for better or worse, Howard the Duck, and we got, Red Tails, I think is a really great, movie.
Radioland Murders.
Radioland, which I think we should talk about Radioland Murders after we talk about American Graffiti, because he was working on that was going to be his movie before Star Wars. It was going to be right after American Graffiti, and it got announced in the trades. So there's all kinds of ads in the trades announcing that he was making Radioland Murders before Star Wars.
People also forget that before Star Wars, that was when Apocalypse Now was supposed to start filming, which George was going to direct.
Yeah.
And it damaged their relationship pretty badly. And I think the nod that Francis gives to George is that he has Harrison Ford play Colonel Lucas, in that role. Like, oh, look, here you are, George. There's Colonel Lucas, and it's Harrison Ford. But that was a nightmare that almost killed
Coppola
himself. So it's not like he could wish that on his friend. George may never have lived through the filming in the Philippines had he gone.
He barely lived through the filming of A New Hope.
I think he loves Star Wars. He said in the first documentary, he said there's always friends there, but I think he has very ambivalent feelings because of the toll it took on him personally, friendships.
Yeah.
Because we're looking at American Graffiti was when he was with Gary Kurtz. And I think those guys were a terrific team. They were on the same page, living and breathing everything they did. Do we want to transition to start talking about American Graffiti? Or?
Well, yeah. Right before we do that, I just want to point out that where Lucas got the name THX 1138. It was actually his old phone number in San Francisco at the time, where 849, the digits on an old, dial-up phone, if anyone remembers those, THX. So even from the beginning, he's using, things from his real life to name his films, his characters. You mentioned R2D2 comes from Real 2 Dialogue 2. So, I mean, it's just kind of great background. But yes, let's go ahead and talk about American Graffiti. It's one of those movies that, and again, it's a classic. And rewatching it recently, I was a big fan of Dazed and Confused when that came out in the 90s. Of course, that was very, it was Richard Linklater's callback to, his time in the 70s. It's almost like a spiritual successor to American Graffiti in a lot of ways. And, watching the movie, I can think back to my own high school days back in the 90s that we used to cruise around and just idle chit chat, and there was drag racing involved. So that's generational. So it's kind of amazing. And the soundtrack is just spot on of the 50s. Of course, this was George Lucas's growing up in the 50s in Marin County. Of course, the movie was based out in Modesto, so it's a lot of his real life of what he lived.
Oh, go ahead, Brian.
Well, I was going to say one thing about the film that I think is really remarkable. I was kind of doing the math again in preparation from this. American Graffiti came out in 73. It's set in 62. And when you think about that, that would be like somebody today making a movie about 2010.
That was a good year. I mentioned it.
Which just, that was a good year. Which just goes to show you how fast things changed then. And it seems like we've reached some sort of cultural entropy where I could barely tell you, what 2010 looks like versus 2020.
Well, that's because our generation is different and does not have this pivoting event. My grandmother used to talk about things before the war and after the war. And you knew what she was talking about, because she was talking about World War II. And for my dad's generation and my mother's generation, it's the death of President Kennedy. And everything that happened in the 10 years following that, I mean, you think about it, Vietnam happened, the absolute overturning and inside out of our culture, the sexual revolution, changes in our cities, everything, these are people looking back 10 years ago, 11 years ago, and that looks like another planet. It looks like something out of a storybook. It's not since probably the Civil War has a generation gone through that much cultural change. Richard Dreyfuss said that he auditioned for the part and he talked to George. He says, George, I'm trying to play this as someone looking back 20 years on his past, wanting to make this the greatest night of his life so he can look back on it 20 years later and go, wow, that was a great night. I was with all my friends. And that's why the coda of the film, you find out what happens to everyone. And Toad is dead. And Paul Matt's character has died in a car accident. And it's just shocking. But that's true. That's real. My dad helps plan his class reunions because the class officers of his high school class died in Vietnam. thank God I don't have to deal with that. I don't really know anyone that I went to high school with that went through something like that, because that's earth-shattering. And I think George hit on such a raw nerve that, because right after this, we had Love American Style, we had Happy Days. Sean Anna had been around. Sean Anna was at Woodstock. People forget that. But then they exploded, and Bowser was everywhere, and this music was everywhere. And the careers of people who had long since been gone were coming back, because, this was the demarcation line. It was, where were you in the summer of '62? And that's the question they were asking us, the tagline of the film. And I don't know if George was cognizant of what he was doing, but that, he hit it right dead center.
I think there is a moment of it. I think there is a moment where he is cognizant, because there is that moment when Kurt is in the car with his ex-girlfriend and Bobby, and his ex-girlfriend is telling Bobby the story about how his biggest dream is to be able to shake hands with President Kennedy. And there's this vulnerability there just around the mention of Kennedy and sort of the way Kurt plays it, or Richard Dreyfuss plays it. And it's yeah, I think he knew he was looking back at that moment just before things were going to change.
I love that night, is just for so many people of that generation. It is a perfect one-to-one representation of what life was like, especially for back there in the car culture and Western California. I mean, it's pretty much gone now, but it's nice that it was captured in a way that felt real. I don't think I've ever watched it with someone watching it for the first time and seeing how Toad went to buy alcohol for the first time underage without people going, yeah, that's how it happens. You find a guy in flannel, can you go buy me a bottle?
So pint of Old Harper. It's interesting. There's a moment, George, I think part of the reason he was so attracted to film Apocalypse Now, and part of the reason Coppola shot so much footage on Apocalypse Now, was because he was trying to replicate this documentary style that George was really good at. And if you listen to the commentary or watch any of the behind the scenes on American Graffiti, the actors would almost get annoyed that it was the takes that they screwed up that they knew George would print, right? So like in the opening sequence, when Terry crashes his Vespa into the newspaper machine, or when Debbie, slurs the words like, did you get it? Did you get it? Like, it was because he was looking for that realism. And I watching THX and watching American Graffiti back to back, I know a lot of people say like, oh, George Lucas is terrible with actors. I don't think he is. Even with the Star Wars movies, I think he gets exactly what he wants out of them. We as an audience might not always like what he gets out of them and what he wants out of them, but he gets exactly what he wants out of them, and I think he knows how.
Well, that's what's his name, Wexler, who did a Medium Cool. Haskell Wexler. That's the guy who really stepped up and tried to help George out. And if you watch Medium Cool and the films that he did, you can see who. I'm not saying that he's copying him, but he's definitely one of the influences and peers that he deeply admired. He's trying to, Medium Cool is a film of the 1968 Democratic Convention in Chicago, and they're making a film, and oh look, a riot breaks out. Keep rolling. That's amazing. And I mean, you got to be in the right place, right time for something like that to happen. But it definitely made a serious impact on George.
Lucas had those moments too. I think people forget that he was one of the cameramen on Gimme Shelter, the documentary, the Maisels Brothers documentary about the Rolling Stones concert at the Altamont Speedway, where they knifed that guy. And Lucas was there filming in the crowd, and that documentary style was really part of his DNA.
But he loved it. He fed off of it. And I do not think, and he says he had no intention to make commercial films. Star Wars was going to be his one and done. And how did he know it was going to be a cultural phenomenon?
Yeah, no, especially after the reception that THX had, and then I mean, American Graffiti was it was well received. It made a lot of money back, and it was the strength of American Graffiti that got Alan Ladd Jr. on board to give him Star Wars. But there's that famous story where they showed it to the studio the first time, and the studio was just like, "This is garbage. Why did we buy this?" And Coppola had to walk over to them and say, like, "You don't understand what this young man has done for you, the favor that he's done your studio. And if you don't want to make all the money from this, I will buy it from you now." And he whipped out his checkbook right then and there. And they're like, "Well, we'll make some changes." And they cut a few scenes from it and altered some things. And the version we have now is again, Lucas's definitive version, according to him. But the way he described it was that it's like them coming and telling you they're going to cut one of your children's fingers off. And there's no necessary reason for it. They'll be fine afterward. They're not going to live life, in some horrible, demeaning way because their finger's missing, but they're going to do it because they can. Yeah. And that was sort of how they treated both THX and American Graffiti. And so you can understand why he'd want to have that control over Star Wars.
And I think that led to everything, particularly his breakup with Gary Kurtz. The Empire went over budget.
Yeah.
George went and got money for going over budget because he wasn't going to turn over control to the studios, but he was furious that he had to do it. And, I'm talking, this is a defining characteristic of who he was and everything up to that point. And if you knew that, you knew that things were going to be bad because of it. American Graffiti made over $200 million in box office gross and home video sales. This was a movie that cost $770,000 to make. And I mean, it's the Blair Witch Project of its age.
Yeah,
and you're talking dollars put in and dollars you got out. It launched a dozen careers: Richard Dreyfuss, Cindy Williams, Charles Martin Smith, Ron Howard. Ron Howard now being taken seriously as an adult actor. We have Candy Clark, Donna Summers, Wolfman Jack. Wolfman Jack becomes a cultural icon for the next 20 years. It's really, really astounding. Oh, and a young Harrison Ford playing Bob Falfa.
Yeah.
Which is interesting because Harrison didn't want to cut his hair, so it's like, all right, I'll just wear a cowboy hat. It's like, is this the first instance of an iconic hat being worn by Harrison Ford in a Lucas production?
The thing that really gets me about Harrison Ford is that he has a deep loyalty to the people that helped make him who he is. People forget that he did a cameo again as Bob Falfa in more American Graffiti. He played the motorcycle cop.
Yeah.
People are like, "What? What are you talking about?" Yeah, he played the motorcycle cop, and
that was in '79 when he was at the top of the world.
And think about also that he played the principal in the deleted scenes from E.T.
Yeah.
Yeah, but he so his scenes didn't end up in that movie, but he ended up with a wife. So he married Melissa Matheson, the screenwriter. And I just think that he's a guy that I think he has a lot of gratitude to George and Steve. And if you call him up, he'll go on down, and won't make a big fuss about it because, I mean, even now, if you check out any interview, he's incredibly grateful because he was a carpenter. Acting didn't work out. and then through how many other studios were doing casting in groups like that? Was that a very well-known thing? Was that a popular thing?
Well, I think that might have been a Fred Roos thing. So Fred Roos was the casting director that he'd used in that era, that George Lucas had used in that era. And he was doing it. I don't know if it was just for that group, but they were doing it for Carrie and Star Wars at the same time. And they were sort of mixing and matching both. And both he and I think it was De Palma.
For Carrie. Yeah.
For Carrie, yeah. The two of them were casting together and just trying to double up that time. So I'm not sure if it was common the way they were doing that or not. But it was definitely it worked the way it did. It's so fascinating watching those old screen tests and auditions that they had. You can find footage of those all over the place. And yeah,
I look at I now, now I'm an older man. I can look at the 4 male characters in American Graffiti and realize those are the 4 personas of George Lucas. You have Toad, who's the nerd. You have your gearhead. You have Carl, the one who's going to leave and go on his adventure. And then you have the one who wants, Ron Howard's going to stay because he doesn't want to go. And that these were all the 4 fighting personas of George Lucas.
It's funny. He said, I'm not sure which, again, I've watched so many documentaries and read so many books and listened to so many commentaries about all these movies. So I don't remember where this came from precisely, but he talked about the reason that he needed Willard Huck and Gloria Katz who to do the revisions on the screenplay, because he had written the first draft, was mainly so they could help him figure out Steve and Laurie's part, because that was the one he felt most disconnected to. That it was the part that he was struggling the most with. And that was where he needed the most help, because he did understand Toad and Kurt and John Milner implicitly in a way he said that he didn't understand Steve. And it's interesting that they came in and they helped with, future drafts of other stuff. And they ended up going on and writing Temple of Doom. And they were the ones that their experience working with George on American Graffiti went so well. That's why they started working with him on Radioland Murders. It's an interesting story too. I don't know if we want to get into it, but I did an interview with Rick McCallum recently for Star Wars Insider, and he talked about why they made Radioland Murders, and it was just sort of a lark. They had the script, they had they were shooting Young Indiana Jones, and there was an earthquake where they were going to shoot, so they had 2 months of insurance time, and George was like, "What the hell? Let's make Radioland Murders." And he went out, they shot it at Dino De Laurentiis's studio in North Carolina. He's like, I thought it would be really fascinating to bring the English crew out to North Carolina at this really weird studio and shoot it. But again, it was George trying to push the envelope, because they were trying to figure out how they could take all of the digital techniques that they were building in Young Indiana Jones to make that show on a shoestring, to figure out how they could do that on a film scale, on a big screen, so that it wouldn't feel weird, to see if they could apply that to Star Wars if he was going to step into Star Wars again. And so Radioland Murders has this really interesting place before A New Hope, and also before the prequels, as these really important milestones in what George was doing in between his bouts of Star Wars.
All right. Well, before we move on to our next topic here, I do just want to remind everyone, the viewers, of our donation from First. So, as I mentioned earlier, we have a challenge from not only D. Bradley Baker, but also Bobby Moynihan, to get 100 people to donate $66 towards First. So, if you do that, both D. Bradley Baker and Bobby Moynihan will match $6,600 each. So, we are over $8,800 right now. So, keep them coming. So yeah, great stories about THX, American Graffiti, and also Radioland Murders, and which is funny because we actually mentioned that in the last segment with Bobby Moynihan, because that's one of the Lucasfilm productions that don't really get a lot of mention. And what do you think that is?
I think part of it is that no one saw it. Rick McCallum told me a story about how the head of Universal called him at one point and said that it was the movie that made the least amount of money without going bankrupt. Like, it made the least amount of money that they've ever had on a profitable film that Universal had ever released. And it was just no one saw it. And I don't think anybody knew what to do with it either. I mean, George Lucas is obsessed and has been obsessed with sort of repackaging these ideas that intrigued him in his youth, and this nostalgia. You see that in American Graffiti. And I think in a weird way, you see it with THX, right? Where he's trying to manufacture nostalgia for something science fiction from a hypothetical point 300 years in the future from an alien planet or something, right? And Radioland Murders was his love of those 30s screwball comedies. And in the early 90s, maybe that's not what audiences are responding to. And George, for better or for worse, cares about what he cares about, and the market doesn't really matter. I think if Star Wars would have come out 10 years later or 20 years later, it wouldn't have been the cultural phenomenon it was necessarily. It happened to come out and hit at exactly the right time. And I think George made it when he could, and he'd be damned if anybody was going to tell him how. And it was just sort of lightning in a bottle that it hit the way it did. And
right time, right place.
Yeah. And I think George is like that with all of with everything he's ever done, has just been, this is what I want to do and we're going to do it. And if it's the right time, right place, great. And if not, oh, well, we'll lose money on it. Cough, Howard the Duck, cough.
Now, what would you think would have happened had Radioland Murders released in the 70s instead of Star Wars? How would that have changed Lucas's career?
I wonder if he would have been able to make Star Wars at that point, if he would have been making Star Wars. I doubt Radioland Murders would have disappeared the way it did, right? Like, I think the cast they were organizing at the time was going to be something that would be able to pull in box office in a way that maybe their cast in the 90s didn't necessarily, especially since they had like 2 months to put the entire movie together. The fact that they ended up with a viewable movie out of that is shocking. Generally,
movies like that were very popular in the late 70s. If you want to watch an excellent one, watch Murder by Death.
Yeah,
which is
coincidentally is the movie that Alec Guinness was just finishing up when George Lucas handed him the screenplay for A New Hope. Because he played the butler in that movie. And it's weird how all those 70s movies are connected, but yeah, you're exactly right. They were very popular in that day and age. And I wonder if we didn't get Star Wars, then maybe we would have gotten more of those THXs. Maybe we would have had more of those, George Lucas takes on Apocalypse Now, and more of those American Graffiti. He really wanted to make more American Graffiti, actually. He wanted to direct that, and he felt like because it had made so much money, he wanted to explore that territory again. And he ended up passing on it because he was in pre-production on Empire, and he was in pre-production on Raiders of the Lost Ark, and just felt like he was too busy to take it on. And I don't think, I think more American Graffiti is another one of I think fewer people have probably seen more American Graffiti than Radioland Murders, at least in the circles I travel in. And I think part of that is because, I don't know, we just forget that George had as much of a hand in that as any of the other movies that he produced in that era. He and Howard Kazanjian hired the filmmaker, the director that took it over, that wrote it. And they executive produced it the same way that they did a lot of the Star Wars films, where George was there in the editing room helping with it and putting it together. It wasn't the best reviewed film, but then when you look at it now in retrospect, it has such an odd structure to it, and it's obviously trying to push the boundary and do something different with storytelling, the way I think American Graffiti did. You don't think of a lot of movies like American Graffiti taking 4 characters that are only loosely related and having their own sort of stories and come together. You think of art house films now that do that sort of thing. Robert Altman's Shortcuts, P.T. Anderson's Magnolia. There's not a whole lot of films that follow that pattern. And then you see more American Graffiti trying to push the envelope further, where it's 4 distinct looks at New Year's Eves across the lives of all these characters as they check in with them.
Well, part of the thing that really hampered it is when it first came on video and people were watching in pan and scan, and this was a film that had multiple frames floating through the screen. If you're watching pan and scan, you don't know what the heck you're looking at.
Yeah.
Never meant to be viewed that way.
No. And there's a lot of innovation that Lucas did. Part of the reason he needed Haskell Wexler on American Graffiti was just like pushing the boundary of how he could shoot it and how he could shoot it cheaply. I love that they did like Poor Man's Anamorphic, where the film looks like it's shot in 16 millimeter, but they shot it in 35 and only exposed half the frame so they could get the width of it. So it's still, it's not that anamorphic 2:3:5 ratio. They had to cheat that and use only half of each frame of film in order to extend their camera budget and make the film fast enough for the light they needed to shoot everything at night.
I have it right here. When Radioland Murders came out, and it came out in October of 1994, the #1 movie in America at that time was Stargate. And that was also the year that Pulp Fiction hit, The Shawshank Redemption, Forrest Gump, Time Cop, Natural Born Killers, Clear and Present Danger, The Mask, Ed Wood,
Tough competition.
Speed, the first Next Generation Star Trek movie, Generations, came out. Clerks had just appeared. Interview with a Vampire. There's just that year was very, very dense.
Yeah.
Wyatt Earp, Don Juan, The Crow. It was an incredibly dense year, and I think it is a matter of timing, that if you were in the right place, right time, it might have gotten more traction than what it did.
Yeah, no, it's interesting how they can hit like that, and how filmmakers can slot those movies in really how they do that. Barry Levinson did that with Wag the Dog when he was waiting on special effects to come back on Sphere. And it's funny because I don't think anybody talks about Sphere, but everybody talks about Wag the Dog, which was just in that little gap. And Ryan Johnson with Knives Out, it was just a gap in filming between for Daniel Craig and the woman who played Marta, because they were waiting on stuff for the new James Bond movie. And it's funny that they shot that after No Time to Die, but No Time to Die still hasn't come out, and Knives Out was a hit.
But it's funny you mentioned No Time to Die, because there's a period for about 2 years I would host a James Bond movie every month leading up to No Time to Die. That was supposed to come out 2 years ago. So
yeah,
it's just that movie has just been cursed. But I digress. So on our prequel panel, you mentioned that you watch a lot of classic movies, some of the silent films, things like that. And Bob, I know you've watched a lot of movies from all eras. So before THX, before American Graffiti, the end credits were usually very short, would show you just like the top names and things like that. But since American Graffiti, you go to a movie now, you're sitting through 5 to 7 minutes of everyone that worked in that film. So that's another testament of something that George Lucas did that no one else at the time was doing. That's now commonplace today.
As Kermit the Frog once said during an opening credit, I'm sure they have families.
It's funny though. That got Lucas in trouble when he was working on Star Wars, not having any credit, because they ended up kicking him out of the Directors Guild because they wouldn't bend their rules to let him not take the credit at the beginning of the film, and instead do it afterward. He just did what he wanted. He did what he wanted throughout his entire career, and I think we've all been. We've all received the benefits of George just being George.
It is his greatest strength, and I also think at times it can be a weakness. But luckily, it has been more of a strength than a weakness. Wouldn't be here today.
Yeah.
I wouldn't have met you guys. I don't know how I would have crossed paths with all of you.
Right. Yeah, and Bob, you used to live down here, and the first time we met was at a troop. The toy store over here, Order 66. I believe it was with Timothy Zahn, the author. So yeah, it's like Star Wars, George Lucas, and 501st. It's all connected.
I play video games with friends in Germany. I talk to a friend in the Netherlands quite frequently, friends in Australia, Japan, all around the world. And it's been that way for well over 13 years now. And it's all because of meeting them through Star Wars. And it's utterly insane. They're in my life. I'm in their lives. We get together. We see each other. And, I love the movies. Look at my house. You just blow. Look at your places. But at the end of the day, the greatest gift I have is the people that have come into my life. And there's no greater gift than that. And at the end of the day, I hope George knows that. And the other people at Lucasfilm, particularly those in the early days, know what they did and the ripples that continue to grow that are affecting everyone's lives in so many ways,
Absolutely.
professionally, personally.
Absolutely true. And, I've been with the 501st for 5 years now, and I've met a lot of people in my time. And honestly, it's just been a short time, but it feels like I've met a lifetime worth of friends that I now consider family. And it's all because of, 50 years ago, a student filmmaker decided that, all right, I'm going to start making films. And it just snowballed, and it is now this massive thing that has brought us all together.
Well, and I want to say real quick about that. There's a lot of people that tell stories, and filmmaking is the art of telling stories. And I think George wanted to tell stories, but I also think that he wanted you to feel, and that really comes across in these early films. American Graffiti is a film with no main character, and it jumps around and all that, but you feel and you have this emotional connection. And that's every product he's ever made is something that makes us feel. And I think that's what draws us together, probably more than anything else now, because this is we definitely need that.
There's that thread of sort of found family through all of his movies too, that I think we all experience, right? That seems like it's important to him. And I think it's probably, he appreciates that it happens outside of the art, but inside the art with THX, you have Thex and Law sort of coming together and saying, like, we're choosing each other instead of being assigned to each other like our society is. And that's what THX is after. And in American Graffiti, it's about this found family of friends and how they're actually going to cope with their lives and moving on, or maybe not moving on with each other. And, Star Wars is really about people coming together as well, all of them. Right. And so I think that he's been able to inspire people like us to come together through all of his movies, through his entire career. I don't think that's an accident either.
All right. Well, Brian, that's an excellent point. And, all of his films involve family at some point. And, it's family is what brings us together. But I want to thank you both. It's been a great conversation, talking about the early days of Lucasfilm and how it just kind of steamrolled into what we have today. So, and before I let you all go, just one last reminder, please, everyone out there listening, if you can, open up your wallets. You can go to our link. You can scan the QR code on the screen. And we're looking for donations of $66. But if you can't donate $66, any amount would help. So once again, thank you, and hope everyone enjoys.
I really appreciate what FIRST does to encourage taking what you know and what you're capable of and using that to make your community a better place.
I have never been more proud of this team. We've won a lot of competitions, but I don't think there's ever been a bigger win than what we did here.
These kids, they don't know the lives that they're changing. Having the backing of our community and the whole robotics team has really helped us, and it's also helped other children who may not know where to turn.
We would open up our mailbox and there were stacks and stacks of cards signed by team members of other teams.
As hard as it was to go through, knowing we were part of such a large, caring family was very important.
Seeing mentors from teams that we work with and seeing mentors and kids from teams that we didn't know, it really drove home what family FIRST is.
Because of the environment of FIRST, and they're teaching students to create community and family.
It is kind of not common for people from my neighborhood to even graduate high school. Robotics changed the outlook of my life. I kind of subconsciously knew that college is the goal. Bruce was there to say, you can do this.
Deanna is the first to graduate college. I'm proud of her. Now she mentors the family members that have graduated from high school that are going into college because she's been there, done that.
I'm trying to build a better network of representation.
We thought that was just gonna be a cool side project, and then off to trying to build our robots to win tournaments. That was always our measure of success. Now our measure is how many lives did we change. It really changed our mindset on what it is to have a successful season.
Everybody, and welcome to the last live interview segment of our 1138 50 years of Lucasfilm celebration. I'm Dean TK899, long-term 501st Legion member, and I'm so honored to be part of this. This is a great opportunity for us to bring on a lot of folks that have helped Lucasfilm over the years, and I'm very proud to have a long-term friend of mine who also is a 501st member join us tonight, and that's Chris Bartlett.
Hey, Dean. So good to be with you again. I feel like we see each other we always say this, like every
it's like 5 to 7 years, something like
yeah.
usually it's at a Star Wars celebration, but I kind of skipped the last one. So it's always great to see your face, because you used to be in North Carolina, where I am as well. Right. But now you've moved on, and you're West Coast now, right? California?
Yes, Los Angeles. That's right.
Awesome. Yeah. You are in the you're in the heat of it. This is where all the hot stuff is happening. You are a cast member on arguably like the hottest show on Disney Plus. Right. This is really great. This is really great stuff, and I'm super stoked because this means this is significant. I think. I mean, to me as your friend, it's significant, but to 501st members to have somebody who's kind of, I mean, you started as a costumer, right?
Yeah, I mean, that is.
You had TK409 is your number, and and that's so funny because nowadays when I meet 501st members, they always are in awe. I'm 899. It's a three-digit number, yeah. And they're like, "How did you get a 3-digit number? Like those have been taken for years, because they're doing like 5-digit numbers now."
Right. So
you are 409. And I think you did actually join like a little bit before I did. Not that the number sequence is there. I joined in 2002.
I joined in 2001. Okay. And back then I was in the Central California area.
Oh, that's
and
right.
So there was about 4 or 5 of us who started the Central California garrison. And
so are you one of the founding members then of Central California?
Yeah, I think there was 3 guys already. There's Brent Lonsway and Dan Orth and a couple other people. Yeah. But yeah, that was like, where can I wear this costume that I just built? And 501st. Oh, okay. So I can join a group and I can pick a number, and 409 was the number I picked. Yeah. So been a member since 2001.
And I think you used to have a tagline. It was like ridding the galaxy of rebel scum or something like that. Because 409 the cleaner or something.
Yeah,
like that.
Right. That's what it was. Yeah,
Gotcha.
Like exactly. That was it. So
sweet. Well, and it's so funny because the way you describe it is like, there was like 3 or 4 guys, and like as a fan, like, hey, I built this costume. Now what do I do with it? Like you can wear it for Halloween, sure, but what else could you possibly?
That's not why I got it. I didn't build it just for Halloween. I built it because I wanted to see where could I wear this, So I went online, started looking for anything that remotely related to sci-fi or anything. So the first thing I found was a NASA space exhibition. And so my daughter was like 5 at the time, and I dressed her up as Princess Leia, and then I wore the Stormtrooper, and we went in, and it was, people went bananas. You know, this is 2000. I think this is 2000 actually, before I joined.
Okay.
And but you know, it was just, I was just playing the character. You know, like I had Princess Leia as my prisoner, and I was going around talking to people. You know, all right, well, check it out. You know, that kind of thing.
Right.
It was so much fun.
And it's so crazy though, because I do remember I was in Florida at the time, and it was like that. Like you kind of, through a friend of a friend, or through in my case, it was through a fellow collector. I was, collecting Power of the Force 2 and things like that. And then somebody had said, look, yeah, you can get a Stormtrooper costume through the 501st or through a friend of a friend. And it was very hush hush. And I was like, how's this going to work? And I got it. And it was the same deal. It was like, now what do I do? But just flash forward to today, where we have events all over the world.
Yeah.
Pretty much, I feel, well, every weekend, but probably every day, if you really break it down, the metrics of it, like we are just, and raising money, of course, for great charities, not just all fun. And then it comes to you, Chris, so you started off with, I think you had a Sand Trooper first. Was that the first one, or was it Boba Fett?
It was a clean white first.
Okay.
And then I wanted to make it a Sand Trooper. So then I built the backpack and weathered it all up and everything, and built a weapon and stuff. And then I would, as I was building stuff, I would throw links up on a page just so I could remember it. Basically, it was like a list of bookmarks, so that I wouldn't forget where to find these. And then as people were helping me, then I would say, oh, that's a cool thing, I'll put that up there too. And then it just became like a place where you could go to learn about how to build a Stormtrooper, and where you could get kits and stuff like that. It wasn't meant for any profit or anything. It was really just like, people have helped me build stuff. I would like, to share that information and not keep it all to myself. So that's
right. That's the community spirit that continues today. I heard people talking about that today, or this weekend on the events too. Like, that's one of the awesome things, right? Like, we're not doing this for profit. We've been working with Lucasfilm, like, not just kind of like under the radar, but, thanks to, the foresight of like Albin Johnson, the founder. Like, that was one of the things, like from the beginning, he said, we need to be as legit as possible and get clearance to do all these things and represent the brand in a respectful, professional manner. And that's really what a lot of, like, how the 501st has evolved. And I think it's kind of one of the keys to the success of the organization. But getting back to you, so you did Clean White Stormtrooper, you did Sand Trooper, I think you did Tusken Raider, and then you also did Boba Fett, correct?
This one, yeah.
Is that the one?
Yeah. Wow. And then that's up for you today, Tusken Trooper. Anyway, yeah, and then I built Boba Fett, and then I built Jawas for my kids, and Aura Singh and Ula for my daughters, and Zam Wessel and for my kids. Anyway, and then I built a C-3PO costume after seeing a fellow 501st member from Japan.
Oh yeah, was it Akira?
Akira, that's right.
Yeah.
He had built one that was weathered to look like Attack of the Clones, and I thought it was the first time I ever saw someone wear one, and I thought, oh man, I have to do this. I have to figure out how I can do this. And so after 3 years of working on it, I finished it. And a friend of mine who, Chris Bartlett, who worked at Lucasfilm at the time in licensing, I had just met him at a 501st event where we were called out there to do they wanted stormtroopers to work the parking for a media event for Lucasfilm for Revenge of the Sith.
Right, move along.
Exactly. And so, afterwards they invited us to the after party, and then we suited down and we got to meet people in person. And Chris just said, hey, anytime you want to come out to Lucasfilm, and anyway, well, let's just stay in touch. And so after that, whenever I'd finish a costume, I'd send it to Chris and say, hey, look, I just finished another one, and then go on to my next project. And then a couple months later, that's when Lucasfilm contacted me and said, we'd like to use your suit.
Right. So you transitioned there. So you went from the bad guys and the the villain characters over to C-3PO, which I remember when you did that, and I was like, oh man, he's switching sides. But this worked out really well for you, obviously. So yeah, so then were you one of the founders of there was like a C-3PO builders group, right?
Right. So I started the C-3PO builders group, right, and that was a forum. I just gathered a whole bunch of every reference that I had found. It's kind of like a forum like TK409 was, where it's just, I'm just trying to share all the information I have on building one of these, and shared other builders who were supplying parts and things like that. And I just, that grew and grew, and I'm like, I still have a day job, and now I'm doing this other stuff with Lucasfilm, and there are things now that I'm doing that are under NDA and can't share. So I just tried to share as much as I could. But anyway, so that actually led to, this is my, just had 15 years as working with Lucasfilm with C-3PO. But then I came back to the dark side in playing and getting cast in The Mandalorian.
Yeah, well, there you go. Sweet. Yes, 15 years. That's so crazy. So yeah, the gold suit then, which you obviously, and this is why I think it's so fascinating, because I feel like, you were made to play these droids, right? Like when it comes down to, you're fortunate to have the physical build to fit. I mean, I remember when we were in the Rose Parade together, and you're like, hey, you want to try on the suit? And I was like, I don't know if I could fit it. And you're like, I think you could fit. And I'm kicking myself because I didn't, but I'm like, I should have done it,
Yeah.
But yeah, that was a fun event, by the way, the Rose Parade. Another Lucasfilm milestone, having, George Lucas as the Grand Marshal there, and treated us all so well. And that was just such an amazing international troupe. But and you were 3PO, of course, on the float.
I was originally cast as a sand trooper for that event, and they had approved me as the 501st trooper, and so I was going to be marching in that. And then in events started talking to each other and like, wait, this is who we use for C-3PO, and they're like, oh, well, we need C-3PO on the float, so we'll just use him.
Right. And so lucky you did not have to march. You got you had the sweet ride for whatever it was.
Right. I guess that is one way to look at it. Lucky. But I was in the suit for 4 hours. I think that's, I don't know how long troopers were. They were probably in it for a really long time as well.
Yeah.
And I know people that were passing out and stuff.
There was some bathroom emergencies, and yeah.
Right. But yeah, after the first, I would say hour and a half, I just went into like a Zen, you just close your eyes, because the eyes are on. I don't really have to watch where I'm going.
That's true. I'm not really interacting.
And I'm just waving, but I'm just relaxed. But anyway, yeah.
And you bring up a good point there, just for people who don't know. So the suit itself is really as claustrophobic as Anthony Daniels and everybody has said, right? I mean, you're screwed into it. Like, you can't get out of it by yourself, right? You need handlers.
No. Yeah. I mean, they're really I just need one person on hand to get me out of it,
Yeah.
But yeah, no, you just see, in 3PO, I mean, the head is over there, but the just the little black dots is all you can see through in C-3PO's eyes, and that can be very limiting if you not only in terms of physical performance, but also I learned, and wearing it, that you focus on what's outside the helmet, and this is great philosophy for life. Don't focus on all the stuff that is right here, because you really could get claustrophobic looking at all the fiberglass and the wires and everything that are in here. You look through that out into the world, and where everyone is enjoying, and this character that George and Anthony Daniels created, that is what you focus on, and that really makes it a much better experience. So that's
it sounds like it's yeah. I mean, it's a psychological thing. I mean, a lot of these costumes are. I mean, anybody who's worn, even just a stormtrooper costume knows they are uncomfortable, and you pinch and you come away with these these trooper tracks and bruises and things like that, and you're sweaty. But yeah, 3PO takes it to another level. So so before we jump over to your latest roles, with 3PO, that opened up a lot of great opportunities for you. I know you traveled a lot. I know you got to meet some like awesome, incredible people. I mean, George Lucas is like, yeah, everybody thinks like he's the big one, but do you have other like, you know, some famous encounters that you want to share? And maybe there's like a story about like something funny that happened when you bumped into some celebrity backstage or something like that.
I mean, the President of the United States.
Okay, that's a good
Obama.
one.
That's one. I bumped into, there's a lot of people. I mean, Lady Gaga at the Oscars was such a sweet, memorable moment where we were both very surprised. And I've told this story before, but, you know, we're both surprised to run into each other just as much as she was to me. And, you know, when we both came out of our rooms at the same time, she came around the corner, I came around the corner, and we were like, oh, my goodness, Miss Gaga, wonderful to see you. And anyway, we had this moment. I told her how much we were looking forward to her performance, R2 and I. But you know, I just tried to stay in character everywhere I go, because that is what people expect to see. I would never, you know, I've run into, you know, Christopher Walken, all the ladies on The View, but there's, gosh, so many people, especially at the Oscars. Dave Grohl, who's a huge Star Wars fan, and but yeah, I would say the most notable one was probably President Obama.
Can you talk? Are you under some sort of surveillance, or can you tell us exactly how that went down?
I can tell you. I've told it before. I know if people have heard it, but you know, they. The main thing is they told us, are you available for Washington, D.C. event? And I said, oh, sure. Yeah, I'll be available. I figured it was Smithsonian or something. And then we go the night before, they said it's at the White House. But Lucasfilm, Mary Franklin was like, but we don't know the schedule of the president. He's probably busy, probably not even there, which she was like, fibbing. And she said,
I want you to freak out.
Right. So when we got there and we're down in the green room, Chewbacca and I were suiting up. He's just puts on his belt. That's it. So I'm suiting up. I get on the elevator with Mary Franklin and two stormtroopers, two local 501st members, and we're riding up to the first floor to meet military families to pass out candy and for Halloween. And just before we get to the main floor, it stops a floor early and the door opens and there's President Obama. And that's the first time we realize he's even going to be there.
Right.
And he goes, whoa, can I get on with you? And we said,
that is a great Obama, by the way. Very good.
Oh, and he said, he comes in and he stands next to me. Now, the elevators in the White House are very small because they're added afterwards. They're literally like it's almost 5 feet square. It's really small. So he's standing in the corner with me, and he goes, and he's looking at all of us, and he goes, "Oh, you look awesome. You all look awesome." And then he goes to. Then he goes to get off. Oh no, we left early. Mary Franklin and I get off, and I just turned to her so he could hear and said, "Why, he seemed very friendly." Throwing back to when 3PO first met the administrator of another facility in Lando. But later we went because there was a party for the White House staff, and they wanted to get a picture with the droids, Michelle and President Obama. And they said, we all go in there with Chewbacca, the two 501st members, and R2, and myself. And we go in, and President Obama says, C-3PO, can you stand next to me? And he says, oh, wait. Can you say something to Michelle for me? And I said, why, it's our pleasure to be here. Thank you for the invitation. And so we all laughed, and then we got this awesome photo. Hey, wait, let me show you.
Oh, he's got it.
It took 18 months to get this photo because it was under such high.
Right. Make sure nothing was in the background.
There we go.
Oh,
so right. So that was the most.
Is that was that one of the kids as Ahsoka?
No, that was a professional
okay.
dancer, because this is 2009. Clone Wars was either brand new. I think it was brand new or about to be announced.
Yeah.
And so they had a performer who appeared as Ahsoka at the event.
Okay.
But anyway, no, it was a great moment. But I don't care how a person votes. Anytime you get a chance to meet a president of the United States, that is going to be a notable moment. And I was so happy. He was very warm and friendly.
Right.
And he also is a true Star Wars fan, because most people don't get C-3PO right. They either say, oh, 3CPO or C-3PO. And man, the first one, he said, C-3PO? So,
that's great. Yeah. And that's all. And you, I remember, so you and I did an interview, it was like 2008 or something crazy for the 501st cast, the 501st podcast.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, a long time. I think when you just first started doing, and you
that
were
was
telling me
in the first 13 years, 12 or 13 years of my work, I only did 2 interviews talking about my work with 3PO, and that was one of them, because everything was so hush hush. And I give all deference to Anthony Daniels and George Lucas for the creation of this character. I've just been an impersonator, and I'm how lucky we are that we still get to hear Anthony's golden voice and see him in the latest films. And so
absolutely,
I've been able to work with him on several of these projects where he does the voice, and or he appears with me in person, and I'm just really grateful for all those.
And he was we were fortunate to have him on the stream this weekend too.
Right. How was that?
This has just been an amazing, I'm exhausted. I haven't even been I'm not even host. This is the only panel I'm doing. And like I said, I feel so fortunate that I'm squeezing in here at the 11th hour as the last live interview. And I get to do it with an old friend.
Thank you.
But everybody else on the team, the PR team, and all the volunteers in the Legion who have been stepping up to interview people as hosts and give panels. It's been awesome. And we've had some incredible guests. And of course, Anthony Daniels was amazing. But a lot of your fellow cast members from The Mandalorian too. Mm-hmm. So maybe we can segue now into that. I know you're eager to talk about the bad guys again. So you are, and this is, again, my brain is just on overload, because it's here's my friend Chris, and he's doing, he's had this, C-3PO, that would have been enough. If you just did C-3PO, you'd been that was a cool thing. I'll tell my great grandkids about it.
Yeah, exactly.
But now it's when we were growing up, right? You had the action figures, and a lot of us, you're playing, you're someday, wouldn't it be cool if I could be a character? Chris, you've got an action figure now.
Right.
Oh, is it right there?
This is my Funko.
There's
character.
a bobble. Yeah.
I do have a Black Series 0 coming out in October, but that is, when you talk about as a kid playing with action figures, in between films, there's 2 or 3 years, right?
Well, there was.
Right. And so no internet or anything like that. And we're just using fringe characters to make up stories, because everybody has Darth Vader. We already seen Luke in action. What about Snaggletooth? And what about the Power Droid, what are they doing? And so that was the most imagination filled time for me as a young kid, because I was making up these stories. And now fast forward to when I'm talking with Dave Filoni and Jon Favreau about the episode that we're filming, they are describing the exact same situation. We're taking fringe characters that people have seen, or at least species we've seen, and filling in their stories. But they're good stories. They're not just it's a costume character, and we're not making fun of a character. We're actually you know, with reverence, telling these great new Star Wars stories. And I just love that they are approaching it this way, because it's the same way in my heart that I was, you know, making up stories as a kid. They are of the same mind, the same heart that we did as kids with these figures too. Right. So,
I mean, and I think you nailed it. And I think that is what, you know, the showrunners for The Mandalorian have really, well, everybody involved is like, we're all, I would say, you know, we're the generation of people who are working on the show are people who grew up with the movies, who grew up with the toys, and you know all these details inside and out, and you have all these questions, and I think we're so fortunate to now see that come. I mean, you've probably seen the meme where it's like, I think it's like a 70s picture of like two kids playing with Star Wars toys, and it's like actual photo of John and Dave, like, you know, scripting the next season or something. And it really does feel like that. And I was just for both seasons, like I'm pretty hardcore like original trilogy fan, but but see, like the feel is there and everything is just being done the way that I would love to see it. And it's not fan service. I think that's different. I think it's like just being on the same level, you know, like, and this is what I wanted to see, and they're doing it. And every episode I was like, ooh, how are they gonna top that? And then the next episode they topped it. And then how are they gonna top that one? They did it all the way through, you know. And you're a part of that too, of course. I mean, that's so awesome. So anyway, so back to The Mandalorian. You played, I think, at least 4 characters. There's probably more, and I'm hoping there's going to be more in the future that you probably can't talk about. Well,
but if you go to my Facebook page, you'll see my background image is the 4 from the first 4 of them from the first 2 seasons. But it started out. So I played Q90. Bounty hunter droid, an outstanding hyperspace pilot, and also played the RA7 droid, who was in the episode 6, the shootout in the cantina where the client meets an untimely demise, and so do I. I also played in the very first episode, which was my very first day of filming, was the ferryman who was out on the ice alone and calling speeders over for lone travelers.
Right, with the little flute action there, right?
Right. And then I also, in season 2, played the teacher droid, which is right over my head here. And then the RA7 appeared again in season 2 finale. Walking down the hallway inventory Moff Gideon ship. And then I also played, I did get to play an Imperial gunner in season 2. So that was one of the only, that was the only human that I got to play. But it was that was really cool, because I knew members of the 501st would appreciate seeing this, again, fringe character that we only saw in the original trilogy for seconds. You know, we got to see him again in Rogue One, but you know, they the helmets were provided by 501st members, and that was really cool. The suits were from Rogue One. But anyway, in addition to that, there was let's see, I'm fast forwarding to what will now be the future, and that's I can't talk about it. If those first 2 seasons were any indication, what future stuff is going to just freaking
awesome.
You're going to love it. Yes. Yeah.
That's great.
Yes.
And I mean, it's so exciting. So, well, here's the interesting thing. So I would say, I mean, a lot of your fellow cast members, like, well, all right, let's talk about your costume. So you've got Zero, for example. So you come from the effects. Legacy of, okay, because you come from background, we talked about, you built all these costumes by yourself in the past, including some of the ones behind you there. But now, does it feel weird that someone it's like, you know, someone's like, well, here, now you wear this, but you didn't build it. But is there something different about that experience?
They're more comfortable. I don't know. No, Zero was made out of a urethane composite that was slightly flexible, so it wasn't like I was wearing fiberglass. But it was very comfortable because I didn't have any. Also, it wasn't wearing any legs. It was just wearing spandex from the waist down.
So CG for your all the scenes where you're climbing stairs or ladders. Yeah.
Right. I was actually doing that, but I was just wearing spandex.
Gotcha.
But no, ILM did an amazing job, flawless job of adding my legs. But I did have feet, so the feet they were able to track my feet, the real costume feet. Anyway, yeah, to answer your question, that was, Ferryman I didn't build, Zero I didn't build, but Teacher Droid, RA7, and well, yeah, there's a whole bunch of fun things that you and I don't like spoilers, so
right.
There's a whole bunch of exciting things coming that Dave and John and Deborah Chow, who's a director on Kenobi, who are creating that is really outstanding.
Nice.
But yeah, the costumes, it was very gratifying to build them. Let's like rewind. Back when we were first building costumes, when you were building costumes, the thought was, this is going to turn out really great. It's going to look great. And then, but also, wouldn't it be cool if Lucasfilm like saw this and thought, this was worthy of, their stamp of approval or whatever. And that would be great also. And then also, what if they somehow thought it was worthy to be used in a production, but of course that would never happen because I'm just in my garage at 2 a.m., something they're never going to notice or anything like that. I can't express how grateful I am to that the work that I was doing did eventually get noticed enough to be used. And so I worked closely with Doug Chang and Jon Favreau and Dave Filoni on some of these projects where we're discussing this character and what would be different on it than what we've seen in the past, or what would be the same. And those are great conversations to have with them as an artist and as a performer.
Yeah.
But yeah, like Zero came about because they knew of my work as 3PO. And so my now good friend, Tim Martin, who was working at Legacy at the time, he recommended to them that they talk to me. And so I went in for a fitting. And when I saw the picture, the concept by, yeah, I have the concept art back there, but by Brian Mattias was hanging on the wall when I went in, and I was like, oh my gosh, is that the character I'm gonna get to try out for? Gosh, I hope I get this. And it was like, okay, it's a bounty hunter droid. That's like Boba Fett mixed with 3PO, but like a mean 3PO. How would I do this? And so the way I approached it was, he looks like a bug, and what if I treated him like a bug? And that's how I so I went home and I did a bunch of study on praying mantis videos on YouTube, and like, how do they move and how creepy are they? And that's how I approached performing that character. But
nice. All right, so yeah, we're getting some of the insight for the craft of acting. Like this is that's super cool. And like you pointed out before, like staying in character, knowing your character, like that's critical. Even when we do 501st events, you're trying to present something to preserve the magic for people. And speaking of magic on set, so there's a lot of practical stuff, which is super cool for the Mandalorian. Did you get to meet Grogu, baby Yoda? Like obviously there were scenes with him.
Right. Every scene that Zero had with him was practically, I had that scene with him. And so he's just as real in person. I'm not joking. Just as real in person as he is on TV. I mean, his eyes, are blinking and his ears are wiggling and his mouth is moving. I mean, he's very real. And but the first time I saw him was when I went to do the screen test for Zero. And I was like, I knew nothing. I had no idea of anything that was happening, no story or anything. And I walked by him standing on the table there, and I was like, what the wow. But then we are professionals.
Yes.
Skills. And but then, you know, I learned that he was the big secret, and you know, you just keep quiet. You just do your job. And
that was, I can't believe that was a secret until I was blown away.
I can't believe they kept it secret.
That's what I'm saying. Like amazing. Like, and yeah, kudos to everybody. I'm glad they did that though. Like,
yeah.
And also, by the way, this is just sort of incidental, but you could pass this along to John or Dave, but I love that they release the episodes, you know, in a weekly format. I mean, I get it. Like a lot of people just want to binge, but then you get spoilers and this and that. But it also takes me back to the days, like you mentioned earlier, where there used to be a significant amount of time in between movies, right? So between Star Wars or A New Hope and Empire Strikes Back. And then you're like, oh, what's going to happen next? Is Darth Vader really Luke's father? And then Return of the Jedi. Then what comes after that? And so you get a lot of that. And we were even doing, this is kind of pre-pandemic, I guess, but maybe it'll start up again. But, you know, we would do like viewing parties, friends get together. And it was a great reason for everybody to get together, Star Wars fans, like share the things you have in common, cover dish, whatever, make Wookiee cookies. And just on a weekly basis, you know, and it was so cool to the anticipation, even if it's just like 5 or 7 days in between episodes, it feels like that's how this fandom, originally was. And I love to see it continue that way.
I do too. I feel the exact same way. I like the anticipation between episodes, and audiences stay engaged during that time, and they're engaged for a longer period of time because of that. But, you know, working with certain actors on The Mandalorian, you know, Werner Herzog was the most, I would say, professionally frightening, because, you know who he was, the client, right?
Yeah.
And everyone there is super excited to be there. Everyone's very happy to be there and stuff. And I was at a moment where I'm waiting, they're shooting another angle of a scene, and that I'm not in that coverage. And so I'm standing there, and Werner Herzog is standing next to me, and we're just watching this being filmed. And I leaned over just quietly, like keeping all my professionalism, and I just said, "Isn't this exciting?" And he goes, "This is serious work. We are breathing life into these characters who would not otherwise exist." And I was like, yep, that's exactly what I was thinking. And he taught me in 30 seconds what I was there doing. I knew I was there doing with a great responsibility to tell a new Star Wars story. Right. But he took it way past to a way different level. And ever after that, I was like, nobody's messing around. Nobody's having a good time. We are telling a story, and you better get it right. I mean, everybody's having a good time.
Sure.
But, you know, working with Brendan Wayne, who
he was also on the stream this weekend. So everybody go back, and when this is over, and Chris, if you haven't seen him either, go back and watch the replays, all these interviews, you know, amazing insight, and just, I think you're really going to enjoy it too. But yes, please continue.
Right. Brendan is, he's my buddy. I always get a hug when we get on set, and he, and Lateef also, I don't know if you talked to Lateef, but he's the stunt, he's what we call the brawler Mando. And, you know, Brendan, as you know, being the grandson of John Wayne, just has the swagger for Mando, and it's really cool. I did work with Pedro Pascal, but most of my work was with Brendan, just in terms of scheduling and what we're doing. Right. You know, we're filming more than one thing at a time. So, so anyway, he's just he's actually like a real cowboy, like a real Brendan, a real Western cowboy, you know, actor, but also, you know, he just outside of work, he's also riding horses and doing all this stuff. You know, he's just a really awesome, cool, down to earth, actor. And Lateef brings so much energy and friggin' explosive action to this character that it's just such an honor to work with these two amazing performers.
And you can see both of them in the I forgot what they call it, but there's the behind the scenes episodes they have on Disney Plus.
Right.
So everybody, if you haven't seen, the guys who really make this stuff happen behind the scenes, like go check out. It's super cool. Yeah, they're just as much part of the character, as like the face characters. Like they're the physicality of Mando, and like you said, fight scenes. Like it's awesome. Professional work. Yes.
Right. And the day I was filming the teacher droid was when one of the days that Pedro was in the suit, and I didn't know that because the helmet was on, and I assumed it was Brendan. And I, just for fun, I was just doing the 3PO voice as they dubbed over, and everybody's getting a kick out of it and stuff, so we were just, doing it because we didn't know what the voice was going to be. And, I didn't, we were just, anyway, doing it. And so, after I did a couple, I'd been doing the lines for, I don't know, half an hour or whatever. And Pedro takes off his helmet and starts walking over to me. And I was like, who's that guy? Oh, and he said, have you done this before? And I said, I mean, I have done it a little bit. And he goes, oh, you're really good. I'm Pedro, by the way. And I said, oh, I'm Chris. Nice to meet you. Of course, I knew who it was, but it was really, he's a very, just a real gentle guy, and was very kind to come up and introduce himself. Same thing with Gina Carano. We were sitting there. I didn't know her background. I didn't know she was an MMA fighter. I didn't recognize her, actually. I didn't recognize her from the other action movies that she had done. Just because, when you see someone outside of what you typically see them in, anyway, you're not expecting to see them, and you maybe don't recognize them. And so I was just like getting, grapes and crackers, because that's all I could eat in this suit. And and I was standing there, and I just introduced myself. I said, oh, hey, I'm Chris. And she said, oh, I'm Gina. And she was dressed as Cara Dune, but I didn't know anything about the characters. Nobody really knows unless you're...
She could have been just a background to the character.
well, and there were lots of background, and I stupidly assumed that's because I said, oh, what's your role today? And she goes, oh, I'm a ex-shock trooper. And I was like, oh, it's just background then. But she, I was like, oh, okay. And then I go down and sit in my cast chair, and then she comes down and sits right next to me. And I'm like, what, Carl Weathers?
With the name on the seat.
Yeah. So I'm like, Gina Mandalorian. Oh my gosh. I looked her up. Anyway, she couldn't have been nicer. I mean, she was like your next door neighbor, super sweet, very humble, and a wonderful person. We all loved working with her. She was just really a sweet, gentle person, kind to everybody. And just really wonderful to work with. And so packed, again, like Lateef, packed so much energy and explosive action into her fight scenes. It was really, really cool.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of those, you're right. I mean, The Mandalorian has, a lot of it we talked about is very practical, the sets and things like that. They try to build them out. And so there are a lot of, physical, does Chris Bartlett do his own stunts? I know you fell a few times, you were blasted, like, is that you?
Let's talk about this again next year, but I will just answer and say I do all my own stunts. Nobody steps in and does stunts. And I'm just saying because, I'm comfortable in the suit already.
Yeah.
And now I'm very comfortable dying in the suits. I mean, I think there's probably, the thing is, they ask me if I'll do it. And is it painful? Yeah, sure. But Dean, that's the work. The work is we're trying to, one, tell a legitimate new Star Wars story with characters that look real, like they came from the original trilogy. And there's action and death and dismemberment. And, somebody has to do that stuff. And nobody really wants to hear like, does it hurt you to do this? Nobody wants to hear that. No, it's part of the work. And I'm thrilled to do it. Is it the hardest work I've ever done? Yeah. But is it also totally worth it? It is. So I'm lucky to work with awesome directors with, Deb Chow work. She actually directed the stuff with Zero in the cockpit, and also Rick Famuyiwa and Dave Filoni. Like they all were so fun to work with because they're just like fans like us. That's
the magic. That's the chemistry. Like it's the it's the unspoken common language you have when you could literally just go into, let's say you're going downtown for a meeting, you walk into a hotel or something like that, and you're in an elevator. And if someone makes a Star Wars reference, like you could be, and like then you both kind of look at each other like, it's like, and it brings you together. It's like, let's hang out later. It's like, I don't know.
Right, exactly. That's how it is. And on set now, there's not a lot of time for goofing around at all because there are such tight timelines to get this stuff done. So you don't have a lot of blooper reels, you don't have a lot of people like, goofing around. It's very, serious in the time crunch. But in that, you get to see a lot of people just really being professional. These performers like, Misty Rosas, who plays Quill. She plays Frog Lady.
That's right.
This woman is about, I don't know if her actual height is between 4'8" and 4'10". But she is a powerhouse of performance. She, started back in the 90s as Amy in Congo, and she's such a veteran. And okay, so you take that part. She's this veteran, totally comfortable in the suit, powers through everything, really physically strong, even though she's small. And then the person of Misty is such a quiet, sweet personality who is so full of light. I mean, she's such a sweet person to know in person. And all these people are. I mean, there's nobody, like I said, Werner Herzog, he was the only scary one, but it's such a talent, right? But everyone else is just so, gentle and nice to work with. So I'm really
that's the Lucasfilm family that you hear about that on a lot of these productions. A lot of people have talked about that, whether you're in front of the camera or behind the scenes. It's everybody just having that comfort level and doing their part, like you said, to tell stories and it's entertainment. Like 50 years of it now. I think George, I've heard that he also played that was kind of his idea from the beginning, like the 4th of July picnics that they always had at Lucasfilm. It's family stuff, like bring everybody in, make them feel included.
And not just related, family. It's family. It's not just blood relation. Family is who you're with, and that's totally the feeling. I will tell you one day a story. I was sitting there, myself, Brendan Wayne, Bill Burr, and Jon Favreau walks in, and he goes, I'm gonna come sit with the cool kids. And I was like, is someone gonna kick me out of here? He comes and sits down and he goes, I'm gonna tell you what a director wants in an actor. He goes, I love what you guys do. I'm gonna tell you what, because he's an actor also, right? Jon Favreau. He's an actor and a director. And he goes, and this is a great masterclass from Jon Favreau. He goes, be early, come with ideas, and be prepared. So come early, don't be late. Have ideas. What does that mean? That means you only get a page or 3 of your character. You come with ideas of how you, what does this character want? Like, what does Zero want? Zero, he's a bounty hunter and he wants to, figure out what people are trying to get, and he's going to get it for himself. But like, how did he get there? And what does his voice sound like? And is he mean and cruel, or is he kind of awkward and, annoying? I mean, it's those kind of ideas. And so, so that's what I would try to do is with all my characters is bring ideas. And, you know, one of those ideas was with the teacher droid. You know, in the classroom, there's those tactical displays like we saw in Empire Strikes Back on the Hoth base.
Yep.
And they had one in the classroom and I was like, oh, that looks so cool. That's, you know, reminds me of those. And I said, I'm working with Carl Weathers and we were just on the same wavelength. And he was directing me. He goes, hey, Chris, I want you to stand. I want you to address these, you know, the students this way, whatever. And I said, hey, is there any chance we could swing the camera around and shoot through the glass so we can see the teacher droid through the glass, a lot like, remember K-3PO, the white protocol droid in Empire? And you could look through the glass and K-3PO was doing something. And he said, hang on just a second. And he goes around and he was, you know, he was probably already thinking that anyway. Yeah. But we were just having a conversation about this and we were just trying stuff. And so you get this cool shot in season 2 of the teacher droid, you know, working on the tactical display, teaching the class. And it was so cool to work with these people because they are legends, they're super talented, and they are open to ideas, you know, open to ideas. But that's what John said, bring ideas to set.
That's awesome. Yeah, that kind of collaboration. Yeah, you're so fortunate to have that. And like you said, working with so many different directors from different backgrounds of that caliber. And it's cool to see, again, on the behind the scenes stuff, but I'm sure you've experienced it in person. Like you said, they're all Star Wars fans, you know, and that's what's so cool about it. And I'm looking forward to seeing, yeah, definitely more of that. Well, not even just future seasons of The Mandalorian, but like you said, other productions that we know are happening right now, and being able to see everybody tell their own stories is pretty awesome. Another piece of talking about set stuff, did you get to all right, so one of the big things, and we are talking about Lucasfilm, what I'm interpreting as a huge jump in technology is the volume stage, right? The stagecraft. So for people who don't know what that is, a lot of the filming was done just like a giant dome, basically, right? With the walls were like high definition.
A cylinder with a flat roof.
It was flat roof, okay.
But all of it is LCD display.
Right, like super high def. And I think they're using, I mean, you know more about this than I did. Maybe I should just let you talk. But yeah, it's renderings of the backgrounds, right? So that when you walk in there, well, first of all, I'm assuming that, yes, you were on one of those sets. So tell us about what that experience is like.
Multiple times. Real quick, the ferryman was on a pier surrounded by the volume. So I was on a practical pier with real water and snow blowing and everything. And a real speeder pulls up with Brian Posehn, the big speeder that he drives along in. But I'm surrounded in this volume. And what's cool about it is you don't even have to use imagination anymore. I mean, you're surrounded on this vast, I mean, as far as I can see, vast ice wasteland with this town way off in the distance, and ships flying by, and I'm stepping up onto this pier, but I'm surrounded by light from this real light from this environment, and it's bouncing off the goggles and and all the color is real. It makes it look so real because you are actually in this environment. All the light is bouncing off of the characters. You know, reflections are going by. I mean, this is the ferryman. And so he, in his goggles there, you could see reflections. But it's so real. Another time was when I was as Zero. They said, all right, Chris, we're going to have you get in the cockpit of the Razor Crest and shoot all your stuff. I said, great. I'm like flipping buttons and pushing things.
Oh, yeah.
Like, okay. And then my line is jumping to hyperspace now. And when I say that, I'm sitting in a cockpit in the volume, and 360 degrees around me is space. So when I'm flying, stars are going like this. And when I say jumping to hyperspace now, stars go when are stretching to infinity right in front of me. And I'm like, I imagine this as a 7-year-old in a cardboard box. You know,
Right.
I never imagined I would really actually be doing it. And it was so realistic. Okay. So there have been multiple, so many now situations like that on the volume, where you're looking in every direction and you can't tell where reality stops and CG starts.
Right.
So it's really a really an incredible situation, because I've seen it off, you know, like you step into the volume, it's just a cylinder with a ceiling, and then they turn it on. The other thing is when they start tracking the camera, because in order for it to look realistic, you have to have perspective and real parallax. That means stuff in the foreground is moving at a different speed than the stuff in the background, right?
Yep.
If you're looking at a flat wall, that would not, it wouldn't look right. It would look like the old 50s projection, you know, of a car chase happening behind you. So when you're standing there and the camera starts moving, the walls start moving like this, and you get this like, whoa, vertigo kind of feeling. But anyway, it's just real. It's all done on the Unreal Engine too, which is an engine I worked on in my very first game job, and I've been in games now for 25 years.
That's right. Like you were with what, Epic Games?
Epic Games, working on the Unreal Engine, and back then they were talking about, you know, we should use this for TV and maybe movies. And back then we were like, who would put a video game background on TV, you know? But that's what they're doing, and it looks incredible.
Well, the technology, that's a great example of how far technology has come, how realistic those backgrounds are. And that was, I guess, what did Jon Favreau, I think he was the one who really kind of pushed for that, right?
Yes, right.
But it's considered it's a Lucasfilm entity, I guess, stagecraft, right? So
yeah,
ILM, I should say, right?
Yes, right.
So that just kind of goes back again into, you know, this whole weekend is the 50 years of Lucasfilm, thinking of how far things have come from the stop motion, which all that stuff, of course, is like wonderful. But to see it progress to things like this, and I feel like,
yeah, what a visionary that George is. I mean, like even back then, he was, you know, with motion control camera and ships flying by, you know, I mean, I don't know how he was conjuring these, but he was just packed full of inspiration. You know, he was really, and continues to be such a visionary person. And that Lucasfilm continues in that tradition. How grateful I am to him for everything that he gave all of us as Star Wars audiences.
Absolutely. Yeah. And it's, and again, Lucasfilm has been such a pleasure, you know, really to work with, you know, as a 501st member, because not a lot of entities would necessarily allow people to dress up as their characters and go out there and do these things, whether it's parades or, you know,
conventions, right? Yeah.
I mean, anything. Yeah. And like you said, but to take a further step where there's things like this where, you know, 501st members and including yourself to a different level, you know, are being used to actually, you know, they're being included into this family that we're talking about, you know. And I know there were for some of the Mandalorian scenes, right? We, you know, I don't know if it was Dave or John who was like, hey, let's bring in the 501st because we just need a boatload of stormtroopers to come falling out of this old Kenner toy.
What a great moment that was for 501st members. I was really so happy to see that. But here's the thing. The secret is to play in this universe, you are respectful as a performer to the characters that you play, right? So you wouldn't do anything, and I wouldn't do anything as a character that would in any way show this character in a poor light, right? You would never want to do, you know, anything either as a 501st member at an event or on set or whatever. You wouldn't want these characters that we love and that Lucasfilm, you know, is it's theirs. You wouldn't want to do anything to put that character in inappropriate light. And that's how I treated, whether I was doing something professionally or something as a 501st member, with any of the characters, especially C-3PO, who is so appropriate, but also, you know, you would never want to do, you want to treat him with the most respect, because that's why Lucasfilm appreciates, whether it's the 501st or individual performers, that they treat their characters with, you know, reverence. And when you go outside of that, I mean, you just have done that to yourself. That's not a, you know, just be, you know, we're grateful for this gift of Star Wars.
We're playing in their sandbox. You know, we are definitely
exactly right.
Absolutely. Well, Chris, it was awesome to see you again, virtually, hopefully in person sometime soon.
Well, Celebration is coming next year.
Celebration is coming. I don't know if I'm gonna make that one. I'll have to see. I know it is coming.
Oh, Dean.
Well, all right, we'll talk about it.
Okay.
But yeah, thanks again for coming on and sharing your experiences as a 501st member, as 3PO, and now as multiple characters on The Mandalorian, and maybe some other series coming up. I'm sure you can't talk about it, but we're rooting for you. Awesome on the action figures as well. And so reminder to everybody watching, again, thanks to Lucasfilm, they actually recommended First Robotics as our charity for this weekend. So First Robotics, again, is a organization that was founded by Dean Kamen, who's an amazing inventor. He invented the Segway. You remember the Segway?
That's right.
So,
and
so he also,
what an awesome group to support.
Yes, definitely. Well, and their mission is to inspire young people to become science and technology leaders and innovators with engineering and technology. So these are the kids who are the future engineers, scientists, and inventors who are going to push technology like stagecraft or whatever, costume building, you know, 3D printing, all that stuff, but making life better, easier, pushing the boundaries of entertainment, including things like special effects, right? So there still is time. Everybody who's watching, please check out the links in our 501st social feeds to donate. And I have to, let's see, right now we are at 10,000, actually, I think probably over 11,000 right now towards a $15,000 goal. So that's pretty good.
All right.
And I have to mention real quick that D. Bradley Baker of the Clone Trooper fame has issued what we're calling Challenge 66, or what he's calling Challenge 66, which is basically, he's saying if anybody donates a $66 pledge, if we get 100 of those, and I think we are at 1977. If we get 100 donations of $66 each, he is going to match that with a $6,600 pledge. And then Bobby Moynihan, who people probably know from the Kylo Ren shredded skit, the radar technician, he actually came on and said, you know what? He's like, I'll do the same thing. So we have two people right now who are pledging $6,600. If we can get another, 23 $66 pledges. And again,
where do we go to donate?
You can check out the links. I don't have the exact link in front of me, but definitely all of our social channels. So this is streaming on Facebook, on Twitch, on YouTube, and on Twitter.
It's right underneath.
Is it right there? I'm confused if it's, you know, the way that things are set up here, but okay. But Chris, thanks again. We got to go. We're out of time, but it has been an absolute pleasure. Thank you so much. Congratulations. You do, you do respect Lucasfilm and the properties, and you really do a wonderful job of telling those stories. And I'm so happy to see you live in this dream for all of us. So yeah, hopefully we'll get together soon.
Thank you so much.
Take care.
It was great to
Lucans. Lucans.
All right.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to the closing out of our 1138 program, but then we're actually going to psych you out and still play more videos.
Yeah.
This is Nikki DZ8397 from the 501st cast joining you once again.
And this is for the last time, today at least, Marcus TK14057, also from the podcast.
That sounds too dramatic. What do you mean for the last time?
So today.
Yeah, okay, that's fair. So once again, I want to see people's comments. So let's see some comments on here, folks. I want to hear, what was your favorite panel of our event? So posts up. As always, you can email us at podcast@501st.com and let us know. Do we know how we're doing on our challenge, Marcus? Has everyone heard about the challenge that was offered by Mr. D. Bradley Baker?
And then who else?
And then when Bobby Moynihan found out about it, he also matched this challenge. So hopefully those tuning in right now are well aware that we're fundraising for FIRST. And when D. Bradley Baker heard about it, with the explanation of what FIRST is all about, during his live panel earlier today, he decided that if we could generate $166 donations, that he would donate $6,600. We were all like, what? So that it was awesome in and of itself. But then Bobby Moynihan's panel was on next, and when the hosts were, relaying that information, Bobby Moynihan said, I'll match that too. So help us out, folks. Make a donation of $66, put in the notes that you're answering Challenge 66. And I think we are 3/4 of the way there.
Yeah, we have 77 pledges right now at $66 and a total of almost $11,000. And again, if we get that goal of 100, we get an additional 13,200 for us to give to FIRST, which is incredible. I mean, when Dee said it, those who were sitting fell out of the chairs, those who were standing fell over. So it's yeah, it was amazing.
I'm not sure that the clone trooper detachment 100% realized the magnitude at first. They were kind of sitting there like, oh my God, is this for real?
Yeah.
So yeah, I am really bad at math. So I literally got out my calculator. I'm like, is this what I think it means? But yes, awesome donation and challenge from D. Bradley Baker. So we're very excited, and everyone can participate. Obviously, we're still accepting donations. I think we're going to try to just keep the challenge to today. Mm-hmm. We want to try to meet this challenge by the end of our programming day, but we will still be fundraising for FIRST, probably for a while now, because we're going to take and repost some of this content on our YouTube channel, and obviously all the links associated with the donation page will still be live when those all get reposted.
Yep.
Yeah, I know some people were asking like, oh, I missed, such and such panel. When can I go back and watch it? So don't worry, over the course of the next, several weeks, we're going to be reposting everything And on Facebook, I'm pretty sure you can just go back and watch all the lives they save on there. But
you can. They are in segments or blocks or whatever you want to call it, but they're definitely there.
yeah, unlike some other conventions where they're like, we're doing this live convention this weekend only, then the content gets deleted. We're not deleting anything. Why would we do that? So don't worry. Everyone can still catch everything that they missed. What else? Do we want to do prizes next or go through the rest of the schedule?
Let's do the schedule first. Why not?
Okay. So after us, it looks like we have a video that the Florida Garrison sent in.
Yep. And by the way, sorry, we're up to 78 now, so 22 to go.
Somebody was listening. One of our 24 viewers, maybe. All right, then.
Oh, sorry. Yes. And then we have, that's 8:30 right after here. And then we have at 9 p.m. Eastern, we have Mr. Tom Wilton coming up. He's a creature and droid performer in all of the 5 Disney era movies.
After that, at 10 p.m. Eastern is Tim Rose, who most people should know as Admiral Akbar, but he also was in Howard the Duck, which obviously this whole event is celebrating 50 years of Lucasfilm. So it's nice to be able to talk about a little non-Star Wars-y stuff every once in a while.
And as we found out earlier during the quiz show, Leah Thompson's band was called the
Cherry Bomb.
Cherry Bomb, yeah, in Howard the Duck. I had no idea. So speaking of Garrison videos, we have another video at 11 p.m. of the Empire City Garrison.
And then at midnight Eastern is going to be a panel with TJ Rumini, who was not only the voice, but also they motion captured his face for Del Mico. He was a member of the Inferno Squad in Battlefront 2.
Yes. And then tomorrow morning, 1 a.m. Eastern.
Yeah.
So we actually have a 4-day event. We have Stephen Costantino, and he played a Gamorrean guard in Return of the Jedi.
Right. And I think unless there might have been a couple other videos that either we missed or Facebook glitched out. So they might play those at the end too. So keep staying tuned. All right. How about we go through and remind people about our giveaways.
Okay.
So as we've talked about before, and hopefully people have seen that we're using the hashtag 501st Celebrates. If you do that when you're, talking about this event online, or if you share any of our posts or anything, if you use that hashtag, then you'll get entered in to win some of these prizes. And let me see if I can figure this out. Okay, so hopefully you are seeing the first one. Yes, no, maybe?
Yes.
Okay, so the really nice Black Series Mandalorian helmet. That's the first prize. Oh boy.
I think retail for that is 200.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah.
Then Lego donated this brand new R2 that is branded with the logo for the 50th anniversary of Lucasfilm. Oh, next. And then this was a really neat box. I'm not sure what it was utilized for, but obviously it's branded once again with the 50th anniversary logo. And then in the insert, it has this cool little timeline going. And then inside are 10 different action figures, all with the branding for Lucasfilm's anniversary. Zoom in on Qui-Gon there. And then we got a couple new pictures. So before they shipped them out to us, so there's Amanda Helman again. And then this was the Grogu that I was talking about earlier that we didn't have a picture of last time. And I guess that's it.
Yep. Yeah, thanks again to everybody, to Lego and Hasbro for the donations.
Yeah. You can also see, so that's what the Grogu looks like. I don't know if he makes any noises. I haven't tried with this one yet. Oh.
Wow. Cool.
Okay, so that prize could be yours if your name is drawn from our random selection from those who use 501st Celebrates on social media. Pretty cool. Oh, the other show and tell that I had that I found when I was looking for Grogu, since we had Paul Lee on, I have my bitter Asian dude hat that he gave me when I met him at a convention. It's probably backwards, but that's what it says. So yeah, definitely amazing guests throughout the weekend.
Yeah, we had some really amazing panels today. You know, we were online, what, 8 a.m. Eastern. So afterwards we had, you know, we had the Makers panel. We had Catherine Tabor, Michael Giacchino. I mean, come on. Who gets Michael Giacchino, right? We do. So yeah, it just went on and on. I mean, Ming-Na Wen and, you know, the list goes on. Again, like Nikki said, you can watch all these panels at a later time if you couldn't catch them today.
All right, looks like we had someone post a comment. So Vanda, he says, thanks for an amazing experience over this weekend. We've been in lockdown the last 9 days, and the 1138 event has helped the time fly. Loved hearing about the droid building and the artistic concepts. Awesome. This is what I want to read. More people post. I want to hear what you liked. Roberto from Georgia Garrison. Hi there. Yes, so I got to watch, I got back home from my errands and I got to see the last little bit of Ming-Na Wen, and she was amazing. It was almost just like another fangirl in the chat.
That's true.
So that was so much fun. And then I got to watch the diversity panel. That was awesome. Great conversations that I wish I could have, you know, kept listening to them talk all afternoon, but they only had an hour. And then I did get to see part of D. Bradley Baker too when he made that challenge. So much great content.
He gave us all 4 voices of the Bad Batch. Actually,
Yes.
five actually, 5.
Yes.
Crosshairs. Somewhere else now, but yeah.
That was very cool that he signed off that way.
Yeah.
And I also got to watch the quiz show. So that was pretty neat, seeing all of the group leaders and Pete Vilmer from Lucasfilm.
His 7 questions were tough.
Yeah, he had, so usually it's obviously Robin who does the questions, but
yeah,
Pete did some of the questions. And I did remember the door that he was referencing in one of those
Kerner?
But I would not have remembered what it said. So I would have just put glass door. Yeah, I did. I saw it, but like Tom Hutchins said, we were just trying to absorb so much stuff when we went on the tour that I would have had to look at my photos to remember. Let's see how we're doing on our challenge 66.
Yeah.
It's from that.
The exact total is 10,869. So we just got in, since we started, I believe 2 more donations. So thank you guys so much. Unless I hear different, we're still at 78, but I think we're getting close to 80. And then, I mean, one fifth away from 100.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah. Any garrisons that are answering Star Garrisons Challenge and you know, have all of your members donate $1. You know, I could suggest that if you raised more than $66, you could always put them in 66 increments, and then it would just look like there's a whole lot of 66 donations. But
I keep refreshing the page, and then as soon as I know more, I'll let you guys know. The panel that I haven't caught, which I really was bummed about, was Michael Giacchino's panel, but I will definitely get that on my screen soon, probably as soon as we finish here.
Yeah, the one that I wanted to catch where Olive was the maker panel with the droids.
Yeah.
So that's the one I'm probably going to go back and catch.
Why? Is anything significant about you and droids? Or?
I don't know why you would say that. Or just a Jawa. I like to collect droids. Oh, and one other thing that we didn't really talk about is for the drawing for 501st Celebrates, to be able to win those prizes. We're going to do that at the end of the month. So
yeah,
you can keep posting and keep hashtagging. And then we're going to be doing the drawing then.
What was the hashtag again, Nikki?
501st Celebrates.
Awesome. So when P issued those questions, the 7, going back to it, I think I got 3, maybe 4, but like Cherry Bomb, I had no idea. Or American Graffiti was filmed in Petaluma. I knew it was somewhere in Northern California, but I did not recall that.
Yeah, I think I vaguely recall that after the fact, because I think when we were driving out to Rancho Obi-Wan, it came up in conversation.
Okay.
The coffee shop, though, that was I actually remembered that before I saw his t-shirt. So I'm like, oh.
Yeah.
All right. So it looks like, thanks to Steve Gideon, he says we have 18 $66 donations to go.
Oh, awesome.
Yeah. 18 more donations of $66, and then we can meet D. Bradley Baker's challenge that was also matched by Bobby Moynihan. So extra cool.
I wonder who's going to give him that call. Hey, Mr. Baker, here's the link.
I don't know. It's not going to be me.
He said, what link? No. You
Oh,
got it on tape.
17 to go. Steve's our official counter here.
Yep.
Oh.
So, yeah, once the issue was challenged, I mean, it was like a bushfire. It just kept, internal challenges were issued, and they were met and they were surpassed in many instances. I'm surprised that we got to the number so quickly, but that speaks for the
competitive nature of the 501st Legion.
Maybe that too. I didn't want to go that route, but yeah.
But yeah, definitely fitting. If we don't match this challenge 66 on June 6th, that would be wrong. We got to make it by today.
Yep. 16 to go. Just in.
Thank you, Steve, for
I
keeping
think we should
track.
stay online till we get that here. We should.
I don't know if we had any other first videos that we wanted to play to remind people what the robotics is all about. We could do one of those before the next panel.
Yes, we just heard from upstairs, so to say, that we can play another video. All right. Enjoy.
I really appreciate what FIRST does to encourage taking what you know and what you're capable of and using that to make your community a better place.
I have never been more proud of this team. We've won a lot of competitions, but I don't think there's ever been a bigger win than what we did here.
These kids, they don't know the lives that they're changing. Having the backing of our community and the whole robotics team has really helped us, and it's also helped other children who may not know where to turn.
We would open up our mailbox and there were stacks and stacks of cards signed by team members of other teams.
As hard as it was to go through, knowing we were part of such a large, caring family was very important.
Seeing mentors from teams that we work with and seeing mentors and kids from teams that we didn't know, it really drove home what family FIRST is.
Because of the environment of FIRST, and they're teaching students to create community and family.
It is kind of not common for people from my neighborhood to even graduate high school. Robotics changed the outlook of my life. I kind of subconsciously knew that college is the goal. Bruce was there to say, you can do this.
Deanna is the first to graduate college. I'm proud of her. Now she mentors the family members that have graduated from high school that are going into college because she's been there, done that.
I'm trying to build a better network of representation.
We thought that was just gonna be a cool side project, and then off to trying to build our robots to win tournaments. That was always our measure of success. Now our measure is how many lives did we change. It really changed our mindset on what it is to have a successful season.
All right, we're back.
All right, looks like Steve is telling us we only have 14 $66 donations to go.
Piece of cake, right?
I hope so.
Let's see, what else did I learn today from the panels that I watched? Did you watch the LFL before Star Wars by chance?
No, I missed that one.
I'm interested in that one.
Eagerly watching the comments.
Yeah.
Anybody else have any favorite panels? Definitely post those up.
We're at 11,200 right now. 1124, 1120 at 11,270. So another 66 donation was just made.
I know that with the internal garrison challenges, a lot of those folks are kind of pulling their money at the garrison level, and then they're going to make the donation on the site that has the tracker. So I'm hoping that once the garrison challenge, start coming in, that we'll see a bunch more donations.
Yeah, I think we'll get pushed over pretty quickly. So we have 12 now to go, based on an internal chat.
I know there's so many messages to try to look at. I'm like, I don't have enough electronic devices to read all these message boards.
Yeah. So we have 6 more minutes before Florida Garrison is going to be showing what they got, and then we have the remaining program till 1 a.m. or later. Probably later.
Definitely, once again, we should give thanks and kudos to the tech guys who have been just back to back running all of these videos around the clock since Friday.
And the preparation that went into that way before that.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, so Dean Plantamura will be pleased to hear that his interview with Chris Bartlett was really interesting. So good job, Dean. Glad we could have Chris on.
Yep.
I believe that he was one of the first C-3POs that my children had ever met in person when they were younger. So to them, he's the real C-3PO.
Was that at a celebration?
Yes, it was. One of the Orlando celebrations, the early Orlando ones, 5 or 6.
Yep.
Hey, Jesse.
Hey, Jesse.
Hey guys, how you guys doing?
Good.
Good.
What an awesome day of programming. I was glued to my laptop the entire day. My wife and family left, and I'm like, where are you guys going? They're like, we're going to eat. You're just too busy Star Warsing. Star Warsing, whatever that means. But yeah, look at that, man. We're almost at our goal. If
11 to go.
11 to go. Man, we can hit that. Let's go, troopers. Fans, let's push that donate button. Let's get this done. I really want to take Dee and Bobby's money. Look, it's for a great cause. Yeah, if you can click that donate button. Of course, every bit helps, but if we can get those $66 donations to put us over the top, that's going to be incredible.
Yeah. So Jesse, did you see what I found?
What's that?
Have you seen these yet? No, I forgot.
Is that the
It is.
Oh wow. Come to me. Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, that's a.
So that's one of the, well, this one's mine, but it's identical to one of the prizes.
Oh, okay. So why don't we just have two of them and we can donate yours as well?
No.
It's not leaving your grip, is it?
Right.
I want to take a couple moments for those who don't know who I am. I'm the LXO, the Legion Executive Officer, and I want to take a few minutes to thank all of our volunteers that worked on this programming for this entire weekend. It's just watching it and the talent that we got, to show to everybody out there, and just the effort put forth by everybody. I mean, I know a lot of people have gone without sleep, to put this thing together. And it's really been an amazing weekend. So kudos to you guys.
Yes. Definitely just a lot of folks have been running solely on caffeine.
Right. Like invest in coffee stocks or something.
So we're down to 10, guys.
Down to 10. Look at that. Let's see. I've been like steadily listening for that ding, and then I'd go back to the page and then it's donated and updated the spreadsheet, and like it's almost kind of been like a video game for me. You hear the ding. Now I'm gonna hear that ding in my sleep, and I'm gonna get up and turn my laptop on. Somebody else donated. So we're down to what would you say it was 10?
Yep, 10, and we're almost at $1,500. Sorry, at $11,500.
Wow, what a push at the end, man. This has been great.
Yep.
Oh, Roberto comments that he's been building his Dinjarin costume and cleaning his swimming pool. Lucky. I don't have a swimming pool, but also watching the interesting panels. So thank you, Roberto. And
so what did you guys, which panel did you guys, what was like your favorite of the day so far?
I only got to watch the quiz show and really the diversity panel in full today. And then just partial panels for the other ones. So I'm going to have to go with the diversity panel because that was a really great, just, I don't know what the right word I'm looking for, not heartwarming, but just they were so honest about their life experiences, and just realizing that what they've gone through to get where they are, but they're all in the Star Wars family now. And it was just, I said earlier that I wish the panel was longer. Definitely had a lot more conversation.
Yeah, that was a great panel. I like that one. I enjoyed the quiz show too. That was kind of fun. I was actually answering questions and typing them in, trying to help Ingley.
You're playing along at home.
Yeah, I was playing along at home. Exactly. I got a bone to pick with Robin. He didn't award me any points for my correct answers though. So
what did you get? I mean, what didn't you get awarded?
I'm sorry?
What didn't you get awarded? What correct answers?
What did I get? I had the majority of the location ones right. I did screw up the Naboo, and that was Spain instead of Italy. I thought it was Italy, but then it was the island or that Padme's place that was in Italy, wasn't it? And
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, and then the beginning of that was Spain, which I screwed up. And that was funny, them asking Ingley about Finsa for the for Hoth.
Mm-hmm.
And they were like, yeah, you better make sure you get this one right. So
I just heard we have another first video coming up. So
why don't
we'll be back.
Yep.
Hi, I'm Nicholas.
I'm Jordan, and we're in First Robotics Competition Team 1902 Exploding Bacon.
Hi, I'm Theo. I'm Ethan. And we're part of the Robotic Wolverines, which is a First Lego League team.
A First Robotics competition team competes in a game challenge with a 125-pound robot against thousands of other teams around the world.
It's really exciting today to go behind the scenes with two Imagineers, Brian and Karin, and get to learn about their involvement in Star Wars Galaxy's Edge with the animatronics.
All right, guys, here we are at Star Wars Galaxy's Edge, the largest single land expansion that we've done in Parks and Resorts history.
Here at Blackspire Outpost on the planet Batuu, we have multiple attractions and a very immersive land for all of our guests to experience. My role in this was to help bring to life some of the characters through our audio animatronics, especially over in Rise of the Resistance.
Mine as well, partnering with all the different creative partners in Lucasfilm to help bring some of the show action and elements to life. Now we're going to take a rare behind-the-scenes look at our animation training lab.
You guys are going to really get to see behind the curtain here. What do you think?
That's great.
Yeah?
Let's go. All right, so here we are at the animation training lab.
We kind of have a progression here of different hand technologies. So down at the end come from an A1 figure.
A lot of these come from 1960s and World Fair technology.
More recent, we've been designing with electric.
Is the advantage of the electric actuators more precision in the controls?
We definitely get a little bit more control, so you can get a very specific performance.
The robots that we build might have just maybe like 2 actuations to pick up a box or something like that.
When the Imagineers took us to look at the animatronics, I found it very interesting to see how all the different moving parts work, from moving of fingers to the moving of eyebrows.
This is one of our prototype arms that we've been working on that kind of helps show the range of motion. So again, it's all about the storytelling and trying to pick the right tool for the right job to tell the right story for our characters.
It's interesting that you mentioned having to pick the right tools and different approaches. In First Robotics, we have to do a similar thing, working within our own capabilities to see what we're able to accomplish.
I see a lot of these things and I'm just more and more excited that first is it being able to prepare me. At least I know what this stuff is to a certain extent. It was very clear that the technology that we use is used in many of the same ways here at Star Wars Galaxy's Edge, and it's very inspiring to know that the First Robotics competition is going to prepare me for future careers, potentially right here at Disney World.
One of the best parts about being on the first team is if you think of an idea, you can build it, test it to make sure it works. And if it doesn't work, try a different idea.
I also love the community that First offers. Everyone's really supportive of each other.
Being a force for change really means a lot about sharing everything. Whether we're teaching each other on our team through our challenges, or we're remotely connecting with international teams, or even our programs like First Like a Girl to bring up awareness for women in STEM, it's really uniting everyone together.
This year, Disney and Lucasfilm are teaming up with First Robotics as part of Star Wars Force for Change philanthropic initiative.
We're on a mission to inspire the next generation of heroes and innovators.
To learn more, go to firstinspires.org/firstrise.
Hello everybody, this is Alan Fling here. I played a stormtrooper and a snowtrooper in The Empire Strikes Back, and in Return of the Jedi I played the Imperial officer on the bridge of the Executor in charge of the failing deflector shields. Wasn't very good at that job, was I? And it gives me pleasure to contact you today and say that I'm very, very happy to hear that you are supporting charity, which you are, to celebrate the 50th anniversary of Lucasfilm, and I would encourage you all to give as much as you can. Thank you very much. I know you're always very generous. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Lucas.
Yeah, I turned R2 on for a little while since he's been off the whole time.
It's been quiet.
All right. So where's our tally now? What are we at?
think we're still at 90. 10 to go. And 11,468 is our total.
Wow, we're so close.
We're getting there.
It's just a matter of time. I'm not having any doubt that we won't make it, but it'd be nice to be online when we do.
We definitely need to
live.
make the challenge by today, but yeah, it would be nice to do it while we're still here.
No,
Does anyone else want to comment in the comments here what your favorite panels were? And then I think we went to a video before Marcus got to answer Jesse's question about his favorite panel.
Right. I didn't watch the diversity panel yet, but Taylor Arthur Goodson in the comments did, and he loved it. He said it was uplifting and insightful.
Very much.
But I watched the entire Ming-Na Wen panel, and she is so gullible. I don't know. She's just very nice.
I tell you, the pre-interview or the pre-room.
Oh, I heard.
Live, she was hilarious.
Yes.
Hilarious. I mean, she had said something at one point, and I was just like I was speechless. I couldn't talk. It was just so funny. And then it was like one of those jokes where you don't know if you should laugh, if that's what she meant, but and then it was, because then she started laughing and then everybody started laughing. And it was just, she is just a really sweet person. And I gotta be honest. I was I had my fanboy moments there. Her character is just amazing. And I've been actually watching her since, back when I used to watch her in ER, and that was kind of like our favorite show. And so I've always been a fan of hers, and just to see what she's done with that character has been absolutely amazing.
We got more feedback that came in on some of our other streaming channels. I was watching Facebook, but also on some of the other streaming channels, Twitch. Someone's watching us on Twitch. Yes. They thought the Chris Bartlett segment was awesome. The other piece of feedback we got, what an amazing Star Wars weekend. Celebrating a birthday for DZ78087, the first and only Bith musician of the Pacific Outpost. Mahalos to you awesome folks for putting this together.
Yeah. To retract my comment, gullible wasn't the right comment. It's as Roberto said, like the girl next door. That's exactly right.
Yes.
I can see her being my neighbor, geeking out over Star Wars, and yeah.
All right, so it looks like we just have 9 more $66 donations to be able to meet D. Bradley Baker's challenge that he gave us. So yeah, folks didn't catch Dee's panel earlier, you can go back through and watch it on one of the live streams. At the end, he closes it out with doing all of the voices of the Bad Batch, so that was pretty cool.
Yeah, so we have 8 more to go.
8 more.
Yes.
From YouTube, we got a comment. Brendan Wayne and Chris Bartlett gave incredible insight into the production of Mandalorian. That's another panel that I missed, was Brendan's.
Guys, we just had a bunch of them come in.
Oh, like really?
6 more.
Okay, so Steve, do your math quick. What does that put us at?
Steve Moore, Mark Neighbor, Chris, Garrison Tyrannus, Dean, Philippine, Garrison, Ben Regis.
Wait for the official update.
7, actually. 7 just came in.
We're at 11,600 right now. And Nikki, back to what you said about Chris Bartlett's experience on the set. The comment that you read, that's similar to what Ming-Na Wen said when she first entered the volume. She said,
okay.
"Oh yeah, there's a lot of sand and nothing else." But then when it was turned on, she was facing the twin sons of Tatooine, and she's like it took all of her resolve to not to like geek out or
just turn around and stare at the scenery.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's got to be so much more immersive for the actors than just a giant green curtain.
Yeah. So we have 7 to go now, guys.
Our donation ticker is at 11,666. Woohoo! We got another piece of feedback. Loved the Diana Lee Inosanto and Chris Bartlett interviews. Great combination of lighthearted banter and serious Star Wars production and lore-worthy stories. That was from BH43210. Is that your actual TKID? How did you manage to get that?
What is it again?
43210.
Wow.
Like counting down. That's a good snag to get that TKID.
Yeah. Yeah, I bet those were taken quickly, like the quadruple 9s or anything quadruple. Sorry, quintuple. Yeah.
You know, Marcus and I, in another 10 years, when we're still doing the podcast, we're going to have to be reading off TKs that are attending events, and we're going to be there for 3 minutes reading off their ID number. All right, we still at 7 to go.
Yep, 7.
Oh boy.
Come on, folks, we can do it.
Jesse, will those behind the scenes, pre meetups, will they be available for distribution or Patreon subscribers? I don't know.
I don't think those were recorded in any way.
No, they weren't recorded. That would probably, I mean, nothing really earth shattering. I mean, it's just funny stuff, but no, I don't think they were recorded.
No.
6 to go, guys.
6? All right, let me check and see who that was, since I'm back to playing my video game of updating this spreadsheet.
So did you guys catch the prequel and Jar Jar Appreciation Power Hour? Anybody watch that one?
From yesterday? No.
Yeah, I was just going through the schedule and seeing what else I need to catch up on.
We got 2 more, guys, not 1 more. So 5 left.
Oh, really? Oh,
yeah.
What about the 6 I just read here? But regardless, we're very close.
Well, my sheet and whoever's updating you are pretty close. Maybe they're reading my sheet.
We'll get there.
So
I think we're probably already there with Erica's garrison.
Yeah, there are, like I said, some garrisons that kind of were pooling their money internally before making the donation. So there's probably more up there, but it would be nice to see it actually on the donation site. So it looks like we have 5 left to go. And Steve Gideon says, does your TKID have special meaning? His is a combination of his birthday and his son's birthday.
Good question. Nikki, what about yours?
So mine, basically mine isn't quite as cute of a story, but I picked a number that was close numerically to my husband's number. He had joined first. So he picked 8399, which it sort of represents the Star Wars void between Return of the Jedi and Phantom Menace.
Oh, awesome.
Where he was still a Star Wars fan, even though there wasn't Star Wars movies. So that was his reasoning behind picking that number. He could have theoretically, when he joined, have been a much higher number numerically, but obviously he picked one that had special meaning to him. And so then I picked 8397 because it was close to his number, and 97 was the year that we got married. So
yes, mine has some significance. I was born in Germany. Maybe my accent gives it away, but hi, German garrison. So, and that is the zip code I grew up in. Simple as that. In Berlin, 14057.
So I got a cool story about mine, which is 71507, which is actually it's my daughter's birthday, but it's also the day that I got my letter from the Legion saying that my first initial costume was accepted.
Oh, nice. Awesome. That worked out well.
Yeah, it was really cool. So I got my acceptance letter on her birthday.
Yeah, because for those that don't know, when you apply, I think it's, I don't know, 5 different numbers or 3 different numbers you get to pick, first choice, second choice, third choice. But you don't know in advance when your approval letter is going to come. So it definitely worked out quite well for you.
Nice. Yeah, well, actually, in that field, I just put the same number of 4 or 5 times. I think it's 5.
You knew what you wanted.
Yeah, I went and looked at it, and I'm like, there's really no chance somebody's going to grab this unless they're getting approved around the same time I am. Maybe they're just picking their approval date or something, but they're estimating. But yeah, I got the mail and I got my ID, and it was awesome.
2 to go. 1 to go. Sorry. 1 away.
So are we going to have Erica hop on video and do the happy dance or something?
Do we want to see that?
I think we should.
No, it's not going to happen.
Come on, Erica.
I have not slept in 5 days. This is
and
not
that's why the dance will be hilarious.
No, I'll make my son come do it in his pink shorts and his boom mic.
All right. What about James? Can he do it?
Happy dance.
James, you can come dance.
Yeah, we want you to do the happy dance on video once we hit the goal.
Yes.
Yes.
You haven't really gotten to troop. So have you even gotten to troop? Have you even gotten to troop? Haven't you? Okay.
We just heard there's no sound.
Is there no sound?
Yeah.
Because guys,
did
you just see your screens?
Yes, we raised over $25,000 for first.
What?
We hit the goal.
All right, somebody get Dee and Bobby on the phone. Let's get it going.
I'm gonna contact Dee now. Here's me contact. Wait, I need a link to the spreadsheet. I get Bobby now.
Get him on here. Get him back in here.
Have them connect up. Somebody reach out to Dee and Bobby and get them on here.
I don't even know what time zone they're in.
I'm sure they're not busy. Both in California.
This is so amazing. This has been a great day of Star Warsing.
Definitely.
I'm asking. Oops, hot mic.
That's okay. I think we're going pretty informal right now.
Yeah.
We're really informal right now.
Yep. Time to take those shirts off.
Put your pants back on.
No, sure, it's not pants.
Yeah, I can officially say I'm not wearing pants because I'm wearing shorts.
Yes, we're all wearing shorts. It's summertime.
At least in this part of the world.
We know it's a hot mic. We just raised all the money and we don't care. We're so excited for first right now.
My comments aren't updating. Darn it.
I see him on Facebook.
Yeah, my Facebook comments aren't updating.
Everybody wants to see Bobby get back in here and
Yeah, I don't know about that.
I want to see James happy dance. Where is it?
There you go.
Yay!
You like disappeared because your camera couldn't keep up with it, and like we were seeing stormtroopers through your chest. It was awesome.
That was the best dance I've ever seen. It was kind of like break dancing without all the effort. Because
Should we call and wake up Ingley?
Do it.
No,
you
don't
know
do
what?
it.
As the Legion complaint officer, I think it's her duty to wake up when you've raised all of the money first. That's so awesome.
So we had a Ingley and I, when we talked about going in on the election and all that stuff, she's like, it's pretty good how we have a little bit of overlap between our time zones, but you have it when I go to bed and I'll take over when you go to bed. So it's,
Yeah, I think it's worked out really well. You guys are doing a great job.
Yep.
What I like about her, and it was, so this one thing that I really had to learn when I first took this position was how to, and it's kind of weird because I'm not really a extrovert. I'm more like a guy who's happy hanging out in my basement watching TV or something like that, rather than going out all the time. But talking, when I first started speaking to Ingley and actually hearing how she doesn't pull punches, and but she's like, pardon my, she's like, it's a European thing, and I wasn't really accustomed to that,
You know this is a hot mic, right?
Yeah, I'm well aware.
All right.
We're live. We're good.
This is real talk with the 501st.
Yeah, but it was just like, wow, this is it, and then that's what I'm saying, because we're such a diverse organization with, members all across the world, and getting to speak to people all across the world and interacting with them and learning how they, how basically some call it like they see it and they don't beat around the bush. And, I kind of, it's been a learning experience for me, but it's been pretty awesome.
All right. I think we cut off James in the middle of some story before his happy dance. I forgot what we were talking about, because then we got the announcement that
His ID.
right.
But we want to see
couldn't hear
that.
him.
We would like to see the happy dance again.
Well, we kind of saw it.
I don't know if anybody really wants to see that, but okay.
Well, Nikki, can we get some beeps from R2?
I have him
Junior.
on, but he's kind of
There
quiet.
you go. Oh, there he goes.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is the reason I joined the Legion, though. It's to be able to raise the money, to be able to put smiles on kids' faces. This is the kind of thing that it's just cool to see that.
Yeah. Unfortunately, his remote is dead, so I can't turn up his volume.
Oh, we
And
can
I
hear him
can't
fine.
have him do a happy dance because his remote's dead.
I believe
Yep,
so.
I can
Nobody's
hear you.
complaining. Yeah. Not sure. Yeah, but Jesse, I can mirror what Ingley was saying about the direct approach. That is it is a European thing. So some have to, and again, it's a learning experience for those who have not been I guess exposed to that, or who are not that way. Not that nobody here in the US does it that way, but I can definitely tell you that it's been like here in the I live here in Tennessee, and people are not so direct. So
right.
Yeah, but
yeah, that's kind of what I'm used to. So it was like but it was refreshing, at the same time. It's like, okay, so now you don't have to beat around the bush to tell me what you're really thinking, and it's great. And it just reminded me of how cool it is that, we get to do what we do and interact with people all over the world, and it was just a good reminder of that, getting to learn things from other people's cultures and stuff like that. So if that sort of thing interests you, join us. Join the 501st Legion. We'd love to have you.
They're going to wrap at 9.
Not you specifically, because you're already in it, but
Yeah, not us.
for the people that are listening out there. Not you guys. Not you guys.
Yeah, all 23 of them. Although I think some of them are also Legion members as well. But super exciting. So we met.
Obviously, our programming is totally now a wash, but we still have everything lined up that we talked earlier about just a bit later.
Yep. We should probably get back to our regularly scheduled programming now that we've kind of gone all informal on you guys, but we wanted to try to be live when we hit that challenge. So we kind of just kept jibber jabbering.
I think we're holding out on for Bobby and Dee maybe to show up, but
yeah,
I think we're good.
Was Erica checking on that?
Erica, any news?
I have let them both know. Let's see. I let them both know when we were 5 away. And let's see, Bobby said yay. And I got Wahoo from D. Bradley Baker. And I'm just waiting for both of them to, they haven't gotten back on yet since we made our goal. So I'm just waiting to get responses from that. This is exciting. I'm so happy. This is fantastic. Thanks to everybody. And I will update you when we find out.
Excellent.
Get a new total here. 12,392 plus the 13,200 pledged amount.
Oh, plus there's also an amount that all the Facebook links that we had on all those posts for before.
Oh, the 800? Yeah.
Yes. There's additional funds too.
Yes.
That doesn't include the internal stuff either, does it, Erica?
Yeah, that doesn't even include the internal things
The
as well.
501st Cares.
Yeah, that doesn't even begin to include that.
Yep.
Oh, wonderful job, team. Wonderful job. And everybody out there too.
Oh.
Thank you so much.
So Roger commented that he loved Paul Sun-Young Lee. I don't know if I showed off my hat yet. I know it's probably reversed, but I got to meet him at Fan Expo up in Toronto. So that's his bitterasiandude.com, I believe. You can go to his website and see all the rest of his social media. Any other comments?
And he was out filming in Vancouver, is that correct? Did I hear that?
He, I believe he was saying he grew up in Calgary. I'm not sure where he's filming. I didn't hear where he was filming right now.
He's definitely a busy man.
I want to say that Kim's Convenience had filmed closer to Toronto.
Yeah, that might be a different project that he's working on.
Yeah. Anybody
But like
else?
Nikki said earlier, you guys are able to watch these segments at any time. Just seek them out on Facebook.
All right. That's right. I forgot we were going to get back to our regularly scheduled programming. So I guess we should let you guys all go.
Yeah, we're about 30 minutes late, but
You can catch Marcus and I in the future over at 501st.com/podcast. And hopefully we'll be doing another live Q&A so that we can touch base on questions like James brought up, where he didn't join the Legion at first because he thought we were only stormtroopers. So yeah, we definitely will answer those kind of recruitment questions the next time we do a live Q&A. But we should probably sign off and let you get to the next video.
All right, here comes the Florida Garrison. Thank you again, guys, so much.
Yes.